me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
almost back up to master on Risk, so hopefully we can get up to there today. Only gonna play like 1 or 2 games, and then we'll get into researching the border crisis. So yeah. First thing we're gonna do though is what we always do, is that we will watch a sermon on the Bible passage of the week. This week's is Luke 15:11 through 32. It's the parable of the prodigal son. Just one of the most well-known. So yeah, we'll get started on that and play a game of Risk real quick.
We are back.
What's that even supposed to mean?
All right, if you guys... got your Bibles, we're in Luke chapter 15. Again, if you're new, we've been studying some parables of Jesus with the intent, the hope, is that we would begin to see more clearly the compassionate heart of God toward those who are far from him. There's this crazy statistic. The longer one becomes a Christian, the more isolated he or she becomes. The more they withdraw from those who don't know God. And so if, as a church, we're going to continue to grow, and we're going to grow healthy, then we need to understand the very heart of Jesus, the heart of God for those who are far from him. Jesus himself gave us his own personal purpose statement. He said, Son of Man came to seek and to save that which is lost. So anybody who claims to have the heart of Jesus must be about this himself. So here's where we're at. We've been in Luke chapter 15. And it's here that Jesus gives 3 parables about 3 things that are lost. Lost sheep, lost coin,
and lost son.
A lost son. Now it's this 3rd parable that stuns the audience. Jesus is saying some things that have never been heard before. There's never been a story told like this. Kind of simple, very rich, very deep, profound in its meaning. Now it's important for us to understand what prompts these stories. Why does Jesus tell these stories? What is it that motivates him? It's not like Jesus just walked around and said, oh, hey, I have something to tell you. I just thought of a story. Something just came to my mind. No, these parables come in response to circumstances that are happening around Jesus, things that are being said and done. It's the exact same with the parable that we hear.
I do not
read
like
from
this
morning. Now, before we get into the text, I want to point your attention to the title of the sermon, because I just want to tip my hand in advance. The title of the sermon is The Prodigal
Gonna make alliances.
Sons, plural. Not prodigal son. This 3rd parable is well known as the prodigal son. But there's actually more than one lost child in this story. In the crowd, as Jesus is speaking, are those who believe they are so far from God, God could never reach them. All the things that I've done, all the things that I've said, the hurt, the pain, God could never reach someone like me. I'm just too far. I've removed myself too far. And then in the crowd, you have those who believe that they're so good, God has to accept them.
Mm-hmm.
There's more than one prodigal in this story. Now,
does he
I'm
really
a fan
do it?
Of ancient biblical art.
Oh.
And one of Rembrandt's masterpieces, perhaps the one he's most famous for, is
Really? He just slammed my 5 like that? That's so stupid.
titled The Return
That sucks.
of the Prodigal Son. I'm going to show it to you. I mentioned this last week in brief. Rembrandt just had this way. He was the master at capturing light, and with light, he would draw your attention to the subject he wanted you to see, to the things he wanted you to focus on. And so, of course, the 3 main
That
characters in the
sucks.
story are there. You see the father with his hands on the son. The son is clearly there. His head is shaved, which, by the way, that would be sort of the common haircut for a prisoner back in the day. He's missing a shoe. His clothes are torn, but you see the hands of the father. I'm told that in art, the most difficult thing to draw are human hands, and there's this tenderness of the human hands as they touch the prodigal son. And then you see the face on the right of the older son. Now, Rembrandt is interesting because he doesn't give you the details of the prodigal's face at all. His face is just kind of hidden. It's shadowed. It's buried in the father's lap. But you see well the face of the father. He lights that. And you also see very well the face of the individual on the right, who is the older son. And he's just kind of standing there with this posture like, and he's at a distance. Rembrandt understood the depth of this parable. There is more than one
Good.
lost son.
I'm glad that blue's gonna slam into green here.
There's actually 2, the younger and the older. Now, for the context, as we did last week, context is king. Let's understand what it is that moves Jesus to tell these stories about what is lost and then found. Luke chapter 15, verse 1 and 2. Now, the tax collectors and sinners were all drawing near to hear what Jesus has to say. And the Pharisees and the scribes, these are the religious leaders, they started grumbling, saying, "This man receives sinners and he eats with them," as we mentioned again last week. To eat with someone was a show of hospitality. It was to say, we're friends. So, to the religious leaders, they're not having it. These people were unclean, they were impure. You had to get your junk together before you come to God. And Jesus is like, no, God accepts people right where they're at. And so, yes, these sinners and tax collectors are my friend. But he hears them grumbling. And he launches into these stories about what was lost and is now found. And each story ends in a specific way. It ends with a party. It ends with a celebration. Sheep is lost, it's found. There's rejoicing. Woman has 10 coins, loses one. She goes out, she's searching frantically. She's turning the house upside down. She finds the one coin. She celebrates. She rejoices. The prodigal son returns, and there's a party. Here's the point Jesus is making. You religious leaders, your response to my work and what God is doing through me here is very different than heaven's response. Heaven is rejoicing at what's happening, and you're complaining and you're grumbling. I have a story for you. Verse 11. And Jesus said, there was a man who had 2 sons. And the younger of them said to his father, "Father, give me the share of property that is coming to me." And the father does it. He divides his property between them.
And
Not many days
terrible
later, the younger
cards,
son gathered
terrible.
all he had and took a journey into a far country. I want to get out of here. I want to go away. And there, he squandered his property in reckless living. And when he had spent everything, a severe famine arose in the country, and he began to be in need. So he went and hired himself out to one of the citizens of that country, who sent him into his field to feed pigs. Jewish boy feeding pigs.
I didn't
That's
even
pretty
think
low.
about that.
And he was longing to be fed with the pods that the pigs ate, because no one gave him anything. But when he came to himself, he said, "How many of my father's hired servants have more than enough bread? But I perish here with hunger. I will arise, I'll go to my father, and I will say to him, 'Father, I have sinned against heaven, and I have sinned against you.'" and I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. So treat me as one of your hired servants. And he arose and came to his father, but while he was still a long way off, his father saw him, felt compassion, and ran and embraced him, and he kissed him. And the son said to him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before you. I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. But the father said to his servants, bring quickly the best robe, put it on him, put a ring on his hand, shoes on his feet, bring the fattened calf, kill it. We're going to eat, we're going to celebrate. For this, my son was dead, and he's alive again. He was lost and is found. And they began to celebrate. Now his older son was in the field. And as he came and drew near to the house, he heard music and dancing. And he called one of the servants and asked, what does this mean? What's going on? And he said to him, your brother has come. Your father has killed the fattened calf because he has received him back safe and sound. But the older brother was angry, and he refused to go in. His father came out and entreated him. But he answered his father, look, these many years I have served you. I've never disobeyed your command. Yet you never even gave me a young goat that I might celebrate with my friends. But when this son of yours came, who has devoured your property with prostitutes, you killed the fattened calf for him. And he said to him, son, you are always with me. All that is mine is yours. It was fitting for us to celebrate and be glad. For this, your brother was dead and is alive. He was lost, and now he's found. So the younger son comes to his dad, and he says, Dad, I want the life. Time for me to be the man. I want what's coming to me, and I want it now. Now, several commentators rightly note just how offensive this is. If you are listening to this parable, you're going, he did what? He did what? An inheritance wasn't received until dad died. So this is the equivalent of the son saying to his father, I want you dead. I want you dead so that what you have can be mine. And I want it now. Have you ever been used by somebody? Was that somebody a family member? No person on this planet will crush your heart like your kids. So there's an expectation on the part of the listener of what's coming next. Oh, how is dad going to respond to this? We know. What did you say to me, son? You want what? Get out. Get out. Insult me like that. Get out. According to Jewish law, an offense like this was actually punishable by death. I mean, think about the brokenheartedness of the father. Having your child say to you, essentially, you're in my life so I can use you, die, and give me my stuff. But something unexpected happens, right? Because the text tells us that dad does it. And by the way, this is going to take some time, thought, and effort on the part of the father to give the son what he's asking for. In verse 12, the son says, Father, give me the share of property that is coming to me. You know that word property? That's actually the Greek word bios, from which we get our English word biology. What is biology? Biology is the study of living things. He's saying, hey, Dad, give me my life. Give me my life. See, well, how does property come to be associated with life? It's very simple. Back in the day, your property, your land was everything. It was your social standing. You have land, You can feed your livestock. You have land, you can grow crops to feed your family, to sell. Your land was everything. Land was life. And so here's what dad has to do. He has to sell 1/3 of all that he has. It's not like he's going to reach into the safe and grab a stack of money and say, all right, this is what's due you and your inheritance. Okay, all right. No, he has to take the time and the effort. And by the way, he has to suffer.
I could get killed right here because I don't have any cards. And, oof. This is no good.
The personal insult and humiliation of making himself lower in everybody else's eyes. And he does it. This is an unheard of story. Tremendous emotional pain here. If you've ever had a wayward child, you know exactly what this is feeling. It's the pain of rejection. And when it is human nature, when hurt back. And sometimes it can be very difficult to withhold hurt from a child who has hurt you. But there's this amazing thing that happens. This father maintains closeness with his child. And he does so at great personal offense and personal sacrifice. Everybody wants this sense that the light is always on and the door is always unlocked and there's always a seat at the table for me. Because if there's ever a heart change, it takes courage to come back. It takes courage to say, I was wrong. I am sorry. But you know what makes it a lot easier? When you know that you're going to be welcomed back. If you know you're going to be welcomed back, it makes it much easier to step into that space and to return. You don't think the father knows that? So the son does what young men do. He goes out. The older son said, he's going to go out and he's going to have sex with the money. He's going to spend it on prostitutes, and apparently that's what happens. He has nothing.
And the
Nothing
worst
left.
trade.
He blows through it. And then to make matters worse, a famine hits. So when a famine hits, the price of food goes up, and you don't have any money to begin with, what are you going to do? What can you do? Hey, Jewish boy, I personally see this as somebody rubbing his face in it. Jewish boy, I got a job for the Jewish boy. Go feed those pigs. Right? Because to Jews, pigs were unclean animals. Go rub your face in it, boy. Feed them. And he does. And he's this low point, and the text says, he came to him himself. He came to himself. There's a moment of great self-awareness and honesty here. It's as if he says, what am I doing? What have I become? What have I lost? What have I gained? What do I have? The pigs eat better than I do.
Whoa.
I can relate to this. You know, there is a plottable trajectory to life. When you begin to pursue all those things that you think will bring you worldly pleasure, you know where you end up? What have I become?
Mm-hmm.
What have I become? Is this who I really am? And what I've learned is that brokenness is beautiful. And what I've learned is that freedom is surrender. Because Jesus says, you want to find your life, lose it. Give it away. I gave it to you, now you give it back to me. You surrender it back to me, and then you're going to find it. So he's been trying to find it himself, and he's lost it. So the first step in turning back in repentance is dealing with reality. So eventually he regains his mind, develops a plan. Verse 18, I will arise, I'll go to my dad, and I'm going to say to him, Dad, I've sinned against heaven and before you, and I am no longer worthy to be called your son. So can we do this? Treat me as one of your hired servants. He's developing this real posture of humility here, right? I mean, he's come low. He says, Dad, can I just be a hired servant to you? Forget about being a son. I know the sonship thing is lost. Forget about that. I know I've ruined that. And don't even treat me as a household servant. See, a household servant is different than a hired servant. A hired servant doesn't live in the house. A hired servant puts in a day's work. It's like a day laborer, puts in a day's work and then goes back home, has to feed himself. But a household servant has all the rights and privileges of one in the household. They're not worrying about their next meal. They're not worrying about where they're going to sleep. The owner of the house provides that for a household servant. So the son says, here, let's just do this. Just treat me like a hired laborer. I'll just come and go. Now, in saying this,
Not what I wanted.
there's a really profound principle. This is why this parable is just so stunningly beautiful and so relevant for our time. The son has lost sight of his true identity. Remember that. So ancient rabbis believed that if you had this kind of offense toward your family, according to law, the punishment was death. It was such an offense, the punishment was death. And at the very least, you could not come back into the household until you apologized and made full restitution and restored the family honor. But he develops a plan and he says, I want to come back as a hired servant. It's made much easier when there's an expectation. Dad just might welcome me back.
Mm-hmm.
So in humility, he has his speech prepared. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Here's how I'm going to say it. I'm going to look him in the eyes. Okay. And he starts down the road to home. And then the text takes another abrupt turn. The text says that the dad sees his son far away. And he runs to meet him. Now again, if you're a listener in the first century, just this little detail right here, the fact that the father runs to meet his son, it's shocking. Why? You realize that for an old man to run, it was considered undignified. Because at an old age, you shouldn't be in a hurry to get anywhere. You must not have your affairs in order. So if an old man is seen running, it's kind of disgraceful. Because you're going to have to hike up your robe, right? You have to expose your legs, and you're
Hike up your robe.
disgraceful. But he doesn't. He doesn't care in the same way that he doesn't care if other people see him as less than as he sells his property, takes a lower standing in the community. He doesn't care that people see him run toward his son. And by the way, there's every possibility that he's running toward his son in order to save him. He sees him way off, it says, because as that boy gets closer to the village, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. You could have people in that village that want to get revenge on behalf of that family. That boy's in trouble. So he runs to meet him while he's far off to save him. And then what happens? Dad, okay, listen, here's the deal. I'm sorry. I sinned against you and I sinned against heaven, and bring the robe. Bring the robe. Bring the ring. Kill the fattened calf. My boy is back. We're going to party. I thought he was dead. He's alive. I thought he was lost. He's found. We're going to party. We're going to party. Now, do you understand what's happening here? When Dad says, bring the robe and bring the ring, he's talking about the family robe and he's talking about the family ring. Son. Not a hired servant. not a household servant. It's my boy. And right now, he doesn't have the appearance as if he is my boy. Because you see, he's missing the family ring. Go get it. Put it on his finger. Those rags he's wearing, that's not representative of this family. Go get the family robe. Put it on him. This is my son. Identity. He had lost his identity. Now, I want you to listen carefully, please, to what I'm about to say next. In our time, in our world, in our culture, there is a tremendous amount of confusion. Confusion over gender, confusion over sexuality. What is my purpose? I'm trying to find myself. Who am I? Why am I here? The further you remove yourself from the Father, the more you will be confused over your true identity. I'm going to say that again. The further you remove yourself from your Father, your Heavenly Father, the more confused you will be over who you are and what you are. This is why there is so much confusion in our world today. Because people are moving away from the one who created them, designed them, gave them purpose and meaning in life. And so in many ways, like the prodigal son, they're out and the trajectory is predictable, and they're trying to figure it out on their own, and there's confusion. But when there's movement closer to the Father, what happens? That true identity is restored. And Dad says, this is my boy. Don't forget who you are. The light is always on. The door is always open. There's always a place for you. Scene 1. Scene 2. The son is out in the field. He's working, a little sweat on his brow. Starts to head back home. And he hears music, he hears dancing. He's like, oh man, it sounds like there's a party going on.
That's why I didn't take.
Man, smells like somebody's cooking some meat. You vegans and vegetarians will love to know that eating meat back in the day was a luxury.
What? What?
People didn't eat a lot of meat back then.
Was that my... Was that my
Scene 2.
computer?
The son is out in the field. He's working, a little sweat on his brow. Starts to head back home. And he hears music, he hears dancing. He's like, oh man, it sounds like there's a party going on. Man, smells like somebody's cooking some meat. You vegans and vegetarians will love to know that eating meat back in the day was a luxury.
That must be
People
on
didn't eat a
the...
lot of meat back then.
I thought that was
But
my
he's like,
computer for a second. I was freaking
Man, I
out.
smell something. I smell some meat cooking. This is a party. What's going on? So he goes back to the house and he says to one of the servants, what's up? So hey, you haven't heard? Your brother is back. He's lost. He's found. And your dad's so happy. He said, kill the fattened calf. The fattened calf. The fat one. The good one, man. The one with all the, meat that's marbleized. The fattened calf, the good stuff. Yeah, the best. What a great opportunity for the older brother to celebrate and rejoice. But his heart isn't in it. Why? The text tells you why in his response. The text tells explicitly, he's angry. He's angry. And it's borne out by his response. He goes up to his dad and he says, look. Now, great way to start a conversation with somebody, right? That's a power play right there. Look. Notice what you've done. Look. I have been with you this whole time. I've been obedient to you, and you haven't even given me a goat. A goat was far less valuable than a fattened calf. You haven't given me even a goat to celebrate and party with my friends, but this son of yours, who squandered all that money, 1/3 of all we own, Dad, 1/3 of all of it. He squandered all on prostitutes. You're going to kill the fatted calf for him? Okay. You see what's happening here? The truth is, both the older son and the younger son were just using Dad. The younger one did it through unrighteousness, by being bad, but the older one did it by being good.
Mm-hmm.
I've been obedient to you. You owe me. You owe me. And the dad says, son, everything I have is yours. Everything that's left, it's all yours. Everything that's left is all yours. 2/3 goes to the oldest son, 1/3 to the younger. All of this goes to you. It's your brother. He was lost, now he's found. It's only right that we do this. It's only right that we celebrate. How is the older son going to respond? Let's read. Oh, wait, it's not there. Why? Because the lesson has already been given. Everything Jesus, this is why this parable is so stunningly brilliant. It's just a work of art. It comes as a response to self-righteous religious people grumbling, complaining about Jesus reaching those who are far from God.
What?
And Jesus says, it's actually you. Pharisees, you're actually the older brother. You're just as far. Let me ask you, who's farther from God? The sinner? The one who knows what he's doing is wrong? Or the self-righteous person who thinks that by virtue of their goodness, God is duty-bound to welcome them home? There's something here for everybody. This is the fun part, right? Now it's your turn. Now, maybe you're here this morning and you're like, to be honest with you, I'm the lost one. Well, I hope you're refreshed, and I hope you see that, by the way, who's the Father? Who does the Father represent in the story? God.
God. Mm-hmm.
That God is there running. And there is nothing you could do that would prevent God from turning to you when you begin to turn toward him. The Father in this story is God. You say, well, what do I do? It's just simple. It's just come to your senses, right? Just deal with reality. Where has this gotten me in life? What am I doing? That is the first step in repenting and being welcomed back into the family. And then there may be some here who are like, wow, I really have to be careful that I don't have an older brother heart in me. So let's just press in on this a little bit further, because sometimes people with older brother hearts, they too identify themselves in all the wrong ways. They identify themselves with their good works, or what they think are good works. Therefore, they identify themselves with their race, with their politics, with their gender. There are so many forms of false identity out there that lead us to that predictable trajectory. Meanwhile, we're moving further and further away from our true identity found in our Heavenly Father, sons and daughters. You find your identity there, you find your true meaning and purpose in life. So there's something in this one parable with just a few sentences for every single person on the planet. What is it for you? I told you at the beginning, my heart's desire as we work our way through these parables is simply this. If Illuminate Community Church is going to grow, we're going to grow healthy. And we grow healthy by adopting the heart of God toward those who are far from God. So last week, I said it, I'll say it again. Who is your one? Who is the one in your life that God has placed there? And you are on God's search and rescue team. That's an incredible amount of honor and dignity that he gives to you. And secondly, let's continue to pray that God would give us his heart for those who are far from him. So, Father, that is our desire. God, I pray that as we leave this place,
Not my
You
13.
continue
I'll
to
move it
draw-
out so that you can get out. Wait. Wait one fucking turn. Why do you need to attack my 13?
all people to yourself, the good and the bad. And for those who are in the room that don't know you, God, I pray that by the power of your Spirit, you would move them, come to their senses, drawing near to you, and help heaven celebrate all that you're doing as your heart is affirmed when just even one turns around and heads back home. We ask it, we pray for it, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and God's people said, amen.
All right.
During football's biggest event, DoorDash will DoorDash stuff from all the ads, all to one.
Move that 30. All of it. There we go. Is unironically evil. Yeah, he is.
Well, my friends, if you've been paying attention to what's going on with me recently, you will know that I am out of town today, which means
You
Men,
never
women,
know
and
for
they're
sure
being
whether
pulled
or not
apart.
stuff like this is reliable, but man,
I do believe
a
that.
wide ideology gap is opening up between young men and women in countries across the world. Look at South Korea, dude. I knew South Korea had like a pretty aggressive anti-feminist movement going on with their younger population, but Jesus, this is the political ideology of 18 to 29-year-olds. Percent liberal minus percent conservative by sex. I don't know how much this is influenced by stuff like, you know, like radicals. I don't know like whether they count leftists or whatever. Yeah, I don't know the exact methodology. No matter the methodology, shit like this is pretty noteworthy, you know? Brit Bongers win on this chart to an extent, yeah. I mean, UK men, that's the closest we're getting, I suppose, to goodness here. Yeah, a lot of this, you know, isn't really that surprising, I don't feel. Like I've said, fascism, and I guess to a large extent reactionary politics, is about masculine anxiety and everything that it does to society. You know, nowadays, a lot of men feel kind of like listless and adrift and lost, and they don't know if they're going to be able to find their way in life or find love. And I sympathize with them for that. But the consequence of this is that a lot of guys are, let's be clear here, completely likable, right? Like, a lot of guys are just miserable wretches. They're not like that innately. I don't think they were born that way. I don't think anything forces them to be that way. Like,
A lot of women are too. What do you mean? What do you mean by this? What? Oh! No! Fuck.
in a way that can't be corrected for. But just in terms of spending time with other people, women are better people. That's not because there's anything innately better about being a woman. It's just a lot of guys are miserable wretches, you know, just wretched, wretched people. Angry and bitter and jealous and hateful. And there are women like that too, don't get me wrong, there certainly are. Just not as many of them. Also, a lot of bitchy women make up for it in other ways. You know, there's like an effort at least at being funny, or there's some kind of passion or interest. But there's some guys are just black holes of nothing. I think a lot of this is a mental illness thing. Like, it could be depression or alienation, a feeling that being a man means you have to be kind of like stoic and disaffected and disconnected and all that other crap. In fact, I think that's a huge part of it, you know. Guys are taught, you know, it's kind of like emasculating or feminine to be upfront with your emotions. And because of that, they just are naturally closed off and distrustful of others as a default, you know? They just don't share that much. So it's not a huge surprise a lot of them would.
Why would you just not take...
Go look up the questions they asked on the test. Many of those questions were dog asked. Like, some of these were literacy test level questions. Blue Star Shift, I don't know what you're referring to. What does that mean? Literacy test level questions? There's a paywall on the article. Can you find it for me? From this graph? Okay, let me see. I really would like the full article. Hate paywalling that crap. Oh, this is just down the thread, I see. Here's South Korea, where the ideology divide between young men and women is famously wide. Young women have become markedly more progressive on gender norms, but young men have not budged. The result, an emerging social rift. Share who agree with the statement that what women really want is a family and children, although they like to work too, by age and sex. So if you look at older Korean men and women, basically nobody thinks that this statement is true. Wait, what? This statement's kind of confusingly worded. What women really want is a family and children, although they like to work too. I guess that's not like, or like that's not uninterpretable. It's just kind of odd. And of course the gender gulf here. Share of people who agree with the statement that women seek to gain power by getting control over men by age and sex. Damn, dude. Look how much younger guys are shifting up on this one, on this particular question. I've told you, remember? I've told you. A huge number of guys, like a significant number of them, are eternally bitter and resentful towards women because...
A share of guys who agree with the statement that women seek to gain power and control over men. Yeah, I actually believe that.
They think that women are trying to, like, evilly trick them with their pussies or whatever. All groups of Britons have become much more progressive on race and immigration, except young men.
Thriftbook's new reading rewards are sweeter than ever. And now you have 3 levels of benefits.
And opening up a divide among young adults. This is also a sex thing, by the way. Here's Germany on a similar issue. Young German women have become markedly more progressive on attitudes to immigrants, while young German men are more conservative on this than their elders. This is also a sex thing. In Poland's elections last year, 46% of young men voted for the far-right National Confederation Party, compared to just 16% of young women. There was no such divide among older age groups. Cool. It's always a sex thing. It is always a sex thing. Bitter, lonely men feel that something that they're entitled to, pussy, or a loving family, or whatever else, anything woman-related, has been taken from them either by the, the nefarious Jew, or by, evil globalist, blah blah, or by SJWs or whatever. This is the underlying root of all reactionary movements, fundamentally. Or yeah, the insidious Tyrone, the fear that immigrants will come in and your women or whatever. I'm telling you guys, this is you can learn more from politics by just briefly looking at like interracial pornography comics. Even like on Twitter, you find one artist who does that stuff. Browse that for 5 minutes and you will learn more about politics than you could from a 4-year poli-sci degree. All of
I don't agree with this at all.
politics is that. There was like a 1-to-1 relationship between being a conservative and being a racist, and being obsessed with the depiction of black men as like 7-foot-tall, hairless, Giga Chad muscle men with 8-foot. Like, go to 4chan. Go to the GIFs porn board, or find one of the 8
No, I do not want to go to 4chan and look at the GIFs
currently
porn.
active threads.
Why are you looking at this? This is my question.
On interracial pornography, and then oscillate between the interracial pornography and people being very racist, but in a way that makes it clear they're getting off to it. That's all. That's conservatism. That's it. It's present literally everywhere. They do it everywhere. In Israel, I guarantee you that Zionist fascists down there fall asleep at night, flop sweating at the idea of a Giga Chad Arab alpha male, their like Jewish wife or whatever. Or in China, there are like fascist Han nationalists who are terrified of a Tibetan or Uyghur Muslim Giga Chad alpha male. Like, this is literally all they have. A cursory reading of America's history through like Jim Crow and slavery, where there was so much like lurid, veiled pornography made about the brutish black man and their obsession with white women. Like, there would literally be white citizens council meetings where these like 40 or 50-year-old white men, frothing at the lips, would talk about how these big brutish animalistic black men wanted to ravage their wives. I hope they all wore loose pants to the function.
Okay, I'm done with this. I think that he's just obsessed with porn.
Jordan, I wonder what you think about this proposition that's occurring to me while you're talking, which is that one of the great failures that we're experiencing in modern society, obviously, is a failure of conversation. That there's a difference between verbal and oral learning and just reading things, and that as we become a society where we don't talk to each other as much, that one of the things you lose about the narrative is the person who's telling you the narrative. That when your parent tells you a bedtime story, it's not just the bedtime story, it's that your parent is telling you the bedtime story. When you sit around the campfire and you abstract that larger story, it's the people who you're talking to, who you trust to be good people, who are telling you their various stories that allow you to abstract that out. And so as literacy has increased over the course of the world, that's allowed for the spread of knowledge, but it's also shallowed some of the stories themselves, because you sitting in a room reading the Bible is actually not the same thing as you sitting in a room with people discussing the Bible, like we did during the Exodus seminar, and getting various points of view and then abstracting out the lesson. And so as we move from a society that engages in conversation and oral learning to a society that's very much about you and a device in front of you, or you and a book in front of you, or you and a TikTok video in front of you, that isn't actually enough. That the form of tradition that we need to get back to is a form of oral learning and conversation, a sort of back and forth dialogue that allows us to actually understand the narratives in a powerful way Otherwise, you do end up with the postmodern dilemma of I'm sitting there and I'm reading a text that I just discovered, and I'm bringing whatever my prior biases are to that text. You actually do need a teller of the tale in order for you to fully understand what's going on
Well,
with the tale.
you point to a bunch of things there. So one is, okay, so let's blame some of this on the Protestants and their insistence that the biblical corpus per se is sufficient. Now, one of the huge advantages of that was the promotion of literacy worldwide. So we're going to give the devil his due, but it does have the problem, the twofold problem that you just described. The first problem, Jung pointed to this, the first problem is that Protestant tends towards fractionation. And you can see that with the multiplicity of Protestant churches, because if it's just you and the text, there's an infinite number of yous. And I think the logical extension of this is the identity claims that the radical types on the hedonic left are now putting forward, right? I'm the interpreter. I'm the only interpreter, right? It's between me and God and no one else. It's like, well, that's great unless you're deluded, in which case the God that you think you're following might not be God at all. Now, then you might say, well, how might I determine whether the God that's calling to me is God or Satan, let's say? And part of your answer is, you had a twofold answer. One is, well, is the story being told to you by people, actual embodied people, that you actually respect as a consequence of your knowledge of, let's say, their ethical conduct? And the other is, well, is there an active and living discussion around such issues that's conducted by a group of such people?
Let's talk about staying healthy on the road. So we're on the road. We're in Poland. You just went to Auschwitz with Elon Musk. Get 35% off your first preferred order, plus that free bottle of fiber and spice.
You know, one of the things Pajot has helped me with a fair bit is understanding more deeply the role of ritual and congregation in the maintenance of social structure, but also in the transmission of the stories that need to be transmitted. As an academic type, and also as someone, let's say, as an intellectual prone to the temptations of the Luciferian intellect, it's very enticing for me to think that it can just be me in the text. But the problem with that is that you're blindest at your blindest spots, and you need that additional community to tap you out of your delusional and unconscious self-serving atomistic individuality into something more like the universal space. And, you know, talked to Sam Harris recently, and Sam and I suspect you as well, share a preoccupation with the reality of evil. And part of the reason that Sam beat the drum so hard for objective standards of morality grounded in science, so an attempt to reduce the narrative to the objective, was because he wanted to put a firm foundation under claims that there was a transcendent good, and the only way he could see to do that was through the empirical route. Now, you know, I've been looking at Robert Axelrod's work on the emergence of cooperation in iterated systems, and I think there actually is a place where the approach that Sam favors can be integrated with the sort of things that you and I and the Exodus participants, for example, have been discussing. So imagine that there's a landscape of repeated interactions. Let's say they're voluntary trades of information, of emotion, of goods. The voluntary part's important. And that across those trades, there's a pattern. Now, Axelrod showed in his computational simulations that if you and I were trading under certain conditions, the best strategy, the winning strategy in a competition of strategies would be for you and I to cooperate. But if you cheated, for me to whack you with proportionate force and then to go back to cooperation. So that's tit for tat. Now, imagine that our lives are characterized by a sequence of repeated trades in multiple dimensions with multiple players in a game of indeterminate length, and that there's a pattern of interaction that is optimal across that plethora of interactions. I think that the highest order narrative that grips us, so we'd find that compelling, that would be told by the people we admire and that's in concordance with the biblical narrative is a map of the strategy that works best in repeated interactions with multiple people across the broadest possible span of time. So that's a place where the empirical and the theological could reach perfect concordance. And, well, I think the evidence points in that direction.
Yeah, I totally agree with all of that. And I also think that when you talk about, you know, the fact that these narratives have to be told to you by people that you trust, that people who you consider to be virtuous and all the rest of this, I think that even people who don't advocate for that understand it innately, which is why attacks on the church, for example, are never attacks on the Bible. Those are not effective attacks, right? The sort of attacks that you see from Richard Dawkins, for example, about the text of the Bible, that never has any impact on people who are truly religious, because truly religious people exist within the context of religious communities. The most damaging thing to any institution is an attack on the people who comprise the institution and make the rules as non-virtuous and violative of the fundamental principles of that institution. This is why the attacks that have been most damaging to the Catholic Church have nothing to do with Catholic doctrine and everything to do with the activities inside the Catholic Church surrounding, for example, cover-ups of child molestation. It's why attacks on any institution are going to be the most telling, based on taking people who you previously thought were virtuous advocates for the system and bringing them low and tearing them down. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points? Yeah, me too. Join me in my newest series, Fact, where I dismantle and bring truth to this tiring mainstream agenda.
Did you know that the vast majority of self-published books don't sell more than a few copies?
No.
It's because they're
I really hope that my tone does not come across as condescending.
Jordan annexed the West Bank. 1950. They literally annexed it. They gave citizenship. Yes, literally. They literally did. It was, yes.
You want to debate semantics about all of this and refusing, again, insisting on getting into a level of weeds here.
It's very annoying that people accuse me of not knowing anything about this topic, but then I understand when you're debating things like this, you don't know anything about the topic. And that's why you get upset when you talk about like getting in the weeds.
So they work in collaboration to advance a shared interests of Egypt, of the United States, and
that's
of
the
Israel.
only reason why Egypt doesn't want Palestinians that come from the Gaza Strip into the Sinai Peninsula. There's no history of terrorist attacks or illegal shipment of weapons or anything like that.
Egypt does not like the Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas is an outfit of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Okay. Why can't we say, okay, sure, Israel put the blockade up because people like Iran and Turkey were shipping in weapons to the Gaza Strip in submersibles that were used throughout all of Israel during the Second Intifada of 2000-2004, and then once Hamas took over and then essentially ejected Fatah from the region, Israel felt like Hamas was going to continue to engage in attacks against Israel, so they wanted to blockade to prevent weapons from going in. Now, you can say that and still say you feel like Hamas can fight, but why not be honest about why the blockade exists?
No, I feel like we're playing a game, and I really am doing my best to have this exchange.
Hold on, I don't appreciate it playing a game because you're not aware of the underlying facts.
Israel wants to control what's being let in and let out.
Of course, because these people have been sending rockets at him for the past 20 years. Yeah, they do. They literally are doing it. Yes. I know that you keep saying that. This is hilarious. They don't want to get lost in the weeds. They don't want to deal with the history. You just don't know the facts. And people like you, by the way, are contributing to the enduring bad situations on the ground. Because as long as you continue to think there's only one side here that's doing any wrong, there's never going to be any enduring resolution, any lasting peace.
How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Good to be on with you. I've never done one of these long YouTube loose shows before, so that's fun.
Yeah. Well, welcome. We're live, so don't give any personal revealing information or say anything crazy.
Sounds good.
Do you want to introduce yourself so people know who you are?
Sure. I'm Omar Badar. I'm a Palestinian American. I've been active on this issue for pretty much my entire adult life. Studied it in school, and I've done a ton of advocacy on it, and it's an issue that I think American foreign policy is a disaster on and has been for a very, very long time, and one in which I think it's essentially a moral blight on America's conscience to pretend that we have come such a long way on a wide range of issues in terms of opposition to racism and apartheid, and looking at all the stuff that we've done in our history as long past, and then supporting what I view as a policy that is completely inexcusable in terms of what Israel has been doing to Palestinians for decades now.
I don't get why he doesn't just move.
and the U.S. insisting on unlimited military, diplomatic, and financial support of it.
All right. Well, where do you want to start? I saw you tweeted at me because the other guy tweeted at me. Everybody's tweeting at me. So yeah. Do you want to? Are you familiar with anything I've said on the topic? So you have like a particular criticism, bit. Or what do you?
To be honest with you, I mean, look, what I saw is your debate with Ben Shapiro, and it's
You're giving me a good feeling.
He opened him up. Interesting.
You tell the stories that matter most.
You're giving me a good feeling.
obviously not much of a debate because I think you're a little bit out of your depth on this particular issue, and that's not like a criticism of you. I mean, nobody can be an expert on every topic in the world, so nonetheless, you nodded along to a ton of nonsense that he said, so I think you gave him way too many passes. And then separately, just there's a clip of you circulating online saying that you support genociding Palestinians. I imagine that's a joke. I don't think it's a funny one given everything that is happening now. But yeah, that's basically my exposure of your stuff on this particular topic, and happy to start it however you want. I don't know what's the best angle on this.
Do you want to do the well, you felt like there were parts that I let Ben Shapiro slide on, and then I imagine I probably said things in in agreement that you would disagree with. Yeah, do you want to start on any of those? What do you think?
Sure, let's do that. So, I mean, honestly, a couple of things. Big picture, Israel has been practicing apartheid against Palestinians for a very, very long time. Their occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem is illegal under international law. The United Nations has called on Israel to withdraw from these territories repeatedly. Eventually, Palestinians came along to acknowledge the fact that they are the weaker party and cannot reclaim their entire historic homeland, settled for a land division in which Israel gets to keep 80% of the territory, which is Israel as recognized by the UN, and Israel is obligated to withdraw from those occupied territories, the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. And that was the idea behind the so-called peace process. And what Israel did throughout that entire peace process is build more and more settlements throughout the occupied territories. They entrenched that occupation. They made it impossible for Palestinians to have any path towards genuine independence. And every human rights organization in the world at this point, all the big ones, Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, and even Israel's largest human rights organization, B'Tselem, all acknowledge that Israel is practicing apartheid in the occupied Palestinian territories, at least, and some of them go to say apartheid in all of Israel, frankly, in which one set of people gets rights on account of being Jewish Israelis, and then different categories of Palestinians getting fewer and fewer rights, and an act of ethnic cleansing in slow motion that we've been watching for decades. And Palestinians have pursued every method possible to achieve freedom, and all of them have led to a dead end because Israel has no interest in allowing Palestinians to live as a free people. That is the fundamental reality. And everything that you can accuse Palestinians of having done wrong towards Israel or Israelis, Israel has done to Palestinians at 100 times greater scale. That's a fundamental injustice in which, when you look back at, say, South Africa, we can understand that the ANC sometimes set off bombs and killed white people in South Africa, and you can say that's wrong. Of course it is. But the fundamental reality is that unless you solve the underlying injustice, you're not going to get anywhere better. And this seems to be a part of the conversation that is entirely missed or ignored or overlooked here, is that until you solve the problem of Israeli occupation and apartheid, this kind of going back and forth about individual acts of violence and kind of doing this both sides nonsense where we pretend like all sides are equally guilty of everything or whatnot, is really missing a fundamental reality, which is Palestinians are an oppressed and occupied people. Israel is an oppressor and an occupier force supported by the United States, and that gives Israel a sense of impunity that allows it to carry on doing whatever the hell it wants at the expense of people and their fundamental ability to live in freedom and human rights.
Okay. I'll give like an overtake on what you've said, and then we can kind of like dive into any individual thing if you want.
Sure.
I'm wholly uninterested in the apartheid claims. They might be true, they might not be true. The issue that I have with talking and fixating so much on the apartheid stuff is I feel like the apartheid is a consequence of the occupation. That Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are probably never going to have the same rights living under military tribunals and living as not an actual country but under an occupying power like Israel. And I don't even know if I would expect them to. I think the reason why people, I've read the UN's, or I've read an article that the UN published on one of their cites, I don't know if they have a full report on how they call it apartheid, but essentially they call it apartheid from what I gathered because of the enduring conditions of the occupation. So for instance, if it was a 5-year occupation, we probably wouldn't use the term apartheid, but since it's been going on almost indefinitely and it feels like there's no end to it, well, now if this is the permanent country that you're going to be born into and die in, and you're living as a second-class citizen, it's kind of apartheid. So I agree that there is like apartheid, or at least some form of apartheid. I kind of agree with that. I just don't think that's ever going to be fixed insofar as like it's an occupied area. Like you would never expect an occupying power to give the same rights to occupiers. So I think that the fixation has to be on solving the occupation, whether that means giving them a country or whatever that means. That's the solution to the apartheid part. Apartheid is never getting fixed as long as it's an occupation. For the second thing, for the peace process, we can dive into these in particular. Israel just built more and more settlements. I think after the Oslo Accords, Israel actually slowed down all the settlements in the West Bank almost entirely. Even under Netanyahu, you can look at the numbers of settlements built. They were expanding within settlements where more and more houses were being built, but no new settlements were being constructed. And the construction of homes within the settlements that did exist had actually slowed down dramatically from 93 to 2000. When you said it made it impossible for Palestinians to pursue peace, I think Palestinians have made it impossible for Palestinians to pursue peace, but we could talk about that. The act of ethnic cleansing in slow motion, if it's ethnic cleansing or genocide, it's probably one of the least effective ethnic cleansings or genocides I've ever seen in my entire life. I think that's kind of a silly claim. When we say Palestinians have pursued peace as much as they can, I completely and utterly disagree. I think that Israel has made a few really good faith efforts towards trying to pursue peace, but I think that Palestinians have always thought that fighting is more in their interest than not. And I think that's why Arafat walked away from things like the Camp David summit in 2000, or why things like the Clinton parameters and everything were shot down. I don't know if the Palestinians have ever seriously considered a peace process that involves a two-state solution. I feel like their only goal is a one-state solution, and I think most of the population polling data seems to support that a one-state solution through violence with unequal rights for citizens is the preference. And then I would wholly reject any comparisons to the ANC. The ANC didn't target civilians. The ANC didn't believe in martyrdom or shaheed. The ANC, didn't have suicide bombers running into buses. The ANC wasn't committing intifadas, especially the second intifada from 2000 to 2004. I just don't think that the ANC has any resemblance whatsoever to the Palestinian people or the current Palestinian struggle. I know people like to draw comparisons to South Africa because they want to lean into that apartheid comparison, but I think it's pretty wacky when you look at the stated goals and how both sides conduct themselves to compare the two. Yeah, we can go into whatever part here you want. We can dive as deep as you want into it. Yeah.
Happy to talk about them one at a time. Sure. And again, I really hope that my tone does not come across as condescending.
No, you're good.
Just your information about this is simply inaccurate. It's factually incorrect, and I'm happy to just share the correct information with you.
Yeah, go for it.
On terms of the settler population in the West Bank settlement expansion did not slow down. The settler population between 1993 and 2000 actually doubled. So when the peace process meant that Israel was going to withdraw from these occupied territories, and I just want to be clear, every single one of these settlements is illegal under international law. It's just building colonies. If Russia were to come and invade the United States and start building exclusivist Russian cities where they push Americans out of cities in California and bring Russians to live in those cities, the correct response is you have to dismantle that. That is not allowed to exist. So existing Israeli settlements were illegal to begin with throughout the West Bank. And Israel responded not by dismantling settlements, but by expanding settlements. And that population expanded very, very rapidly throughout the so-called peace process. So Israel was basically playing a game. They were withdrawing from certain major cities in the Palestinian territories. They let the Palestinians control Ramallah. They let the Palestinians control Jericho. But effectively, in terms of control of the West Bank entirely, Israeli control of the West Bank was actually expanding. So that's the reason why the so-called peace process failed. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of somebody like Bill Clinton or mainstream American officials, they'll put the blame on Palestinians for the failure of the peace process on the grounds that they should have just been grateful for whatever Israelis were willing to give them. But the reality is, the most generous offer that Israel made Palestinians towards statehood came in 2000. It's known as the Camp David II Accords. And Israel's foreign minister at the time, his name is Shlomo Ben Ami, and you can look up his debate with Norman Finkelstein on Democracy Now! He said, Israel's foreign minister said, if I were Palestinian, I would not have accepted that deal. So that gives you a sense of how little meaningful control Israel was willing to cede towards Palestinians, that Israel was going to be effectively in control of all their borders and all of their land, that you go from one Palestinian city to another, you have to go through an Israeli checkpoint or a method of control. That's not freedom and that's not statehood. That is effectively a pretense of a state that is living under effective Israeli control.
Sure.
Now,
So the my understanding is, so the population in the settlements might have continued to grow from 93 to 2000, but there were no new new settlements started, and then construction within the settlements slowed significantly, such that prior to 93, I think it was like on average, like 13,000 to 14,000 new housing units were constructed every single year. And then I think it was from 94 or 93 to, I think it was to 97, that number was like less than 5,000. It was only new housing units that were being constructed, and there were no new settlements created. So
the settler population expanded from over 100,000.
I understand. So when we say settler population, that's different than new settlements, right?
Yes, and expanding settlements. I mean, just for clarity's sake, I feel like we can get into the weeds on this.
I want to get into the weeds. That's where I want to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can go very into the weeds. I think it's very important to get into the weeds on this because there's a lot of stuff in the weeds that people seem to miss. Yeah. So I think I agree with you that the settlement population basically doubled from 93 to 2000, but there were no new settlements made, and there was only expansion within settlements, and even that expansion within settlements had slowed quite a bit. I think it was cut by about 66%, like what cut.
The word within the settlements, I think, is a little bit misleading because these settlements expand outwards. Construction. The act of pushing Palestinians out of their land in order to expand settlements is an ongoing process. So Palestinians were losing land in the West Bank while Israel was expanding settlements at a time when the entire idea was that Israel was going to withdraw from the occupied territories from the West Bank to allow a Palestinian state to exist. So Israel was doing the exact opposite of what it was obligated to do.
Well, yeah. So I agree that there's like expansion, but one of the big things was after the Oslo Accords was hopefully no new settlements. Now, that wasn't even technically a formal agreement, and there was no formal agreement in place from 93 onwards yet to completely withdraw from the West Bank because they hadn't set that deal out, right? The Oslo Accords was really only establishing the Palestinian Authority government and starting to hand over basically security arrangements to the Palestinians in the West Bank and hopefully the Gaza Strip. And then hopefully that would lead to, I think the goal was originally 5 years. It got pushed to 7, and then that fell apart when the Second Intifada happened. But the goal was that hopefully after 5 years of this transitional government, there would be a new enduring peace process that would be negotiated. But for the Oslo Accords, very specific.
I was really drunk at the time of getting a referral. So it was actually a help of someone that I knew who made the calls and got this kind of situated. By the time I actually reached treatment, I was...
Specifically, there were no actual agreements made about what it would look like in 5 years because they just weren't ready to negotiate that.
Yeah, I think we're missing the forest for the trees here. The idea is Israel's presence in the West Bank is illegal. They have to leave.
Whether something is legal or illegal is not really at issue here. Like everything here, the legality of all of this is illegal under whose jurisdiction?
International law is very clear.
International law is not clear. International law is incredibly ambiguous. Israel and plenty of the surrounding states aren't signatories to the ICC. In order for the ICJ to make a ruling on something, you've got to submit yourself to the authority of the ICJ and say they even can. So I mean, like to say that like international law is clear here, like people have opinions, sure, but like all of this is incredibly murky. There are some readings of international law that would say technically the only people that own any land here is an emerging state from a conflict in which Israel was the only emerging state post 48. So there's an argument to be made that like Israel owns all the land technically. So I mean, like to say international law is clear here is
anybody can say whatever they want. That is true. However, the consensus is the International Court of Justice, the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, and every major human rights organization in the world. If you want to take all of those and say their opinion matters as much as bump whatever somebody sitting in their basement and spouting about what legality means, you can do that. But I think we are pretty damn clear about the fact that international law, UN Resolution 242 that came immediately after Israel took over the West Bank, said the acquisition of territory by war is illegal under international law. That's what the resolution said, and said based on that, Israel is obligated to withdraw from the occupied territories. Israel did not want to withdraw from the occupied territories. There was a thing there about how first you need reciprocation of Palestinians recognizing Israel. That came at the beginning of the so-called peace process. So the Palestinians fulfilled the first half of that, if you want to insist on that being a condition. And Israel responded by expanding its occupation. And so the International Court of Justice in 2004 weighed in on Israel building a wall throughout the West Bank. And they said, frankly, their explanation for building that wall, they're building it within occupied territories. They're building it to protect illegal settlements that are built on top of Palestinian land. All of that is illegal. And so that wall is also illegal. So this is really straightforward. And I think that we do the audience a disservice by pretending that there's a lot of kind of murky. This talk of disputed territories in the Palestinian territories, I think, is extremely unhelpful, because the dispute is between Israel on the one hand and the rest of the world on the other. There's been a short exception to that, which is when Trump came into office, he joined Israel into declaring that the occupation and the settlements are not illegal. But again, I would not want to be on the side of Trump and Netanyahu. I would rather be on the side of the entire international human rights consensus and international law consensus on this, which is that Israel's occupation and settlements and wall in the West Bank are absolutely and categorically illegal. I would like to touch on a couple of other
like, again, like the legality question here. First of all, when we're citing like human rights organizations or UN General Assembly, like all the UN General Assembly resolutions are non-binding. When you look at like a resolution like 242, it doesn't even really make sense. And I like the advisory opinions or opinions given by like UN General Assembly bodies just doesn't really mean much. And again, like the legality, like the opinions of the ICJ that's being asked to give an opinion on something where neither territory is actually submitting themselves to the jurisdiction or rulings of the ICJ. Turns out, insofar as international law goes, it's kind of pointless. I mean, they're nice arguments and we can use them, I guess, if we feel like they're bolstering something, but they don't really address any of the issues on the ground, and they don't really get us any closer to an actual peace process. I think even you would agree that screaming at Israel over and over again, hey, there are some people that think that what you're doing is illegal, doesn't really get us anywhere. It's not.
No. I think when one country steals land from another people against international law and is ethnically cleansing them in slow motion, pushing them out of their homes, driving them out of their homes to the condemnation of every human rights organization in the world, I think screaming at them about that is the right thing to do. And
sure,
it comes down to the governments that are supplying and enabling that. The United States government should not be sending weapons to a country that is engaging in human rights violations and land theft on this scale. That's the fundamental reality. Look,
when we say, okay, so like let's we can go into this as deep as you want to. I'd love to. When we say steals land from another people, when we say Israel steals land from another people, what does that mean?
It means Palestinians have Israeli soldiers. I can send you videos if you have not seen them.
Okay.
Who knock on their doors in a place like occupied East Jerusalem, which again, under international law, which you don't seem to care so much about. I mean, by the way, if you want to go down that line of dismissing international law, then by all means, Russia invading Ukraine is just fine. And if China wants to take over part of the United States, that's also okay. Who's to say it's all disputed? I don't think that's a useful frame of reference.
Well, I don't think China invading countries or Russia invading countries is a lot different, because you have internationally recognized sovereign states with borders that even those countries had recognized that are being invaded. That's a lot different than whatever the situation is right now in Israel and Palestine. When we say Israel stealing land from people, who did Israel steal land from? When you pointed back to Resolution 242, what is that referring to? Who did they steal land from?
Resolution 242 says that Israel taking over the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem violates international law because those are not part of Israel. At the time, the West Bank was under Jordanian control and Gaza was under Egyptian control.
Wait. They weren't under. They were part of those countries, right?
No,
they didn't belong to Palestine. Of course, Jordan literally made. Why do you think Jordan today is 2/3 Palestinians? They literally gave citizenship and made citizens every single person living in the West Bank.
No. You're confused. Jordan was not part of Jordan officially. Jordan right now, by the way. Well, Jordan is not. Yeah, the West Bank is not part of Jordan. So when Israel was founded in 1948, they took over 78% of historic Palestine. The parts they did not take over were the West Bank and Gaza, and that's when those areas fell under Jordanian control and Egyptian control.
Correct. Jordan annexed the West Bank, 1950. They literally annexed it. They gave citizenship. Yes, literally. They literally did. It was, yes. That's why it was called.
No. The impression that I'm under right now is that you want to debate semantics about all of this, and refusing, again, insisting on getting into a level of weeds here that is designed specifically to miss the overarching picture.
Okay.
The overarching picture, again, for simplicity's sake, the entire world agrees that the West Bank is not part of Israel and Israel is obligated to withdraw from it. Israel entered a peace process in 1993 that is premised on withdrawing from the occupied territories.
No, they're not.
They did the opposite.
The Oslo Accords were not premised on that.
Yeah, there we go. I'm master now. I'm master now. That's good.
They were the
They
Oslo
were premised on
Accords.
that.
No, they weren't.
They were premised on the.
Jordan, I wonder what you think about this proposition that's occurring.
Cold house? It may be time for a new furnace. Call Lockmer Sheet Metal, your local Train dealer.
For those who love story time,
let's hear a word from today's sponsor, HelloFresh. That's right, this video is sponsored by HelloFresh. Folks, my wife and I have been eating HelloFresh every week.
I don't know if HelloFresh is a bad company.
For like
What do you
5 years
mean?
now, and I seriously cannot recommend it enough. HelloFresh does all the shopping and meal planning for you. Ingredients arrive.
I've heard bad things about what's it called? BetterHelp, but we go. Canvas full. Damn it.
Arrive at your doorstep, pre-portioned and ready to cook, along with pictured step-by-step recipe cards. How easy is that?
I was present the day one of my fellow co-workers got her foot crushed by a 300-pound pallet.
So? That just happens at work. That's normal.
And I remember seeing the pain in her eyes.
I want HelloFresh customers to know that everything that they're getting at their doors, like these boxes, we are the workers that make this possible, and we haven't been treated fairly.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
And if you're thinking about starting therapy, which I think you should, because I think everybody should have a therapist, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely...
I like how they're like, ooh, someone got a foot crushed. It's like, bro, have you ever worked in a construction site? People be getting hurt all the time.
online, it's designed to be convenient.
People are
flexible, and
fucking
suitable
pussies
for
nowadays,
You fill
honestly.
out a brief questionnaire to get
I do
matched
think
with
that
a
it's also
licensed
because
therapist.
women are in the
Saying
workforce.
thank you to everyone,
So.
and then they know a lot of people are going through bad stuff, which is why they're getting 6 months of free therapy to those affected by the war in Israel from BetterHelp. That's right, BetterHelp. Israel declared war, and then they declared a collab with BetterHelp.
YouTuber sponsorships are something we all know and love. You love taking a couple minutes out of your viewing time to watch us advertise you a product. I've done it here on this channel, and after this video I'm probably never going to do it again, because I don't think sponsors are going to be too happy that I'm going to be talking about the ethics of YouTuber sponsorships, and I'm going to be exposing my own dealings with sponsors and just talking about like my own approach to them, and maybe even talk about some of your favorite creators who promote bad companies, and talk about myself also promoting a bad company by accident because I didn't research enough, showing you how careful you have to be with this stuff, but also, you know, just try not to advertise like explicitly shitty companies or companies that are associated with anything from Israel, which I've tried to do, but I'm going to talk about how sometimes that's hard to even find out in the first place. Sometimes it takes an actual war to find out that this company is Israeli. But what I want to do today...
Okay, if you're gonna try to avoid companies that have anything to do with Israel, that's like most companies.
Is talk about like how content creators often become, I guess without knowing it, like a face of a company. And I'm going to be talking about Curtis Connor and HelloFresh, because now when I think of HelloFresh, I just think of him, because that's where I see it most. And also things like BetterHelp, which have been well documented to be terrible. Also an Israeli company, literally founded by an IDF soldier, and he was the president for like a decade. And despite many YouTubers having their audiences say, like, what are you doing? Like, taking this BetterHelp sponsor, they just keep going with it. And it might not be so bad if you are a content creator who's pretty shameless, but when you purport to have ethics, like Easy Allies, one of my favorite gaming like review outlets, or someone like David Pakman, but you still take like every single sponsorship, it shows you don't really care about your ethics. And yes, having ethics is not going to make you as much money, but I still think it's important if you do have a progressive audience and you do have a left-wing audience. Don't know how much this video really applies to people who don't have any morals, like, you know, finance bros I don't think are going to be thinking about the ethics of any company they deal with. But yeah, all of that coming up for you today, and if you want to support my work, because I'm probably not getting any sponsors anytime soon because of this video, consider becoming a patron and get access to the private Discord server. So before we get into Curtis Connor as like the first case study, I want to talk about myself, but I'm going to save a bit of it for the middle of the video, because I want to link that into the boycott of Israeli companies and stuff, which is something, you know, I support. For YouTubers, you have different kinds of business models.
Sanctions
of, like,
on
how
Israel.
to make money. So you guys will be familiar with BreadTube, where they make like one video a year, but they tend to have pretty massive Patreon followings. If you think about someone like H-Bomber Guy, so his videos aren't sponsored. But then you might have someone who uploads maybe like between 5 and maybe 12 video essays a year, and those videos will normally be sponsored, and they'll have a Patreon following as well. Or you'll just have maybe like a more content farmy thing which has a sponsor on every single video.
What went wrong in our culture? Start here. The fear, the anger, the shouting, the silencing. Cancel culture has spread like wildfire on college campuses. But now, it's not just college students trying to shut you down. It's activists. It's big tech. It's the government. Our legal system is being weaponized by
Maybe something like the John Campea show, which has like a long podcast kind of live segment and then breaks it up into smaller videos, and every small video, which is like 8 minutes, has like a 1 minute sponsor in it, right? And then you have maybe people like me who make most of their money on YouTube ad revenue, some of it on Patreon as well, and occasionally, like very, very rarely, I've had a few sponsored videos. And before we get any further, I'm not cancelling anyone for having sponsored content. Like, we do need to survive in capitalism, we do need money, and personally, I don't object to everything, right? To me, it's mainly
I'm gonna
like,
move
is
through.
this company known for being shitty? Like, if I type this company in on Google, is the first couple things we're gonna read about this
going
company
to North
being
America.
terrible?
Hopefully I don't
And I
piss
think
off
that is kind of like the bar, especially
Red.
if you are like a more left-wing creator. And another thing that I think you should do, but I don't think most people do, I think you should like the thing you're advertising. So the
Yeah.
3 sponsorships
I actually
I've
agree
had,
with that.
or 4, I've had a VPN sponsorship. Like, I use VPNs, even though a lot of VPN companies aren't great. Like, you know, it has utility. I had kind of like an Audible competitor, which would like do short summaries of books, which I did like that. Like, I always tell them to send me the product first and I'll test it before I decide if I'll do it. And then I had something called Ground News as well, which I actually still use, but it's like a news aggregator where you can compare the political biases of different sources. I would say whoever's rated these political biases is not 100% accurate, but I genuinely like that app and I still use it because I can just like scroll through the different coverage of various stories. But I personally hate doing sponsorships as well. Like, I feel gross doing them, and I think this is something brands need to catch on to more. Because if you pay me and I like the product, I don't really have much of a problem with being sponsored by that if I know your company isn't total garbage, right? But the problem is, what I say is so controlled by you. So if I wanted to do my own advert for a lot of the products I just mentioned, I would describe it in such a different way, in like the value I take from it, which I think is such a better promotion, because I'm telling you why I actually like it, not the reasons you're telling me to tell people they should like it. And it's something I need to do better, because then for me, I don't like doing it because it feels inauthentic and everyone knows I'm just saying this stuff for money. And then also my audience might not be as interested in the product anyway because they know that, right? They know it's corporate speak. So I feel like brands need to catch on with that a bit more and just let creators like genuinely make something that is appealing if they like the product itself. And like I said, I only do products that I've either used and they're good, or I actually like it, right? But I'm pretty much done with sponsors in that way because I feel like it's just selling out and selling your soul. And a lot of you guys will say, like, we don't mind. We don't think anything less of you. But to me personally, I just hate it. I hate being in contact with, like, PR people. I hate them dictating what I say. I hate the feedback. I hate just having anyone enter my space, which I run all on my own, and telling me what to do. And also another problem, like, pay the people
I get that.
properly. Like, stop arguing about pay. If I say it's £1,000 for a 1 minute ad, don't start lowballing me for crap pay. Like, the first sponsor I did, I only had like 25,000 subscribers. They paid me £500 for like a 3 minute ad. But if you're coming back a couple years later and offering me the same rate when I have like over 100,000, like, it's just insulting. And another company, like, I took it because I was a bit desperate for money, like last year in January. It was only like £350. And I'm like, come on, that is not acceptable. Like, if you're gonna get people to get on board with these sponsorships, you got to pay them right, especially because I know other people who do sponsorships who get paid so much more. So generally, I hate the ethics of this stuff, and I think I won't be doing any more sponsorships unless I really like the product. And I was actually thinking about this because I saw this on Instagram because I follow them. So I have this thing called the Nitro Deck. It's like a shell for the Switch, which is meant to be kind of like a Steam Deck, and it's probably one of the best things I've ever bought. I'm not even joking. Like, it cost me like £60. And I play Switch handheld so much more because of this, because I like the form factor so much, right? And I was thinking, I was like, if they sponsored me, would I take that? And I'd be like, yeah, I'd be happy to be sponsored by something like this, because I like the product. I've used the product. I think it's a good product. I think you should get the product. And as
Are
far
they
as I
gonna
know,
bot out
it's a pretty small
too?
company, and it doesn't seem super shady, right? So when you have all of that together, I don't really think there's much wrong with it, because at least you know there is passion from the person you're listening to get that product itself, and the company is okay from what I've seen, right? And like I said, I understand a lot of creators need that sponsor money, and that's totally fine. But then let's get into this a bit more. When it's like some small independent company, it's some like smaller company, smaller brand, I think the ethics aren't as like murky. But something like HelloFresh, which I remember this from a couple years ago, which have had lots of problems with union busting and treating their employees like garbage, I think there should be a lot more scrutiny on that. So Curtis Connor is a YouTuber I really like watch all of his new videos, super like him. But because I have watched so many of his videos, I have obviously seen him be sponsored by HelloFresh loads and loads of times. And I just wanted to check when he first had it. So I don't know if this is completely accurate, but this is one of the first. So he was first sponsored on them, I believe, on the 8th of January 2021. And his latest sponsor with them was the 27th of October 2023. So it's obviously like a really, really long partnership with him and HelloFresh. I picked Curtis because he's obviously like a super famous YouTuber, right? Comedian, YouTuber, has his own podcast. But also because he is generally
I don't know who this guy is.
Like left-wing circles. Like you see him pop up with people like Hassan, and if you actually pay attention to the stuff he says, politically, I guess, it is clear he is left-wing in some capacity, and he's made videos about like treating workers better, right? In terms of, I think it was like about TikToks where you just annoy workers. I've heard him talk about that.
Ever since this quarantine started, my admiration and respect for, you know, service workers, people in the service industry, like, you know, grocery stores, fast food places, my respect for them has gone up by like 1 million. I mean, I don't know what the number of respect I was at before, but I know that it went up by exactly 1 million. So yeah, if you are watching this and you do work at a grocery store, fast food place like that, thank you. We respect you. We love you. And we literally die without you. So thank you. And I hope this increased admiration is the case for everybody, because before the quarantine, people did not respect service workers like at all. Like flipping burgers or like stocking shelves was always used as like an insult towards someone, which never really made sense to me. I never like this hatred and superiority towards people in the service industry has always been a thing. And I've experienced it firsthand. I used to flip burgers and stock shelves. But no, I used to work at McDonald's. I also worked at a Canadian grocery store chain, and I also worked at a bar in Toronto. And at every single one of those jobs, customers treated me like dog shit. We should be extra patient and kind to essential workers, because if they're essential, like they're putting themselves in danger so you can have your
spicy Southwest salad.
So just be nice to essential workers.
This guy seems cringe.
HelloFresh makes cooking at home
I mean,
fun.
I agree being nice to workers, but like
easy and
the
affordable.
nose ring
No
dog.
grocery stores, no
Ew.
meal planning, just everything you need to prepare delicious meals, all delivered right to your door.
But in late 2021, so, you know, nearly a year after he took the first sponsorship, it came out that HelloFresh treat their employees like absolute trash. Now, I have a video from More Perfect Union, which I want to show you some of it, because it has actual testimony from people who work for HelloFresh, but this was back in November 2021. HelloFresh employees aim to unionize and claims of abuse. And I'll show you some of them talking about this, but Alec Woodward, a shipping department worker at the Richmond facility, explained how HelloFresh has responded to the union organizing campaign over the past several weeks, which has included hiring union avoidance consultants who have held several captive audience meetings with workers in an attempt to dissuade workers from voting for the union. They outright said you might lose money by doing this in the first meeting. An exec said that they are proud the facility had the largest number of COVID-19 cases in Contra Costa County because that demonstrated the success of their COVID testing program. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. He said consultants and management have tried to characterize a union as a business, comparing union organizers to sales representatives who will trick workers into joining a union. So I'm just going to play you a little bit of the video so you can listen in to people actually talking about why they want to make a union and how HelloFresh treats them so bad.
HelloFresh workers are organized in a union because we feel we deserve better wages. We don't feel like we're provided a safe and organized work environment to conduct our daily assignments, and we don't feel like we get the dignity and respect that we deserve.
My biggest safety concern at work is that are so many things on the floor. It can be also water, empty pallets with plastic on, and sticks sticking out of the pallet, which makes it very dangerous for everybody. And it's not a safe place to be working in.
We put ourselves in harm's way for the company, and whenever we do sustain injuries, they remove accountability and place it directly on the employees and the associates. They'll go into the bathroom or into the break room to kind of, look for people or...
Trying to solve the murders of 3 young girls in 1973.
We're now actively trying to find a serial killer.
Nobody knows the case like me.
You were CID here at the time.
I need this. This man is sick. He could kill again. We're taking a risk.
I guess encourage people to hurry back and get back to the production area, but if you got to use the bathroom, you got to use the bathroom.
Working for HelloFresh is like you either get a second job or you won't have enough by the end of the month.
A lot of workers that work at HelloFresh have to have 2 jobs just in order to make ends meet, to pay rent, and to put food on the table. A lot of the workers that work at HelloFresh can't even afford a box of HelloFresh. They can't afford the box that they make.
Workers want a union because the pay is so damn low.
So it's clear the union movement wasn't just about wages, which is totally fair enough anyway. It was actually about employee safety, because lots of people getting injured working for HelloFresh. So it's a double thing. It's these people need better safety regulations, which their company aren't going to cut costs to give them, and they're being paid like garbage for this. And then you become, the face of HelloFresh kind of for someone like me, because when I think of HelloFresh, I think of Curtis Connor. And even back in Germany, where the company is from, they're also union busting as well. So DW spoke with 2 HelloFresh employees in Berlin who were in favour of starting a works council. Both employees remained anonymous. They cited a lack of transparency in the workplace, a lack of open communication channels between employees, and management and pay gaps between genders and nationalities as their primary reasons for wanting to start a works council. For me, it's kind of a given that any large company in Berlin would have to have a works council. To be honest, I didn't expect that this would create a conflict. Franziska Fulong, union secretary at Verdi, supports the workers' efforts to form a council, telling DW that HelloFresh was particularly good at union busting. Not even Amazon is that bad. The majority of HelloFresh workers in Berlin are immigrants, and many of them have work visas that depend on their jobs. So yeah, all round, HelloFresh seems like a really,
I don't think that they should be hiring immigrants.
really shitty company, right? If you're having people describe it worse than Amazon,
probably for different reasons than him.
It's bad. If you're looking at the power imbalance of a lot of these workers in Berlin being immigrants who have to have the job to stay in Berlin and Germany, and they're scared about unionizing because they might get fired, then yes, we have a problem here. And Curtis Connor is someone who has talked about respecting workers, talking about, how he used to work in, I think, a coffee shop or Starbucks or something, and he spoke about this. So there you have a YouTuber who probably has made a lot of money on his YouTube videos anyway, maybe from ads and definitely from sponsorships, and he's still sponsored by a company where if you type into Google and type in controversy, this comes up and it's well documented. They're union bust and they treat their employees like shit, and Curtis Connor is the face of HelloFresh to someone like me, and he's helped them over the years spread their brand to a lot of his fans who in theory you'd feel like, because Curtis gives off a left-wing vibe, they would be pretty mortified at the stuff HelloFresh are doing, and maybe if they knew about it a bit more, maybe they'd say like, do you have to take the sponsorship? Curtis actually does a lot of sponsorships as well. He doesn't just do HelloFresh. HelloFresh has just been his most consistent one, I believe. So yeah, he could totally just not do that, but then you have to ask yourselves, would he do that? And he probably would if he was confronted by maybe a bigger YouTuber. Let's say this video blew up or something, got like 1 million views. He'd kind of have to. I don't really know, to be honest. Like, are you so unaware that you don't know that HelloFresh is involved in this stuff, despite you promoting them all the time? Maybe he is totally oblivious. I don't know what this guy consumes politically in terms of news. I don't know the people he talks to. Maybe he is completely oblivious. But again, now he has become sort of like a mascot for HelloFresh, And there's loads of people just like him for other companies that now you associate these sponsorships with a certain YouTuber. So even though they're just paying him like a certain rate for the video or whatever, it is good for them because now it's like, oh look, Curtis Connor sponsors our company. Curtis Connor, nice and, you know, young, progressive guy. If HelloFresh was bad, he'd hate it, wouldn't he? Not trying to cancel Curtis or anything, but at the same time, do I think he should be sponsored by HelloFresh? No. Do I think he should drop them himself? Yeah. Would that cost him money? Yeah. Should he still do it? Yes, of course. There are YouTubers who are a lot smaller, who need the money more, who don't take these sponsorships than someone like Curtis, who seems to be doing pretty good for himself, right? So anyway, on that, I'm going to leave Curtis behind and move on a tiny bit to talk about myself a bit more. So I want to talk about how important it is to research companies properly. So my last sponsor was a VPN called Private Internet Access. So basically how this works is there's like a middleman, like some sort of agency. My one was like in Argentina, and they worked with me on the last sponsorship I did for something called Blinkist, the book thing. So I don't actually have direct contact with the company itself. It's an agency that probably takes a cut of the sponsorship or whatever. Not really sure exactly how it works. So, they send me over a link to Private Internet Access. I use it. Pretty good VPN, way more simple than a lot of others I've used. I was curious, so I looked into it. I looked at like who owns it. It says it was acquired by Cape Technologies in 2019. So I go on that profile on Wikipedia, and it says it's a United Kingdom-based cybersecurity company that owns other VPN things like CyberGhost, ZenMate, ExpressVPN. So on that research, I'm thinking, VPN companies aren't great. I remember there was one that like might have been putting malware on people's computers or using it for like cryptocurrency. So I was just checking like, is Private Internet Access like a good VPN? Is it shady? Most people said it, it's fine. So I was like, okay, I'll do that. And then I agreed the rate. The rate was something like £1,000 for 2 videos. And I'm thinking, that's pretty good. Not the best thing ever, but I haven't had a sponsorship in a while. So, the product's fine. I've been using it, whatever. So I put the first video up. It did okay. And it was sponsored. So for the second video, I had to record another advert, which was a bit annoying because I thought I only had to record one, but I did agree to 2. And then I sent them the new script. This was in October. So I sent them the new script, and they give me this email. Thank you for sending the script. I'll share it with the brand, and I'll give you their feedback as soon as I receive it. Also, I want to let you know that the brand is located in Israel, so due to the current situation, the feedback can take more time. So I was pretty, stunned about this. I was like, there was nothing in my research that suggested that this company is Israeli in any way.
Are they
going to
break
British
me?
Company. So after that, I typed in Israel Private Internet Access, and then there was an article by Sudais Asif on HackRead, which was about a Reddit post about this. So it was Israeli firm buys Private Internet Access, raising privacy concerns. So a couple weeks ago, one of the industry's most famous VPN providers was acquired by Cape Technologies, an Israeli-based firm, as a result of its parent company, LTMI Holdings. Reportedly, $95 million was paid as part of the deal, and this happens to be the third one on the part of Cape, who has acquired CyberGhost and ZenMate. Cape Technologies was originally found under the name Crossrider. So the very first CEO of Crossrider, Kobi Menakemi, happened to be part of Unit 8200, which is an Israeli intelligence unit in their military and has been dubbed the Israeli NSA. Teddy Sagi, one of the company's investors, was mentioned in the Panama Papers, which leaked in 2016. So again, before that guy told me, the guy I was dealing with, it's an Israeli company, I had no idea. Obviously, the fault falls on myself, right? As someone who won't deal with Israeli companies, I should have typed in PIA Israel. If I ever do another sponsorship, that's what I'll do. But because I just typed it in and was reading various things, just seemed like another tech company I'd never heard of, and I click on the tech company and it says it's British.
When it comes to fixing your car, shop CarParts.com. You'll find the right parts fast.
So I thought it was okay, and for context, I've had offers from Raid Shadow Legends. They emailed me this, I think, in 2022, talking about putting a 90-second video about Raid Shadow Legends, and I just replied to them saying, thanks for reaching out. I don't want to collaborate on this sponsorship due to ethical concerns with the company who make Raid Shadow Legends. I also feel it would be disingenuous to promote a game to my followers that I have no interest in and will never play. So yeah, it's something I generally don't accept when I'm doing sponsorships, but like an idiot, I didn't know PIA was even based in Israel, because when you look at where it's based as well, it says it's based in America, the main office is. So I just replied to this guy, Hope all is well. Just emailing you to let you know I won't be making a second advert or making a second video partnered with PIA. This is totally on me, but I don't usually work with Israeli companies as a supporter of the BDS movement anyway, but especially due to what the Israeli government is currently doing right now, I should have researched the client better, because if I knew, I wouldn't have accepted it, so that's my bad. It's totally on me. If you're wondering why I sound a bit apologetic, it's only because I'm messing some guy around on the other end, and he's probably like not paid that great. So again, I feel bad personally that I've been messing him about and he might not get paid, because yeah, I didn't get paid for that. So I did one advert, I wrote the script for the second, I didn't get any payment, which is to me perfectly fine because I don't want to accept that money. But again, I could have saved all that hassle and that feeling of even selling out in the first place if I just researched it and was like, oh, it is an Israeli company. I'm not going to do that. So why I highlight that is not to be like, oh, I am so great, look at me refuse the money. It's more you have to be really careful with these sponsorships and actually research them. So like Curtis Connor, because he's talked about workers' rights, he should research HelloFresh and see, oh, they treat their employees like garbage. Do I want to be the face of that, right? So for me, the Israel one is a big one, which I've refused in the past. And to be consistent, I'm going to have to research things more. And even though that was hard to find, I didn't type in PIA Israel, right? Because nothing in my research that far had indicated it was anything to do with Israel, right? That is obviously like totally my bad. And if I ever do a sponsorship again, I'm going to just do the most intense research ever. And I'm going to go far, far back to find out if it has anything to do with this. Now, people might say like PIA isn't technically on BDS. And yeah, BDS is like a targeted campaign which has lists of companies where you should do different things, from pressure to boycotts. But just generally in the spirit of BDS, I'm just not going to have any dealings with Israeli companies. I don't want to normalize this country as like a normal thing where I should be giving my business to while it's just doing terrible stuff, where, like we've seen with polling recently, 95% of the Zionist Jewish population actually agree with what's going on right now. And it's a democracy as well, and everyone serves in the military. So there's a very high degree of just general civilian and corporate complicity in what's going on, which I don't want to be a part of. So staying on a kind of similar...
I'm trying to think on what we have.
I'm thawing chicken, so it has to be something with chicken.
Okay, the lemon chicken stuff that you make.
I'm thawing chicken thaw. Okay, I can make that, but I just put it into thaw, but I can take it out. But I wanted chicken tacos.
Oh, well, that sounds good too.
Do you want chicken?
Since you're already thawing the one.
I literally just put it in the water though.
Oh.
Do you?
Well, still.
I can make the chicken
That sounds
thighs
good.
tomorrow. Do you want those tomorrow?
The chicken, yeah.
The lemon chicken.
Ooh.
My kind of point. I talked about this before.
What?
We haven't had ribs in a while.
Oh yeah, didn't even. I forgot that we had those in there.
Do we have?
My favorite game.
I know I just bought some, so we know.
I wonder if they're up in the.
They might be. I know we have the drumsticks upstairs.
Yeah.
We'll probably have those on Saturday. I'm in a
Nice.
chicken mood, though. You know what I mean? I like chicken.
I liked the chicken thighs that you made. Not the chicken. The chicken.
In the crock pot.
Not the chicken. I'm talking the chicken tacos that you made a while ago. Those were really good.
That's what I'm making tonight.
Nice.
And salsa.
You're making the homemade salsa?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, YouTube podcast is Easy Allies. It used to be Game Trailers. Like, watched it for years,
Nice.
nearly 10 years at this point. It must be 10 years. I've watched all these people. Really, really like them, but they've been sponsored by BetterHelp for ages. And people have been calling them out on it for years, and they just completely ignore it.
What'd you say?
I'll be back.
Okay. Where are you going?
I gotta go ship that package. And I gotta go to the grocery store.
Okay, baby. Love you.
And I get it, right? You have a lot of employees, you got to pay them, but their most recent podcast sponsored by BetterHelp was only a couple weeks ago. And again, this is why I talk about the Israel stuff. So I know for a fact that a lot of these people who work here are left-wing. They always talk about workers' rights, and although I haven't seen them talk too much about Palestine generally, I think one of them has said something about it, right? And I know they would be sympathetic to it if they weren't scared of the audience's reaction because of stuff they said in the past, right? So generally their motto is like love and respect and everything like that. But they're still promoting like a really, really terrible company. There's been so much drama around them because everyone knows it either like sells your data to Facebook or stuff like that. There was an article in the Financial Times last year saying, you know, BetterHelp was founded in 2013. Its revenues rose to $1 billion in 2022, has 400,000 paying members, and the growth has come with controversy. Last year, the Federal Trade Commission ordered BetterHelp to pay $7.8 million in a settlement, saying it shared more than 7 million customers' health information with social media companies like Facebook and Snapchat. So that's bad on its own. Plenty of people have had terrible experiences with BetterHelp, people just saying it's pretty useless as an alternative to therapy. But because mental health services are under such a strain, people turn to it. It's not a great company already. And groups like Easy Allies, who I really, really like and I've watched for so long, they shouldn't be taking sponsorship deals from them, not least because it's both an Israeli company and it partnered with Israel while they're doing what they're doing. So listen to this. Israel tweets, "Thank you to all of the incredible Israeli companies, volunteers and individuals who are coming together to help as many people during this horrific time. At BetterHelp, a company which offers therapy, is providing 6 months of free therapy to those affected by the war in Israel." Because Alan Mattis, who's their founder and president, he did 6 years in the IDF as a software developer, development team leader, and a project lead, led a $5 million project to plan, design, and develop new IT systems for the IDF's telecommunication infrastructure. So yeah, the founder and president until 2023 was an IDF vet who was in the IDF for 6 years. That's not conscription. He either did his conscription and stayed, or he just joined voluntarily and did this. So yeah, that's why BetterHelp is helping Israel and being promoted by the official Israel Twitter account. And that was before Easy Allies having more sponsorships with them. So again, if you preach love and respect as a motto, if you talk about all the good like social justice things, are you really taking sponsorship money, which is essentially blood money, from an ex-IDF veteran who partners with the Israeli government to promote his company and help the Israeli government? That's a sponsorship you want to be the face with. Because in my head, Easy Allies, you're synonymous with BetterHelp. And for lots of people, because BetterHelp is everywhere, your favourite creator, whatever, is synonymous with that brand. You want to be the face of that brand. Same with Curtis Connor and HelloFresh. You want to be the face of that. I know people will get mad at me for this video. I don't think I'm asking for the world here. I'm just saying, you know, we all have to eat, we all have to make rent, we all have to make money. That's fine. There are loads of companies out there who might not be great, but they're just, you know, average. We don't have to be taking sponsorship deals from a company that has been described as worse than Amazon for union busting, and another company which is all around terrible, but also partners with the Israeli government and is run by a former IDF soldier. Am I asking for too much? I don't think I am. And like I said, it's hard sometimes. I've made mistakes. I pointed out my mistake. You have to do good research, and I'll give people a pass to a certain extent, but not when the companies are primarily known for like these bad reputations. I'm not giving you a pass then. But I have a couple examples from recently. People getting called out for their BetterHelp sponsorship. So on YouTube Drama, 2 million sub science YouTuber Kyle Hill criticized for BetterHelp sponsorship, dismisses the critics and defends sponsor in the comments. And the video is called Exposing Science's Biggest Fraud. Someone saying a BetterHelp ad and a video about ethics and fraud is ironic. Him saying calm down. I'm calm, pick better sponsors. Okay. Then he writes a big long article defending BetterHelp, talking about how they never shared public information on their members, despite the fact they paid a massive fine to the FTC. So absolutely bizarre. Like, if you're a YouTuber who's being called out for your sponsors, maybe just don't even make it worse. Someone else called Bedtime Stories was responding to comments saying, BetterHelp affiliation gets an auto unsub from me no matter who pushes it. Them replying, of course, you're absolutely right. Your reaction to the sponsor of this video wasn't over the top or entitled at all. I hope you understand how much I want to fight to keep your subscription to the channel. I've only just redecorated my living room, and supervising over and watching the drying of the paint on the walls takes precedent over that. All the best. Someone replying, you're so right. Your reaction to their comment wasn't sarcastic, rude, or entitled at all. Who needs subscribers anyway, or views even? Hell, I think it'd be lovely if you didn't get any at all. Your nasty attitude is making me unsubscribe too, but it's okay because you don't care about us lowly peons, right? Him replying,
For those who love intrigue, thrift books.
I can't disagree with you. I shouldn't have any right to respond in any way I see fit to a comment left in these videos. As I said, his reaction was completely justified. You know, I once went to a cinema to watch a film. I didn't like one of the adverts they put on the ad before the film, so I rage quit the cinema and never watched films of that establishment again. It was perfectly reasonable reaction and didn't warrant any mockery at all. One last thing, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'll clarify for you anyway. This is a YouTube channel, not an airport. Announcements of departures are not necessary. So yeah, this is not the way to react to be getting called out for having a terrible sponsorship, right? Making it seem like this person has absolutely no say in this advert being run and just acting like it's totally normal to promote terrible companies. But that is the mindset for a lot of people, right? I'll say something like, yeah, can we at least not promote like really visibly terrible companies who've had to pay like millions in fines to the FTC and are working with the Israeli government? Can we not do that? And then can you imagine someone replying like this guy? Like, oh my God, you're so entitled. You're so entitled to having a problem with me. Would you walk out of a movie theatre if there was an advert you didn't like? And this like hostile response to what they're saying, what I'm saying, it just playing as a victim while accepting these gross sponsorships. Like I said, I totally understand with some YouTubers to make this into a career, you have to do stuff like this. You have to take sponsors. For me, I wouldn't say it's a luxury because I don't make like loads of money, but I'm in a position where I don't have to do this, right? So I can just say no. I can just like do like 95% of the work for a sponsor and then just say, no, I'm not finishing that and I'm not getting paid because I have that fallback of Patreon and I grind so much the YouTube channel, I make ad revenue to cover, you know, my bills, living expenses, all that stuff. So I understand. But like I said, this video is mainly about don't be sponsored by bad companies which are known for being bad. Just be sponsored by your average company. Again, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, but I think there is ethical promotion in that you wouldn't be sponsored by like Coca-Cola. You wouldn't be sponsored by Raytheon. You wouldn't be sponsored by Lockheed Martin. I mean, some people don't mind doing that who are in the progressive space as well. But we'll let that one lie for now.
Lockheed Martin?
And I have no
What?
sympathy for you. You don't have to take this money. You really don't.
People are sponsored by Lockheed Martin? What? I didn't even know that they did that.
Especially when you're
That's
a big
hilarious.
YouTuber. Curtis Connor doesn't need that money. And I would even say Easy Allies, even though they haven't had a great financial time of late, you don't need that either. Have some ethics as much as you can. And that's why I advocate with consumer capitalism as well. I made that video about consumer capitalism. I pointed out my own hypocrisies on this stuff. But you just have to try. If you have these ethics and you believe them to your core, if you're a strong supporter of certain things, like workers' rights, or, you know, pro-BDS or whatever, you have to live that to the best of your ability. I feel like, anyway. Because then what's the point? If you're just going to say all this stuff, I care about workers, and then I'm going to take a HelloFresh sponsorship, then what's the point? Your words mean nothing. And you don't actually care because when someone offers you a paycheck, you turn a blind eye to it, right? Anyway, that is a video. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. And if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to...
Boom. Michael Knowles' first 3 feminists. Yeah, let's watch this.
To quote St. Paul, the things that I want to do, I don't do, and the things that I don't want to do, I do.
So we are oppressed by patriarchy because didn't you define patriarchy as like male sexual appetite and things like hookup
No,
culture?
no,
Oh, it's this chick who does a lot of stuff with Destiny.
I think patriarchy truly is just, you know, the reflection and the symbol of marriage of the relation between Christ and his church.
Oh, because previously you defined it as things like hookup culture and...
No, I said that we live in a patriarchy in as much as women are not dominant over men, right? And so I agree that women are still bearing the brunt of a lot of terrible things.
Why
but
would
it's a
he have done
perverted
that?
Patriarchy were my exact words. And so the true one would be the notion that man is the head of woman as Christ is the head of his church, which makes a lot of liberals shriek these days. But the way that this perverse patriarchy would be practiced today is that man is not like Christ to his church. Man is like a little demon in the Garden of Eden tempting Eve.
So you define current oppression as basically modernity, like things like you said, social media, pride, gluttony, lust.
No, I
things
think
like that.
I think real oppression really can only come from sin. I think and the wages of that are death. And so, you know, the law can come in and act in a way that is contrary to justice, and that does happen a lot. But that doesn't really matter. You know, you can be free in a prison cell. The problem for us, the far greater threat to our liberty, is the lack of ability to control ourselves and to live virtuous, flourishing lives. And you know, you can't just blame some guy on TikTok for that. You can't just blame a law for that.
So did you want to respond?
Yeah, I guess I had a question. I do want to ask if you think religion is really good at suppressing that like proclivity for vice, and you would probably label
Not all
something.
religions.
You would probably label something like pornography consumption as unequivocally a vice and something that oppresses us, then why is it that in states that have the most evangelical Christians, we see the highest subscriptions to things like Playboy, OnlyFans, Pornhub?
They still have Playboy.
hookers?
Playboy's wholesome.
I'm just painting more of a
relatively.
historical progression. It went from like obviously Penthouse to Playboy to Hustler to now, then to the strip clubs, pornography, restaurants, things like that. Why is that most rampant in red states, specifically religious red states?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak specifically to evangelical Protestantism because I'm not totally, I'm not one, and I'm just not as familiar with it. I do know that in some of the Protestant denominations, they get a little bit more loosey-goosey on the sex stuff. Obviously, the Lambeth statement permitted contraception and a little bit weirder sex stuff for some Protestants. So I remain a mackerel-snapping papist, and I kind of believe the old-fashioned way that, to quote the great philosopher Norm Macdonald, sex is a filthy, shameful thing that should only be for the purpose of procreation within marriage. So I don't know, if you say, well, in Utah or something, they're looking at porn more, and therefore the Mormons are, hypocrites. Okay, maybe they're hypocrites. First of all, Utah just effectively banned porn because they forced porn companies to have an age, and Pornhub, very tellingly, said, okay, we're not going to do business there anymore because we rely on kids for our business.
I guess my point is it doesn't seem like religion is a compelling antidote against the vices that you deem to be oppressive. If in these states that have the highest populations of religious people, your type of religion, Christian, why is it that they're indulging in these vices more disproportionately than liberals?
Well, again, I love my Protestant friends, but some of them take a looser view of sexual morality than the Catholics do. The Catholics still have a very rigid view. So I think you're making a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison. Yeah, but furthermore, to quote La Rochefoucauld again, hypocrisy is the tribute vice pays to virtue, and religion is a public thing. So we want to pray. We can pray individually. We can avoid looking at porn individually. We can do whatever individually. But we're social creatures, and so if we live in a community that is more likely to put us in the near occasion of sin, we're more likely to fall into that. Today, porn is everywhere, right? You can't drive down the street. You certainly can't open social media without that. And if there's more temptation everywhere, you're more likely to fall into it, even if you know it's wrong. And so now we point to those people, we say, well, they're hypocrites. No, they're not hypocrites. They're human beings who have a standard and fall.
You think they're
fall short of
victims
it.
to like just the rampant porn industry?
Yeah, I think the porn industry certainly victimizes people.
Do you think porn worsened it more than prior? Like, do you kind of blame the porn industry?
Yeah, I think porn industry is awful and should be wiped off the face of the earth.
Can we talk about what consequences you're seeing since the proliferation of porn that makes society so much worse?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, well, you see, again, to go back to all those studies, you see a big spike in sexual aggression. You see a big spike in...
Wait.
No,
crime is down since early 2000s. Crime is way down.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
and rape is way down.
Yeah,
and abortion is way down.
Yeah.
Seems like
abortion, no.
From the early 2000s, yeah.
Abortion is unfortunately slightly up even after the Dobbs decision, though if you go into the state-by-state data, babies still have been saved, and it's somewhat complicated.
But since porn became widely available, what's worse? Because it's not violent.
So what you're saying is, because there's porn now, people are getting married less, they're having fewer babies, they're getting pregnant
I'm
less,
not even
and maybe
saying
they're having
causation.
fewer
I'm
abortions.
just saying if porn made society just so catastrophic, what are the outcomes you're seeing? Because it's not violence.
Yeah,
I think you would say porn is bad as an end in itself, right?
Yeah, it's intrinsically evil, but also if you're interested in some studies or something, and again, I don't even really buy studies, but I think it was 2010 out of the University of Arkansas, a survey of the most popular porn, not all porn, but the most popular porn videos showed 88% depicted sexual aggression, verbal or physical. There was a study that came out about 10 years ago out of Denmark that showed that regular porn use increased misogynistic attitudes, which I totally agree. There was another study that came out of, I think it was Indiana a few years ago, which showed that regular porn consumption was correlated with sexual aggressiveness in both men and women, which I don't think is a very good thing. And then there was another study, I forget which state it came out of, in like 2015 or 2019, which showed that porn use and sexual interactions online for women were a reliable predictor of in real life sexual violence committed against them. So again, I grant you that
there's a bunch of
you've got your
studies in the
studies, I've got my
opposite
studies,
direction,
but there, in as much as you do believe the social scientific data, there is a lot of evidence that porn has had disastrous consequences.
Pixie, you had something I think a little bit before this. Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, earlier when you were saying like, oh no, people aren't doing porn or watching pornographic content more often because they're surrounded by it, they can't help it. So even if it comes to a virtuous person, if they're surrounded, they're still gonna fall prey to it. But to me, that doesn't necessarily track, and I don't want to be offensive here, but the Catholic Church, especially priests who are supposed to be surrounded by those who are holy, tend to have like some of the highest rates of like child abuse.
No, they don't.
That's actually a lie. That was completely made
There's
up.
obviously a child sex abuse crisis. It was 20 years ago, especially in the Catholic Church.
And even recently, if we looked at like the past like 10 years, like not.
But if you,
that's all a lie.
Obviously, there's a lot of media attention on that, and it's a terrible problem.
Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't a lie. Like, it did happen, but it's not that it's worse than any other place in the world or any other group or. Yeah, no, it's.
Problem. But if you compare rates of child sexual abuse within the Catholic Church to any other religious community,
it's like exactly the same. Yeah, and also if you compare it to like schools have more rape, daycares do, all of those things.
Among Christians, it's flat. It's exactly the same as the Protestants. Among certain Orthodox Jews, it's actually significantly lower. And then my favorite statistic here, though it's very dark, is that the rates of sexual abuse from the Catholic Church against children is about half the rate as public school teachers against children. So, you know, it's all bad, but it's not particularly.
From what I've seen, it hasn't. At least from what I've seen, that's not necessarily true. What I've seen is that...
It's true. I can promise you.
Okay, we'll fact check later. Or right now, actually, we could. But one of the specific reasons, and I'll grant you this, or grant this to the Catholic Church at least, is that the reason why the Catholic Church has higher rates of sexual abuse compared to Protestants is not because Protestants are necessarily doing it less, but it's because the Catholic Church investigates it more. But even
they do investigate it a lot. I think it depends on which Protestant group you're comparing it to, but... And some Protestant groups.
I do want to go to the question for this side, Farah, Pixie, and Jasmine. Are women oppressed? Are men oppressed? Who is more oppressed? Starting with Farah, and then we'll come this way.
Kind of like patriarchy.
Men.
Yeah, I think oppressed is a hefty word. I prefer just the term marginalized, and I think women are marginalized more than men.
Marginalized.
Okay. Didn't we just say that women are graduating college at a higher rate than men? Like, there are more women in college than men.
But didn't we also say that the culture, women move in lockstep to male desires in terms of things like hookup culture and just the culture at large? Didn't you also admit that?
I'm not saying women are in a good spot. I'm just saying, how is it that if women are the majority of the population and they're represented as the majority in these apparently desirable places such as universities, you couldn't say they're marginalized because they're the majority, so they're not the margin.
I think you could still be othered even if you're a majority if there's a louder minority, yes. That's why I didn't use the term oppressed. That's why I used marginalized.
Do you think men are louder than women?
100%. They speak more words per minute. I mean, that's just a fact.
Well, that's because Shapiro brings up the
That's true.
Your answer, Pixie.
Men and women are both oppressed. They're both oppressed in different ways. I do not like playing Oppression Olympics because I think that both
you can play.
No, I don't want to play. They both have very, very legitimate reasons to feel oppressed.
Okay.
So that's where I stand.
Jasmine, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think men and women are oppressed, but I think if you're looking at who's more oppressed in a society and you're looking at what metric to use, I think the male-female one is really terrible. I think class and privilege and stuff has a way bigger effect on how oppressed you will be rather than your gender. Like if I was a guy, I think maybe my life would be maybe a little bit worse, maybe a little better. If I was in a different family, it could be different. It just depends on so many factors. But class, I think, is much bigger than men versus women.
That's like the old school leftist view where you focus on class over racial or sexual identity. You know what's weird, though, is when you look at rates of depression drug use. You would think that it would vary by class. I think of the average person on prescription drugs as like a fair upper middle class white lady with maybe one or two kids in the suburbs somewhere. But it's not. There's actually very little difference among all classes. We're all just depressed and on drugs.
I don't know. I'd be curious to see that exact data point because I also know that it's harder for people in lower classes to be covered properly by health insurance and probably get proper medication in general.
Well, the lowest classes are in Medicaid. That's kind of that lower middle.
And
that
it's
has
the opioid crisis isn't affecting people at Yale and It's like there is a class.
The cocaine crisis is affecting people.
The cocaine people are still highly functioning, good attorneys and whatever on cocaine. You can't really do that as much on fentanyl.
Yeah.
But so I think class does affect especially the kind of drugs you get addicted to and all that.
Well, and especially to your point on class, like the fact that people in the lower socioeconomic classes are much less likely to get married and much more likely to have kids out of wedlock. To me, this is one of the most, bringing it all the way back, this is one of the most evil aspects of feminism, is that a lot of the supposed feminists don't really practice what they preach. In fact, I think a lot of elite liberals don't really practice what they preach because they're more likely to get married and they're more likely to go to some school and
They have
obviously
less sex as well, less casual sex.
less casual sex, and they do it. So, but the way they talk is they say, "No, man, we need total liberation. We need a revolution, man. Whatever, you know." And then, unfortunately, it's the lower socioeconomic classes who buy that garbage, and they ruin their lives.
I agree with you there.
yeah.
I think we need to do a better job of explaining to people, like for me, I do sex work. I don't I don't advocate for everybody to do that.
Why not?
Because I think you have to have a specific type of temperament for it. You have to be willing to understand the consequences for it. Like me, I thought about my values. I thought about who I was, and it aligned with that. If you're like 18 and you don't know what you're doing, I don't know if it's a good option for you to jump into. I don't even think it's a good option for you to jump into marriage either. You have to think about who you are and who your
You want
values
to be
are.
prepared to be married. I thought you were going to say you didn't think it was a good idea for me to jump into sex work,
I
which
think
would have
you'd
been
be
very
fine.
offensive.
I think you'd be fine. I think you make a lot of money.
Come on, you're going to make
Yeah,
me
you
slide.
two together?
Should he start
Couples page? A couples page?
What if
Yeah.
Michael Knowles started like a cigar review OnlyFans?
I like that. I was thinking I'd recite Italian poetry on only. I
that would be good.
This.
Do you speak Latin?
Shirtless?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Shirtless. All right, calm down.
Whoa, okay.
Listen,
Pump the brakes
married
a
man.
little bit there.
Do
Okay.
you think you would come to regret doing the
Not me,
OnlyFans?
but I think some people would.
You don't think there's a chance you'll come to regret it?
No. Why would I regret it?
If, say, you wanted to get married and have kids and you found it harder to...
I don't think so
Find a
because I think that I typically like men. Like, for instance, I always tell this story. Like, before I didn't have any social media before I started OnlyFans, and I didn't have. And like one guy I was on a date with was like, "Oh, I love that because you're not showing off your body." I just ghosted him. Like, I don't like men like that. I like men that have similar values to me, where they don't correlate modesty with morality, and that they don't really care.
Do you think that guys who like look at a lot of porn and are very pro porn, do you think they tend to make better or worse husbands?
Well, we know that the ones that actually have issues with porn, the biggest predictor of that is moral incongruence. So Catholics should not watch porn. It seems to have really negative impacts on your marriages and lives. But if you're not Catholic and you don't have negative attitudes towards porn, you are way less likely to have issues with it.
Do you think that if you watch porn a lot, you're really into it, you're more or less likely to step out on your marriage?
I don't know if there's any data on that.
Well, you said a lot, so you're adding kind of like an
Upwards
data
of
would suggest that.
90% of men watch porn. I don't know if men who watch porn are more likely to cheat. I haven't seen anything to indicate that, nor would that even be my...
The social scientific data that I've seen would suggest that regular porn use is associated with all sorts of vices and pathologies, and including marital infidelity. And so that would be one thing you wouldn't want. You wouldn't want your husband sleeping around with other women.
I don't mind if he watches porn, and I think a lot of women do.
But if what I'm saying is, if watching porn made him less virtuous, and even just the fact that you're trying to cook for the kids, right, and you're trying to do something, and he's just in the bedroom somewhere, selfishly doing something that's kind of shameful, and you don't brag about it, even if you're wrong.
I watch porn. What am I supposed? I'm supposed to tell him you don't do it, and I'll do it.
Yeah. Well, no, neither of you should do it. Neither of you should
I
do
want
it.
that clipped.
Neither of you should do it. But you should not let your own personal eccentricities, or call it vices, stop you from recognizing them as vices per se. It's not hypocrisy to have a standard and fail it. And I fear that because we today have suggested that it is, a lot of people recognize their problems with what they're doing. Maybe you like porn a lot, but there are a lot of people who worked in the porn industry who have had terrible outcomes. They leave the industry, they say it was just awful and abusive. And I'm with the sex-negative feminists on this. I think it's really degrading to women. And another statistic: 97% of the recipients of violence and aggression in pornography are women. It's usually not the men. Maybe in some cases.
That's
but
why
it's usually the
OnlyFans. You should be pro OnlyFans then, because it eliminates a lot of that.
yeah, I mean.
No.
Democratizing the pornography industry. I don't know. I don't know that would shrink it, which would be my goal. But even
shrink the abuse, which it has.
It's the most ethical form.
It's the most ethical form
Yeah,
to watch
I don't-
and to.
I don't know. And
Is it the
ethical
most-
porn to me is sort of like a vegan lion.
Well,
or
you just said
really
you have to
wet
hold yourself to
fire.
a standard. You're deciding that standard based on your values and your religion.
But I'm coming to my values through reason, I guess is what I'm saying. I think that people have a conscience. I think that broadly speaking, our faculties of reason can tell us that, you know, we all agree murder is bad, right? And we just think it's objectively wrong. It's not just wrong because we kind of feel it or we've decided it in some social science committee. It's just objectively wrong because there's a transcendent moral order that's objective and we can reason about it. So I think we can all come to certain conclusions.
Then why haven't we? Why?
Well, we have for most of history.
Well, no, murder, we're pretty much like all, and that's an interesting thing. Even abortion, like social attitudes haven't shifted much because murder, people are still like, this is wrong. But things like casual sex, porn, sex work, our reason is obviously failing. Maybe we malfunctioned evolutionarily in 2024.
Yeah, no, we're fallen for sure. We have all sorts of people still commit murder.
Why
too.
is that reason, whatever reason you're having, why is that not spreading?
Because
why is that not persuasive enough to convince people?
Because we're much less reasonable today than we've been in the past, and because, in fact, a lot of people deny objective truth. I mean, it would seem you've all accepted my premises that I've just articulated, that there is objective truth and a transcendent moral order, and so, you know, you're the creme de la creme, I guess. But a lot of people, if you went onto the street and you said, is there such a thing as objective truth? They would say, no, there's no such thing as objective
and
truth.
there's good arguments, but there's good arguments for that. There's good arguments. You could even argue that you subjectively came to the objective truth of Catholicism. You use your subjective opinions to follow that.
No. An opinion is a statement of fact from one's perspective, but it's a statement of objective fact. It's not like a preference. It's
Why
not
are you not Muslim? You just didn't find it as compelling. You didn't personally find it as compelling.
Right. Applying my reason to facts, I found one to be more reasonable than the other.
And you could find a very reasonable Muslim who could sit across and maybe in the future debate you here, and they would have.
I mean, to give the Muslims.
Ben Shapiro used his reason to go to.
That man is not a Muslim.
No, I know. But he thinks Judaism is the truth. So you're all using you're still. It's still a subjective.
Listen, he's a very smart guy, but he gets a few things wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
So sure, people disagree and they come to wrong conclusions plenty of times. Sure, but without believing that our reason is somewhat reliable, then we can't even really communicate, right? I mean, there's just no objective reality that would even make this intelligible.
Quick thing, Pixie, and we are going to shift gears. Go ahead.
I was going to shift gears right now because I was going to say, or do you want to?
What topic?
It's biology, basically, or I'll just
gender
say it,
stuff.
Yes.
Let's hit one topic, but we will come back to that. How's that sound? So I think when it comes to feminism, something that a lot of feminists fight for is abortion rights for women. So I think I'd like to touch on that for a little bit. So a good jumping off point for each of you, what is each of your basic stance on abortion? We'll have you guys go first, then we'll have Michael respond. And starting with you, Farah, go ahead.
On a personal level, I'm pro-life. I wouldn't get an abortion, but on a macro level, I'm pro-choice.
Okay.
Yeah, I have very mixed feelings and thoughts when it comes to abortion. I am generally speaking pro-choice. Do I think abortion at any stage is moral? No, not necessarily. However, I do.
Is he gonna try to kill me?
About the government being able to dictate when exactly, or like just deciding like, oh, like let's not have any pro-choice, pro-life all the way. I have like very strong reservations of the government being able to dictate a law to that nature. So I have a mixed bag right now.
Jasmine.
Yeah, I think abortion is one of the hardest moral issues. Like, it's so unique, and I think anyone who thinks it's so easy on the other side just hasn't delved into this topic enough, because there's really good arguments for both sides. I typically
no, there's not.
The question is, when is that fetus, or whatever you want to call it, depending on the stage, a person? And I think the strongest argument for me is the consciousness one. So when, to me, having a baby, like, it's alive and something in a petri dish, like, I don't see those two things as exactly the same, but I do think there are really good arguments on it. It's just a really hard topic.
Why would you not have an abortion for your own child, but you would permit it or even maybe recommend it for others?
Same reason I've been vegetarian my whole life, but I don't force it onto others. Like, I have my own personal visceral reaction to certain types of behavior, such as hunting, factory farming, and even possibly abortion, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm deducing some sort of like moral imperative from that.
Well, I should hope if you care about a bunny rabbit and you won't eat a hamburger, then certainly you would care about a human being. And it seems like that's the logical connection, sure. But doesn't that then seem to be like saying, look, I would never murder my precious baby, but all you often poor black people, you can kill your babies, that's just fine.
No, because I never said I'd do it because I
You piece of
view it as
shit.
murder. I said it's more of a visceral reaction.
So it's unreasonable. You just think it's yucky.
Yes. I
Yeah,
found it yucky
okay,
when you
fine.
opened the doll's mouth and put a cigar in it, but I don't think that's wrong to do.
I find this
It grossed
disgusting
me
too.
out when I was going to ask you to
that
remove
was
it.
Michael's
Depraved.
I-
That was not my idea.
He was
I don't-
very
I'm not
excited
taking
to do
credit for that. I did think it was very funny, but I was not my idea. Look, I love what you just said. It was what a beautifully honest thing you admitted. You said, I find abortion to be wrong. And
I didn't say wrong.
For you. Wrong for you.
When we say wrong, we're usually moralizing it. I just said I found it gross, and I had to look
You
away when
find-
you opened
okay.
the sex doll's mouth. That doesn't mean I think it was wrong
It's
to do
abortion
that.
boo for her. is what
You,
she said.
yes, you're saying I find abortion repulsive, and therefore I wouldn't do it, even though I can't reason as
The
to why I
process
wouldn't.
grosses me out. I find it gross to use a tampon. I don't use one. I
Yeah,
don't think
sure.
people shouldn't use
I'm
it.
with you.
I
Which-
personally don't want to do it. I find it invasive. I find the process of,
Totally.
you know what I mean? Certain things to be invasive, but that doesn't mean I'm going to prescribe it for everyone or even moralize it.
What you've just articulated is something called the wisdom of repugnance, which is an idea that was elaborated on by the bioethicist Leon Kass. About 20 years ago, he had a famous book on this. We don't write a moral treatise on every single thing. I'll get out of bed, should I have eggs or pancakes? So I don't know, let me write a 10-page essay. No, you just you just go on your prejudices a lot of the time. And I know prejudice is a really nasty word these days, but most prejudices are right. It's just, you can't...
But sometimes they're wrong, like slavery.
Yeah.
Racism,
but there were
racism.
also plenty of people who recognized the moral...
But that argument doesn't pan out
And
because
there
you
are
just
plenty
said
of
I
people
should deduce some sort of correctness and morality from my prejudice. But if I just said I enjoy getting abortions, like I love the process,
That would be fucked up.
gives me pleasure
But-
the same
but-
way getting a tattoo would. You wouldn't then say that I should moralize
But
that.
virtually no people would say that. What most women say when they support abortion is exactly what you just said, which is, well, I wouldn't do it, but I think it should be a right. And so now I think, okay, I'm glad you've said you wouldn't have an abortion and you've arrived at that through prejudice or however, I don't care how you arrive at it. But now I think at that point we have to apply reason to this, which is, okay, why do you find it repulsive? Well, because it's invasive. Well, because I don't like stirrups. Well, okay, fine, all those reasons. But at a certain point, especially, you really seem to care about living things because you don't want to eat animals either. Okay, I think there's a moral difference between a human being and a cow, but what you're recognizing is there's something monstrous. There's something morally significant.
There's
about
not.
taking a
That's why I
life.
use the analogy again of you putting the cigar in the doll's mouth. It
Well,
also grossed me
merely
out.
having a sex doll is morally significant. I mean, I'm glad that she's just being used as my debate partner here to help me, so it's not 3-on-1. But if one were to use this sex doll in the way for which it was built, that would be depraved and disgusting. And so, frankly, having her advertise my cigars is probably one of the most wholesome uses for the sex
Right.
doll.
So I
There is.
personally wouldn't get a tattoo. I
Mayflower
find that
cigars, by
process
the way.
very repulsive, and the idea freaks me out. And I would pay to not get a tattoo. Does that mean I'm moralizing it, and I should be, moralizing that proclivity towards not getting a tattoo and prescribe that other people don't do it?
Yeah.
Like,
I
why
think-
is abortion? Why are you assuming that I'm not getting an abortion for some moral reason?
No, I don't think you're doing it for a moral reason. I think you happily have arrived through your own natural tastes and preferences and prejudices at a correct moral conclusion. But the moral conclusion, the reason abortion's wrong is because you're killing a baby.
You said it's a cow. Why is it different than a cow to you?
So come again?
Why is a human different than a cow?
Because human beings are rational
So is a
animals.
retarded person less of a person than a non-retarded?
No, all people have
What the
defects.
fuck are you
None
talking
of us,
about?
even me, none of us is perfect. But the species of human beings, the thing that separates us from the animals is that we have will and intellect. This is why we
But
don't
if you
put...
found out that like cows have it, or if you found
They
a
don't have
person, or if you have a person who there's people who have really significant brain defects, etc.
Yeah, there are people who have all sorts of disabilities and defects.
Well,
and
if we're
right,
just
that
going
doesn't
on
mean they're not human
rationality,
beings.
yeah,
Wait,
but
I wanna
that's the
say
whole
something
thing.
quickly.
Right.
Do you believe in contraception?
I believe it exists, but I would strongly discourage it.
Even for married couples who want to like child plan?
Yeah, I think couples should be open to that.
Even though there's
I
like,
think married couples should be open to
even though there's like an overwhelming amount of data that suggests that contraception lowers like abortion rates, basically, right? If
well,
a person
I
never
don't.
gets
Yeah,
pregnant,
I think people should have more babies, and once they conceive the babies, they should
Oh,
also not
what?
murder the babies. But I don't.
Wait, so
Okay,
you think
but-
married couples should just
Have-
every time they have sex should get pregnant, or should be aiming towards getting pregnant?
You know, believe it or not, it usually doesn't work quite like that. But I think they should have more kids. Yeah, totally. And there are also, by the way, there are. Again, it's morally controversial, but there are modes of a more natural process that would be able to quite accurately time a woman's
Until
menstrual
we're at
cycle.
the point where we're getting rid of abortion, then are you then in favor of contraception?
No,
because
well,
you're saving lives?
I also reject the premise that you've just made, which is that contraception reduces abortion rates. I think there's a very easy way to cherry pick those data, because you can say, well, in this very small subset of data where we give condoms to college kids or whatever, they have lower abortion rates. But broadly speaking, over the past 60 years, we've had a proliferation of contraception, and we've had a proliferation of abortion. The rates have spiked, and they've lowered it sometimes, but they've remained fairly high. And the reason is more fundamental than statistics, which is that we have a mentality now that sex can come without consequences. And so condoms can be very effective, and whatever like women put inside themselves and whatever, that can be very effective too. But sometimes it's not. And by accepting the mentality that sterile sex is a right, it then implies a right to kill the baby, so you don't actually have to face the consequences when it happens.
I think I push back on the idea that like people were not having sex for contraception, because
I never suggested that.
Okay, I thought it was suggested, because when you're saying like, oh no, abortion rates have gone up since contraception, I'm not sure if that's true.
They were having kids before contraception.
And they were also getting abortions before contraception.
No, I mean, the other reason why it's, I think, silly to try to separate these two phenomena is they occurred basically at the same time. So you had legal abortion beginning in 1973 with Roe v. Wade, though it had been legalized in other states prior. This was, the 1960s and 1970s, the sexual revolution, when contraception became much, much, much more popular and available, and abortion did at the same time too. So it's simply a fact. As contraception became more popular, the abortion rate went up. Now you might say, well, those are disconnected phenomena. Okay, maybe they are, but they certainly occurred at the same time.
At least to my understanding, and maybe we can even search this up right now, people did have abortions, or did have a high rate of abortion before even like Roe v. Wade. What would happen is that they were like more like back alley abortions, illegal abortions, such abortions that like basically put the mother's life in danger.
No, none of that's true. They were having abortions. It wasn't at a particularly high rate. The rate spiked after Roe v. Wade. And it is true sometimes women died from back alley abortions. There's a fake statistic that went around that was cooked up by the abortion industry, which said that thousands of women a year were dying of abortions just before Roe v. Wade. Dr. Bernard Nathanson, who was the head of NARAL, the Abortion Rights League, admitted they just made that statistic up out of thin air. And it's fact because we have the statistics from the CDC. So the year before Roe v. Wade made abortion legal nationally, do you know how many women died of back alley abortions?
I don't have a specific number from the top of my head.
39 is the number. And do you know how many women died of legal abortions? 24. And so almost the same, but you'd say, well, it's a little bit higher for the illegal abortions, except that if you look at the number of states that had legal abortion versus illegal abortion, if you control for that variability, it comes out to almost exactly the same number. And it was a very, very low number. So, that wouldn't be a recommendation of legal abortion.
To my understanding right now, if we decide to let's take a state or a county where one county has a greater amount of contraceptive access, promotes it more, teaches kids about contraceptive use, versus a county that there isn't that necessarily same level of sex education, the one that has the less amount of sex education, contraceptive access, would have higher amounts of abortion. Do you dispute that?
The one that has higher, did you say the one that has higher rates of sex education would have higher rates of abortion?
No, the one that has higher rates of sex education and higher rates of contraceptive use will have less abortions than the one where there is no sex ed. Basically, places that have less sex ed have higher abortions.
Well, it depends. It depends on if we're talking about a community that is strongly discourages contraception and premarital sex and abortion, that would be less likely. If we're talking about a community that has very low rates of religiosity and low rates of getting married, but also low rates of sex education, which is just kind of liberal sexual revolution teaching, then maybe you would have higher rates of abortion there. I don't dispute that at all. I mean, we live in a culture that is broadly supportive of abortion and of contraception, including religious communities. But if you, to use my own group of religious people, if you look at Catholics compared to the rest of the country, and then if you look at traditional Catholics, guys who like the Latin Mass and smells and bells compared to regular Catholics, the rates of divorce plummet, the rates of abortion plummet, the rates of contraceptive use plummet, the rates of childbirth go through the roof. And so the reason I pick that group out more than the others is they seem to have all of the pieces that I'm talking about here, and whereas others, they might have one but not two, you know, or they might have three, and so there it's much harder to compare.
How do you make people more Catholic?
Well, you know, I'm doing my best, aren't I?
Yeah, you are.
I'm doing my very
but
best.
If it doesn't work, what's your plan B? Because it seems like...
No, look, even beyond, if someone says, well, Michael, I agree with a lot of what you say, but I'm not a Catholic or something, okay, fine. You know, all I'm doing is stating the truth as I see it, as clearly and often as I can. And, you know, that led me to certain conclusions. I hope it leads them to the same ones. But if people are just, if first they recognize that the truth exists and that we have faculties of reason that can be noble, that's good. And if people recognize that that there are better things and worse things, and we can do better things and worse things, that's good. And if people recognize that having self-discipline is good and will lead to a more happy life, then I'm very happy about that. And down the line, maybe I haven't
Is
convinced...
that not what people are doing right now? Like, you don't think people are, you think people, like, it is the fact that people actually think it is better for the
he gonna
well-being of
just
society
ram
to
into
not
me?
stigmatize, like, gay marriage. They
What is he
believe that. Now,
doing?
you
I don't
believe
think
the
there's any
different
such thing as gay marriage, you know, 'cause I think it gets back to the feminist
Okay.
problem, which is I think marriage either has sexual difference at the heart of it, or it just doesn't mean anything. You know, it's just another group of people.
So then why don't you let them get married by the state if it just doesn't mean anything?
It's not up to me. Marriage either means the union of a man and a woman, the complementary sexes for the good of the spouses, sure, and for the creation of children, for the creation of a family, or it's just like your buddy.
But you
know,
said
your
truth
buddy who
is
you do
just what's
something weird with.
beneficial. Let's say it's beneficial as a society to recognize those marriages. It
But
creates
there-
less turmoil, whatever. Then is it true and is it good?
Let's say, is it beneficial to recognize a vegan lion? You know, it's just not real. And so we can pretend. Is it beneficial to pretend that a man is a woman? I don't know. He might think it is for a short period of time, but it's not. I mean, this is one of the problems, really, with the proliferation of porn and other vices and the drugs and all that stuff, is it causes people to lose perhaps what little control of their reason they previously had. I mean, this is one of the really bad problems about all porn, OnlyFans included, but obviously the big industrial stuff too, is it appeals most basically to the prurient interest. The thing that it does is arouses people. And listen, none of you are women. You're all women. I'm not a woman. And none of you are men. I'll speak from the male perspective. I think I'm relatively reasonable. Relatively, at least. I think I'm but
Pretty reasonable.
Pretty reasonable.
Do you think all reasonable people would necessarily come to your conclusions?
Yes.
Oh.
But at least to a lot of them. But I will tell you this. If I am in a state of, passionate excitement, if, this is why I don't look at these things. But if a man were to look at those things, he would lose control of his reason very, very quickly. And that's degrading. Even taking the actions outside of it. You know, to have an industry out there, the purpose of which is to make men less reasonable and to do things that can be destructive to themselves or to their families or to whatever, is not going to lead to a flourishing society.
We all have
I
sex
just hate
drives,
that,
though. That's
like-
just true. If you could
Yeah.
eliminate sex drives from people.
No, we all have sex. But there's I'm not
Are
saying...
you reasonable when you're having sex with your wife in that
I
moment?
think I am, actually. I think I'm pretty... more reasonable than others.
In the midst of it, you're joking.
I think so. Look, I mentioned Dante before. I love Dante and Divine Comedy. I'm not saying we should deny our desires or suppress them or pretend that we don't have sex drives. I got red blood, man. I think that we need to sublimate our desires to the right ends and to the good place. So you say, if I'm doing the thing that men and women do with each other within the context of marriage, am I doing it in a reasonable way? I like to think I am. Meaning, is it open to life? Is it going to produce children? Is it degrading to one partner or the other? I hope it's not. Is it reasonable with
But you're
respect
assuming the
to
only reasonable
occurrence?
way to, I guess,
procreate.
Yeah, or this urge that you have, the sexual urge, is if you do it in this context.
Yes.
But that's just your assumption, I think.
No, it's the conclusion I've arrived at through reason, because I think there are ends to things. Like the end of this delicious Mayflower cigar would be for me to smoke it. The end of this cup of water would
But
be
if
for
you
me to
use the
drink
cup
it.
to kill a bug, are you misusing the cup?
You are misusing it. It won't kill the bug as well. I mean, I'm not saying that that's immoral necessarily, but it won't kill the bug as well as it will bring you water. And so the purpose of my eyes is to see. The purpose of my mouth is to actually to smoke cigars, but maybe to eat is a secondary purpose. And the purpose of my sexuality finds its expression in procreation, which is not going to happen between a couple of fellas or three dudes and a billy goat. It's going to happen within the context of marriage.
Speaking of the cup, do you need a refill?
You know,
Are
I
you,
could.
You get
As
a refill?
You're too kind, my dear. Thank you.
Okay.
I feel very patriarchal. Oh, that's very kind.
I do have a question for you. I just want to find out what the threshold is. Obviously, you morally condemn porn, and I guess I want to know from like your TradCon purview, do you also condemn strip clubs, obviously prostitutes, brothels, Playboy magazine, Victoria's Secret,
especially Playboy
fashion
magazine.
shows. What about like
well, Victoria's Secret
Angels?
fashion shows now feature like dudes in plastic bags. So I don't even know if that's.
I mean the
sexual
traditional
anymore,
like VS Angel shows. Do you condemn? Because I guess I get annoyed when people just morally burden porn stars, and I feel like it's just because of the financial component. But then they're still, like I said, going to Hooters all the time, and I feel like a lot of conservatives, especially TradCons, are okay with lusting after women in those confined settings.
I'm very opposed to lusting after women, and I think it's tantamount to adultery.
So you would morally condemn Hooters and Victoria's Secret fashion shows and any of those magazines?
I mean, again, there are different. Obviously, these are differences of degree. So Hooters, it's women wearing like tight clothing and giving you chicken wings. And I'm not saying it's ideal. I wouldn't recommend having Christmas dinner there. But I think it's far less objectionable than say going to a strip club or going to the red light district or looking at pornography. The thing about pornography that's really in particularly bad about this too is it's so unnatural. So on the one hand, you'd say, well, it's better to look at porn than to cheat on your wife. Wouldn't recommend doing either. But porn is even more unnatural because there's not even another person involved. It's just glittering images on a screen, and then you're doing a shameful act with yourself.
What if you were watching it with your partner? There is data out there that actually a lot of people report watching porn together actually makes their sexual relationship better, and they report higher sexual satisfaction. In that context, do you think it's okay, or is it just immoral for you because you're a Catholic?
No, I think the reason that it's bad is, one, it would turn your sexual desire to another woman, and it would cause you to view women as sexual objects rather than as proper subjects. And I think one of the other problems with porn that shapes the way you view all women, including your wife, is that it treats people as commodities. So what it does is it causes you to sell yourself as though you were just merely flesh, for the irrational excitement of some other person. And that is intrinsically degrading because you're a rational creature with a mind and a soul.
That's why I think OnlyFans is the best iteration of sex work, because sex work, as they say, is the world's oldest profession. It's never going away. Like even in 2005, which is over 10 years before the advent of OnlyFans, 16% of American men were buying sex, and over half of them were doing it regularly from prostitutes. So I don't like that we blame porn when sex work has always been a thing. Even a lot of Christian men will go to the strip club like a week before getting married, and that's considered traditionally acceptable.
I don't believe in that though. So
exactly, and I feel like OnlyFans is the healthiest iteration, even by your characterization, because it reinstates the soul, because the biggest OnlyFans stars are famous for their personality. People like Amaranth, Belle Delphine, Bella Thorne, it reinstates that personality. So I feel like it's actually reducing this idea of only lusting after a woman for her flesh. It's actually three-dimensionalizing her again. So do you think OnlyFans...
But it still reduces the relation of the sexes to a mere monetary transaction, and it commoditizes the woman because she's the product. So
I mean, isn't that capitalism though? Like when you have a cashier, aren't you objectifying your
cashier? There are major problems with capitalism. The cashier scenario, I don't think, is a great
but you have
analogy.
if you're using when the mechanic is working on your car, you're not super interested in his thoughts and feelings. You're using him as a means to. So what is so bad about sexual objectification when we objectify celebrities, athletes, all these?
Because the mechanic is performing a rational and edifying action for me that benefits the two of us. A prostitute, say, is turning herself into a mere instrument for my own lower pleasure. So, I totally agree with you that prostitution's been around forever, and there have actually been moral arguments, including from St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas, against prohibiting this as a matter of law too aggressively, because one might say that then society would be convulsed by lust. So you have to strongly circumscribe it, but not totally get rid of it. And I don't know. Whatever.
So you're pro OnlyFans?
I'm not pro OnlyFans.
But you think it's the healthiest iteration, or the
no?
most
I mean, you're
iteration
asking me
of
what's
sex
the
work?
least dangerous arsenic. I don't know. I guess there's some diluted form of it, but they're all deadly. They're all going to get you.
I guess I just didn't like this argument that the reason prostitution or pornography is worse than maybe like a Hooters is because it's reducing people. You said to glittering.
Yeah, the
pixels
woman
on
at
screen.
Hooters is having a nice conversation with me and bringing me my chicken, and she's not actually stripping down. And
I
she's
find
not
that
actually performing a sexual act.
I find that more immoral. I feel like that's the more reductionist flesh version of sex work because she has to more perform a role versus if
I
you're
should have put
subscribing
up
to a
here.
Twitch streamer you already like, it's based off her personality. Like she sets the rules, she sets the personality,
No, I think
she sets the interaction.
I think the audience sets the rules, really. And
no, they're subscribing more for her personality. In Hooters, it's already a predetermined role in uniform and costuming that they're assuming.
I suspect if you talk to the top earning performers on OnlyFans, they would tell you that the customer is always right. They tell you the same thing that the cashier and the waitress would tell you.
I'm a top performing. That's not true. I have very strict boundaries. I make the rules. And
you don't take into consideration the desires of your audience. I don't believe that.
I mean,
for
so do you
one
think you're
second.
commodifying yourself to the daily, like when you're doing your show on the daily
But
work?
the thing that I'm selling is my opinions about the world.
Oh,
And the
I
thing
do
that
like philosophy live streams naked.
Well, then half of that is
That's
probably a good
cringe.
idea. But the problem with doing it naked is it's kind of cheating, isn't it? It's cheating because you're attracting eyeballs with something that is irrational, and then maybe you're giving them some philosophy.
They don't have to be completely separate all the
Ah,
time. Like,
he was
even
getting
in
me
marriage,
down.
Like when you're horny, you're not at that moment like having this deep conversation, and you're so interested in their thought. Like you have, and like you can channel that in a healthy way. So something that I found is a lot of men, when they would see me speak, and they're like, "I really like what you say, but now it's hard to jerk off to you because I have this weird thing." But then once they like get exposed to it, now they like, "Oh, actually, it's really cool. I love it." Like we might have this inclination to see people in these categories.
I don't know about that.
These categories, but that it doesn't mean that just because you're a sexual object in this context that you are in every context.
Yeah, I guess it's just if you're. I think they probably make a good point, which is I have viewed you in this degraded way, and now I'm surprised to see you in a different way.
And that's why it's important to expose them to that, because that's
perhaps. But even the way you're talking about sexual desire still seems to be very self-regarding, right? You're saying if you want to sleep with your wife, it's because you're randy or something. But that would be the difference between, say, love and sex. I forget who wrote this. Maybe it was Chesterton or Lewis or one of these guys. Sex is. Oh no, it's Fulton Sheen actually, the Archbishop and former TV star. Sex is totally self-regarding. So when one looks at porn, it's to gratify one's own lusts.
Mm-hmm.
When one is married or just even in love, one is willing the good of the other person. And so you can. This is not just pie in the sky, mamby-pamby stuff. The result of self-regarding sex, solo or with other people, is sterility and the instrumentalization of other people for your own desires. The end result of love, which is giving to the other person, is to edify the spouse, but it literally becomes so real that another person is created as a result of it.
Trixie, go ahead.
This doesn't have to do with the porn usage, but I just want to circle back to something that's just been stuck on my mind. Earlier you were talking about like basically like these kind of biological imperatives that like women and men have naturally fallen to, and then basically feminism is like trying to destroy that. That's like my understanding of your argument.
But I don't think it's just biological, because I don't think we're just bodies and flesh. I think we're also souls and bodies together.
Okay. Because what I was going to say is that when people make like these biological arguments of men having to be this one way and women having to be this other way, to me that doesn't necessarily follow, because like we've literally had laws after law in place trying to prevent women from getting into the workforce, from having being able to open a bank account, from even being able to pursue certain legal matters. So when people make this biological argument of like, oh no, men are just more naturally inclined towards working roles, it would follow then that there would be no need for these laws. It would just be a biological imperative. There's no need for you to have a law where blood flows through you or where you have a heart. These are just things that are true. But when it comes to our roles in society, and I think this is what feminists push back on, it seems like instead of it being a real biological imperative, it is forced upon the social structure.
Yeah, are you suggesting that women are as happy working in an office as a man is?
They could be.
Depends on the woman.
Hypothetically, I guess they could be. But do you think, talking to your female friends and looking at what social scientific data there are, you really think women are as satisfied and happy in office work?
I definitely
I'm just
think
saying
some.
in the aggregate.
Yeah,
If you're really being honest with me right now, I think you would say probably women are less happy.
Well, no,
I don't think either of them are happy.
What?
Like, I think
but
most
which is
people are
happier
not
than the
happy.
other?
Yeah,
Which
no.
is happier than
Well, what I think is interesting about this argument is that we do have like a clear period of time where, hey, women were staying at home, whatever. Then when men went out to war, they went towards these jobs, and when the men came back, they didn't want to leave. So to me, to be saying like, oh no, like they're all in general happier at home. Well, we had a clear period of time where women fought expressly against that.
No, we did, and then as I mentioned earlier, we measured against it, and we measured how it turned out, and all but one of the surveys showed that the women became less happy. So I'm totally willing to take these surveys with a grain of salt, but in as much as we can measure them, they undercut your argument.
No. If there was a survey that showed that men are happier just sitting on their ass all day on like some island
They
just
are.
watching TV,
They are in the short
do you think that they should strive towards that?
No, because they wouldn't be happier in the long term, because happiness is an objective matter. It's not purely subjective. So, like men, though, truly, this is why Genesis 3 is written the way that it is. Men do not want to lord over women. They don't want to dominate women. They don't want to be knuckle draggers. You know what men want to do? They want to sit on the couch and eat potato chips and be left alone. That's what men. That's the broken, dark.
Right, I'm just
part
saying. I
of
think everyone would be happier in the short term sitting at home on a couch. Which is why I think those studies.
No,
that
I don't
referring
think
to
so.
of self-reported happiness refers to that type, and not eudaimonia.
I think women would be happier in the short term playing the girl boss and having all sorts of, color-coded notebooks and pens and stuff. But they would find that they don't actually like it. They don't really want to work at the law firm. They don't really want to be in the widget factory. They would rather do something that is more naturally feminine.
I think it's also interesting how you're ascribing these surveys of like self-reported happiness.
I don't get why he just slammed into me like that. Like, what the fuck? He opened him up and then slammed into me. Like he wanted purple to win.
Going lower as a result of being in the workplace. When I wonder if you start
and other things.
Exactly. I wonder if when you start looking down into the specific reasons why a person might report greater amounts of unhappiness, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons that could range, right?
Kill
for
me.
Example,
They're all feminists, though.
higher, like, let's say, experiencing like some sort of like sexual harassment in the workplace, for example, which in that case it's not necessarily they're less happy doing work, they're just less happy experiencing
days,
sexual harassment, for example.
I'm not saying it never happens, because obviously you hear some Me Too stories, Matt Lauer, whatever, Vince McMahon. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but these days the law and the culture are so radically opposed to men and in favor of women in this situation. The frequency of sexual harassment in the workplace is basically zero.
Can you give me an example? And the reason why I'm asking for an example specifically is because I actually, as a feminist, think one of the failures of the Me Too movement was not being able to legislate a lot of the grievances put into place. So even if like a company is not supposed to like sexually harass, or you're not supposed to sexually harass your subordinate, whatever, most of these cases will never be criminal. They'll just be at most civil, maybe, if they're even prosecuted.
Sure, but what are we talking about? We're talking about an errant comment.
Just
or
kill
we're
me.
Talking about, I like your shirt today, Sally, or something. Or are we talking about, a rape or something?
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking you is like, what specific laws have been put to place that heavily favor women against men?
Well, there are already laws.
unfairly?
There are laws against sexual assault, right? And there are but the HR practices that have been put into place.
He could have equalized the game and then slammed into him, and that would have been way cooler.
America, to totally favor women. If a woman comes in and says, let's say a man and a woman in an office had a consensual affair, the minute that woman reports it, that guy is gone. That guy is gone at every major company in America. Let's say that a man just kind of seems a little creepy or makes a woman feel uncomfortable because he compliments her glasses that day or something. That guy is very likely going to be gone. The corporate America has so taken the feminist position to heart that men don't even want to speak to women in the workplace. It's one of the reasons that companies often don't want to hire women, is they recognize that their legal liability goes through the roof.
That seems like an exaggeration. Do you actually think that if a guy complimented a girl's glasses,
I'm not saying she would report it, because people are usually nice and men and women generally like each other.
But you think that's how much the institutions have overcorrected, that a man will get fired for just complimenting a woman?
Yes.
I think he would.
Unsexually?
I think that he can. Yes.
Maybe not outright fired, but he would face professional.
I mean, it'd be cool to see stories about. I haven't seen anything anywhere close, and I feel like
I don't
any
know.
type of conservative media outlet would like jump on that hard.
All I've got are anecdotes here, but no, I don't think the conservative media would, because I'm not pro sexual harassment.
Also, to go back to happiness and feminism and girl bosses and females in the workspace, another reason that women could have lower reported happiness is because they're still shoring up on most of the household duties, despite now also taking up, you know what I mean? They're doing still a lion's share of domestic work.
They don't get married anyway, so they don't even have households.
That's not true. They're still cohabitating. They're still
even
within marriage.
I agree. Cohabitation makes women unhappy too. Yeah.
I mean, even within marriage now, you don't think a majority of there's a ton of marriages in which women are also working and then also shoring up a line.
All right, I'm gonna go to that.
lion's share of the household duties,
Yeah.
and that's why they're unhappy, because now
One
they're
more
being
game.
burdened in two directions.
Yeah, sure. But so what's the solution to that?
I think
the solution.
I think the
normal
solution is men showing up more on domestic duties, but they won't because of freaking tradcons and neocons who are telling them that
No, I
it's
don't-
gay and beta if they do these certain tasks.
It is gay and beta most of the time. I agree.
And I also
but-
think that's why men are suffering. So, for instance, like the unemployment rate of men returning back to the workforce is very, very high right now, and that's because everything meninist, like tradcons and neocons. So, for instance,
What do you mean
like
by neo? You mean like the
Him.
sort of
Neocons.
warmongering?
What?
You're a neocon?
I'm
you
not
want
a
to go invade
politics
Libya
guy.
or something? What does that mean?
I'm not the politics guy. Okay.
No one can pin
I
down
think
Brian.
we're using neocon in a way I'm not familiar with.
Well,
I'm
I'm just
seeing Don
saying-
Rumsfeld next to me. Okay.
a lot of just meninists are actually hurting men, and I think they're also
Meninists,
hurting
that's a good
women. They're
phrase.
also hurting women because, like I said, women are doing worse mentally because they're showing up on domestic duties, and men won't take up these responsibilities because it's seen as gay and beta. And we're, you know what I mean? You guys
So-
are.
so the- but the
you-
solution-
wait,
there's an easy solution.
Wait, can I finish?
Sure.
Meninists are kind of pushing for this like revanchist return to just like older times, and even though you claim you're not trying to turn the clock back, a lot of the solutions that
am.
meninists are advocating for just won't help men because the burgeoning sectors right now are overly feminized. It's stuff like nursing, childcare, hospitality, and these industries
Yeah,
are actually reaching out
that's
to men. They're
gay.
trying to
We
recruit
need
them,
to
but a lot of men are turning
unfeminize
down.
the
It's like
world.
they're sitting on their ass. They're addicted to opiates. Like over half of unemployed men are addicted to some sort of painkiller. They're playing video games all day. They're
I think that
yes, one problem, but there's so
I think that we need to just unfeminize the world, get women out of the
many
workforce.
others.
and-
Feminism is what's telling men, like, you know what I mean? Leave your toxic masculinity behind, join a nursing career, join a teaching career, but they won't do it because of tradcons and neocons telling them that they're gay and beta if they do these kind of like unwarrior like.
Why does she keep saying neocons?
Am
Is
I
this
in a
like-
warrior-like position?
What's that movie with De Niro and Ben Stiller, Meet the Parents,
Yeah.
where he's the male nurse?
Yeah.
Do you agree with
I
like
don't think that.
Richard Reeves'
don't think
take
what? You don't
on
think
like
what?
I don't
men
think
should be the way we
track-
pushed women to join STEM, we should be pushing men to join HEAL, which is health, education, administrative literacy jobs. Like, do you think that there should be a push, like instead of saying men do this job and women do this job?
No.
Like, I don't think TradCons as much as like Red Pill. I'm not pointing to you say you're Red Pillar, but like that men, your role is to be an ATM machine and to make money and like to be strong and fight. And if you don't do that, then you're not a man. Like, you're not as much of a man if you're a teacher. Do you agree with that?
No, I've
Okay.
had wonderful male teachers. You know,
Okay.
I don't really care to push people.
No, I think that male teachers is a good thing. Honestly, back in the day, most teachers were male. I think it would be better if there was more male teachers. Most of the, like, at least like when you get to high school and stuff. I think most of my best teachers were male when I was in high school.
People to any particular
Except for my
field
English
rather than-
teacher.
I'm no libertarian, but I think the market will generally sort that out, and I think interference in that regard is usually does more harm than good. But no, a man. But you know, teaching is a very manly thing, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's you're imparting wisdom and knowledge, and you're shaping a young mind. It's a very manly field.
I agree, but you said women are better at domestic tasks than men are, and
yeah,
a
being a
lot of
teacher or a
these-
nurse is not a domestic task. It can occur inside the home and frequently does.
So
but-
why does it seem like why does it why do people
Domestic means within the
fear-
home,
No,
so
but why do
anything
people
outside.
see it as feminine? Like people see nurses and teachers as feminine. Like a
'Cause they're
third
very
grade
nur- 'cause
male
they're very
teacher.
nurturing.
Yeah, so is that
why.
something that you think is better suited for women?
Yeah, I think women tend to be more nurturing than men.
But
So
that's
they're-
because of their experience in the domestic life. Is that's why they're now more
I think
congruent
it's in
with
their
these
nature.
burgeoning industries such as nursing, teaching, childcare, hospitality, food preparation. It's because of what they're being trained to do at the home. So
Bro, if he
TradCons say that,
slams
like, men
into
should
my
focus on
fucking-
public life while women should focus on these more domestic errands, they're actually hurting men in the long run because now men aren't equipped to do these burgeoning industries to
No,
work in them.
I think also, don't forget, life isn't just set and static all the time. A woman could, say, go to school and then work a job. I don't know, she teaches for a few years and then she
Mhm.
gets married and she wants to leave teaching, or she's a nurse for a few years, or what, we don't just like sign up like serfs for the rest of our lives. We're just doing one task. But I do think that it's not just a matter of social construction. I think women are more nurturing. And so are nurses more likely to be women? You know it. Are elementary school teachers more likely to be women? Yes. There
But
are some men, but
but
very
that's
few.
that's interesting to say, because when we look historically, like the reason why women tended to take those roles is because those were the only roles that society would let them take. It was not.
So says you.
necessarily-
I don't really buy that.
No, we can like look
There's
at the laws
a
right
study,
now.
the last name was Wu on the researcher, where like if right now we have like a certain percentage of women
Oh,
and a certain percentage
shit.
of men in like HEAL types of jobs. If people were actually choosing based on their interests, you would still get more. You're right, but it would be like 30% men.
But people are often deluded by their interests, and people have a view of what they will excel at, and what they're inclined to do that is often out of step with reality, and virtually no
And
one.
probably influenced by what society tells them they'll be good at.
Totally.
Which is that
But
men should
ironically,
be teachers.
I think we all concluded earlier that today it's the liberal feminist view that dominates all the major institutions, right? Didn't we?
No,
all
I
the rest.
think
So when
I
men,
thought that's what we said
when men
earlier.
cite not wanting to join nursing and teaching as part of the reason is because they see it as very feminine. You think liberal feminism is the culprit and not Meninism or neocon/shredcon?
It's the neocon thing keeps shaking because neocons refer to like Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz.
Okay, we'll just say
and, like,
conservative. Do you think when men say that they don't want to join nursing and teaching, because the nursing programs and teaching programs have like put out, research of why men won't join these industries despite them reaching out, and one of the biggest reasons is because they feel like it's overly feminine. Do you think that's due to liberal feminism or due to conservatism? That fear?
No, I think it's just natural. I think it's just a natural thing about men. They are not inclined toward the those more nurturing professions.
But the alternative is they're sitting at home unemployed right now. They're
Yeah,
reaching out to unemployed men. It's not men in STEM. They're reaching out to men who are disaffected right now, and they won't do it still because it's seen as gay.
Yeah, I think the men should work, but they should maybe do things that they're more inclined to do. I don't think we need to conscript men to go become nurses wearing frilly little dresses.
But they're not more inclined to do because, manual labor jobs are basically getting eradicated, and a lot of these men, not to be mean, aren't necessarily smart enough to go into STEM. So I think other industries might be better for them, but they won't do it. They'd rather sit at home to preserve their masculinity, and I think conservatism is to blame for that.
No, I think mass migration is actually to blame for the problem of the working classes not having as much employment as they used to, which is something that conservatives generally haven't pushed. I think there are all sorts of political reasons that happens, but I don't think that any amount of feminist indoctrination and brainwashing is going to convince a man that he really wants to do an extremely feminine role.
It's not about really wants to do, that's an
Just
entitlement.
it's not
just
gay
go
for
work.
doing. That's a different.
I think men,
a critique
men
of
ought to
liberal
work rather
feminism
than
is
not.
that liberal feminism's done a lot to push up women. It has left, I think, men behind in a lot of ways, and this is one of those.
Also,
ways.
we're painting with way too broad a brush. I mean, a man can be a nurse, and there are aspects of the nursing profession that can be perfectly masculine. And same goes with teaching. But if we want to zoom it out even further and say, well, these loser men who are all addicted to opiates and they're just like, sitting around with porn, these guys need to get off their behinds and take the only job available to them, which is to put on a frilly dress and be a girl. I think that's a ridiculous, false dichotomy.
But why do you see that as putting on a frilly dress to go into nursing and hospitality?
Because you're using that example.
presupposing that it's feminine and gay. You're doing the thing.
It is more feminine, yeah.
It's frilly dressy to go into nursing. That's
They
what
wear
you're, that's
frilly
what you're
dresses.
telling
At
your
least they
audience
used to.
here. You're telling them that they're preserving their masculinity to sit at home, and half of them being addicted to painkillers.
I'm telling you, I think it's a false dichotomy. And I think the reason that you're picking those fields, which are...
Those are the most burgeoning 15 sectors right now. A lot of other things are getting wiped out.
Nursing is like a good.
What are the other 15? What are the other 13?
Janitoring, nursing,
janitoring's
teaching,
not
childcare, hospitality, food preparation.
Not food preparation. That's not true.
So which ones are frilly? Just outline
Let's make
it
it
for
in
me.
a graph.
Which ones are gay? Spectrum of
like Emerald Lagasse, right?
Which one's most dick?
Yeah, Emerald Lagasse is not. That's not too frilly. If you're a big man chef, you just like bam throwing. That can be pretty
Don't you feel like
masculine.
you're hurting men with this
Being
kind
a
of rhetoric
janitor.
of being like, you need to add so much machismo to these professions? Be like, okay,
I'm
maybe
not
you
adding
should
anything. I'm not adding
if it's
anything.
frilly.
I'm
Yeah, you
observing
are.
reality and articulating my perception. The reason you chose nursing is because you know that it's a generally
I said
a more
nursing,
feminine field.
teaching, childcare, food
Right.
prep.
Well, there are plenty of male teachers. They tend to be more at the little bit more at the middle school level, then more at the high school level, then many more at the college level. That's true. Where those teaching jobs require much less nurturing and a lot more just reciting facts and logic.
So, okay, I just want to ask, do you think it's better for a guy to sit at home and be unemployed than go into nursing? Like,
No,
do you
I
think he's doing
it's
something
better.
wrong?
I think it's better to work than not to work, as long as the work is not intrinsically
But ideally,
immoral.
they shouldn't pursue nursing because it's gay.
They can pursue whatever they like to pursue, but you're asking me why are these men not inclined to pursue careers that
calling
they
it
consider
frilly,
feminine?
yeah.
Because they're men, and because the differences between men and women are natural, and they're not contingent on what you say, and they're not contingent on what I say.
Okay, my question is that, again, if these things are so natural, and we can search it up right now if you don't believe me, but why have there been laws in place preventing women from working in fields that are not nursing or teaching historically? If this is a biological imperative, there would be no
I'd be
need for
curious
these
to know-
laws.
I'd be curious to know which laws. I'm not disputing that women have been
Does it
encouraged
fucking
to stay
slam
home,
my 5?
that
Please do not.
Socially, that's changed because of the Second World War or because of the advent of the sexual revolution and contraception and all of these other things. That's certainly true. But I think that for a long time, we recognized that the family is the building block of society. And so we wanted to encourage family formation and family stability. And part of family formation and family stability is someone being able to raise the children, someone being able to take care of the home while the other partner was outside of the home. And you might say, well, why can't the man stay home with the kids and why can't the woman go to work? Yeah, it can happen. They're just generally not inclined to do that because women are the ones who have the babies and who are much sweeter with the babies and who are much more responsive to the baby's needs. And men are the ones who generally are a little bit more outgoing and a little bit more publicly
You've been very nurturing to Kiki.
I have. I even gave her one of my precious Mayflower cigars, available at mayflowercigars.com, but you have to be 21 years old or older. Some exclusions apply.
We're going to read a couple chats.
Some
and we have
exclusions
two quick
apply.
topics, and then we're going to wrap up here. So we have Baby B. Michael, love you, dude, and your reaction to Ben's facts rap. First time watching live, love the stupidity and facts on this channel. Looking forward to more this year and maybe coming on sometime. Okay, thank you.
So he's talking about my buddy Dr. Dreidel.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we have Scipio Californius. Even mad experts don't agree that human life begins at conception. 20 to 50% of women experience miscarriages in the first 13 weeks. Does that make those women murderers for not taking proper care of health?
Wow, everything about that was wrong. To be a murderer, you have to commit an action. So if a woman miscarries, she obviously hasn't committed an action. Her child has died. It's terribly sad, and women suffer for that, and we don't even talk about it because we have to all pretend that the babies aren't really babies, so the women usually have to suffer in silence. But I also love this idea, the experts say that logic isn't real anymore. What is a baby? Conception means the beginning, right? So a baby is conceived when the sperm and the egg come together and they form a distinct human being with all of the building blocks and processes of a human being. You might want to bury your head in the sand and deny that, but I don't see how you can say it's obviously a human being. It's not a platypus or a cow, and it's obviously alive because it demonstrates all of the processes of life. So you might say, well, the baby's not morally significant. I think we should kill him anyway. But don't.
Would you run over a petri
dish
if you had to choose one? I'm trying to like a weird Crawley experiment where it's like a live 2-year-old and then like 10 zygotes. And do you feel like you should save the 10?
You're saying a zygote meaning that very earliest stage of conception, maybe like embryos were put into a freezer or something.
Isn't that life?
Well, it would depend who the 2-year-old is, because there are gradations of charity. I owe greater charity to my family than I do to my extended family.
A stranger. It's a 2-year-old child and it's 10 zygotes, and you have to kill. Which one would you choose?
It would be dependent on more factors than you're giving me, because the way you're setting it up is kind of
Burns donated $200. Men find fulfillment in providing for their families financially, which is why typically most men won't want to stay at home. Taking time off with nothing to do for a work-oriented man is mind-numbing.
And yet they're doing it.
I think that's for anybody.
Yeah, but they go crazy, or they all get like addicted to drugs and get really sad and depressed. So they do it, but it's not fulfilling to them. To your point, though, what you're setting up is premised on like a utilitarian ethic. So you're asking me, to choose maybe, I don't know, the greatest good for the greatest number, but that's not how I view ethics.
I understand that. My point is that do you view a zygote like if I knocked it in 10 people, did 10 people just die because 10 zygotes? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I'm not saying that I reflexively in a moment if a fire came I wouldn't grab the 2-year-old instead of the zygote or whatever, but that is a human being. Yeah.
We have a chat here, and Burns, thank you for your TTS, by the way. Juan Gomez, hey, thank you, man, appreciate it. Men tend to be more interested in things, and women tend to be more interested in people. That's going to play out on what people choose as their career
Yeah,
paths.
I agree with this. I'm just saying that, like, let's say we have that's what the study showed. Like, we have 15% of women, and then what if people were actually choosing, it would be now 30%. It still would be on average that more women are interested in people and men are interested in things. But if people are free to choose their own interests out without having any cultural or social factors in it, it's still true that more men may do this and more women may do this, but more men than we see now may be in certain fields and more women would be in other fields.
I don't even know what that means, though. Like, women are more interested in people and men in things. I guess my debate partner is a thing who looks like a person, but I'm very interested in people. I don't even know really what that means.
I think they
I
mean
agree with
universally
you.
when you look at careers, women tend to work with other people while men are more interested in things like STEM and
they'll like lock
gadgets.
themselves in a room.
Well, also, if you look at like kids, the women will play with like dolls and stuff, and men will and little boys will more likely play with like Tonka trucks and everything like that, even if they haven't really been socialized. So
Use
Salt
the
from
example
Matt's
of like
last year,
little
yeah,
boys
but
with
yeah, right.
trucks and little girls with dolls. That's what they
That's true.
Michael Knowles Garden donated $200. My sprinkler goes like this.
Okay.
And comes back like this.
Yep. Do you have a sprinkler system in your?
I did, and I gave him a phone actually.
Okay.
I did, and
yeah.
I thought I just said like to my.
What
my
the
garden
fuck was
system, I said,
that
"Call me if
move?"
Anything goes wrong, but he's abusing that what I gave him, and now he's subscribing, giving
Very
away
good.
$200. Where'd you get that $200, Garden? That comes from me. That's sprouted from my land.
Last two things, since we were talking about professions for a little bit, an often topic that I hear in feminist discourse is the wage gap. Do you guys believe that there is a wage gap?
No.
I mean, yeah, there is a wage gap. Like, women generally make less money than men. Whether it's morally okay or not is a different question, but it's undeniably there.
Pixie?
Okay.
Yeah, there is a wage gap.
Jasmine?
I agree that there technically is, but the reasons for it may be, like, I do agree with that argument that men may take on longer hours, etc. Women leave
They
to
do.
take care of their kids. Now, would women choose, like, the way the system is set up to take that negative impact of going home with their, because when women leave to take care of their kids, it's really hard to get back into the workforce. Would they choose that? Is that ideal? No, but that's the way our system is set up. So I think there's a lot of variables
And
here.
it's the way all work is set up, right? You're always
That's
going to
true.
prioritize more consistent experience. Yeah, I totally agree
Yeah.
with your view. Sure, it exists, but trust me, if any business could save 25% of labor costs by hiring women, only women would be working. It's obviously because women don't work as long hours. They like to spend more time with their kids. They take time
Yeah,
off.
if it was that and that women didn't do these things, every company would just hire women.
And
I
that
mean,
cost
even-
that they take for that is unfortunate, but yeah.
But do you
I think it's good. I think it's good for them to spend time with their kids. I
Pixie-
think it's better than working in the widget factory.
Pixie, do you think that the
Maybe OnlyFans.
gender wage gap, gender earnings gap, is it due to some of the reasons that Jasmine articulated, or do you think it's due to perhaps sexism?
No, there are obviously cases where this is the case, right? Where there's difference in hours and stuff, but there have been like a decent amount of studies showing that even when things are all equal between resumes or even between like job performance, when conducted blind, the woman will get the proper appraisal, approval, whatever. Well, but if it's a gendered name or even if it's just like viewed as like gendered or whatever, women will suffer. So there is like a pre-societal connotation on the idea that like, hey, women are less able or apt to do certain X or Y task.
I do.
They are.
I know I'm kind of moderating this. I did just want to jump in on one thing. This was a couple years ago. I think Google did a very thorough and in-depth review of how they were, I believe, paying their engineers. Perhaps it was a different segment of their employees. And they actually found that they were underpaying the men and overpaying the women. Would that then be evidence that Google was or is sexist towards men?
It could be.
Okay.
I would have to see the study specifically and what they accounted for. But yeah, it's theoretically possible for a company to also be sexist towards men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. I recently was negotiating my contract with my beloved employers, and I was talking to my wife, who gives me a lot of advice, and I said, should I ask for a little bit more on this thing or that? She was like, I don't know, Mac. I don't know. I would just take what they offer you. It's really nice. I would just.
No.
I said, yeah, but I don't know. They want me to kind of. I'm not. They're gonna not respect me if I don't. And she was like, Mac, this is why women make 25% less money because we just don't want to negotiate. And I totally.
Is your
get it.
wife a South Park
She
character?
is actually, believe it. She's
She is
a
actually.
mixture of Minnie Mouse and Cartman. And like Consuelo. No, I don't know. I've been doing that voice for her for like 15 years now.
Like, I gotta
Sounds
I was like, I gotta
exactly
Google
like
his wife.
Sounds
after.
exactly
her.
like her.
So accurate. Yep.
Okay. Anything else on the wage gap, Michael, or?
No,
I think
it's
you-
real, but it's
yeah.
fine. Like,
okay.
raising kids is good. Having, who cares, man? Money is great. I like money. I like being able to pay my bills. I like being able to buy nice cigars like Mayflower Cigars, mayflowercigars.com, 21 years old or older to buy them, exclusions apply. But like, there's more to life than money. This is only $14 a stick. That's a great price. After a box discount, it's like $9 a stick. What are you going to do with all this money? You're going to just pile it up and buy more stuff? Who cares, man? They used to say that kids were the poor man's wealth, and kids, I'll tell you, I take my job seriously. I love my career. I love being in public life and having whatever political influence I have. It's awesome. It means nothing compared to
He's
having
not
children.
putting enough on his exterior stack that it's going to be taken out.
Finished my first book with words, speechless, when I was in the delivery room with our first child. And my wife's there pushing out this kid, and I'm there finishing the final edits on my book to send in. We're both due on the same day they both came. And I thought, okay, I've finally done it. I poured my heart and soul into this, 18 months of writing. And I look over at my kid, and I realize that my book doesn't matter at all. And I think it's a good book, and it became a #1 bestseller, and it matters nothing compared to a baby. And so I just think, good grief, woman, you're going to put off having a family, this wonderfully edifying thing, to go make like an extra $50,000 a year, $150,000 a year. Who cares? Like, are you kidding me? What a terrible deal.
There's two things I want to say on that topic. The first one is, hopefully we both can agree that the wage gap is a problem if, let's say, two people are doing the same exact work or whatever. One shouldn't be looked down upon by their sex. Again, we said that there's cases where we understand the wage gap, but hopefully we can agree on that. When all factors are equal, that should not be.
If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a wagon. Sure. If things were different, they'd be different.
Okay. And I guess the second thing is that I think the misconception or what's being downplayed here is that there are strong correlation, if not just straight up causation, of being able to have a kid that's healthier, more educated, has better life prospects, just overall a better life, if you can afford a better life for them. So I think there is something to be said about, like, hey, you don't have to be the top 1% owner, or
you don't need
earner.
that extra 25% in your income.
Yeah, but I think there is also something to be said about, like, hey, a lot of these women, the reason why they still want to work or they're still interested, because they want to provide the best possible life they can for their family. So I think there is a balance to be struck there. I don't think it's all just like, oh, it's kind of frivolous money.
We have a bad political economy right now that basically forces women to work even when they don't want to. So it's no longer a choice. It's more an obligation for most people. And I agree that's bad, and we should take political action to change that. I'm all for it. I think that would be great. However, you can raise kids on not a lot of money. I didn't come from a ton of money, and I know a lot of my friends didn't come from a ton of money. And, yes, you need to be able to eat. You need a roof over your head. You need some clothes. But you can do that for a lot less than we have now. The problem is the two income trap is that once you start living that dink lifestyle, dual income, no kids, or the dinky lifestyle where it's like no kids yet, you get accustomed to a standard of living that you don't want to give up. But it's worth it. Yeah, make sure you can feed your kids, but make sure you have kids to feed.
Last two things here on the wage gap. When it comes to things like sports, for example, we've had in the national U.S. women's soccer team, they actually filed a lawsuit. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that at all. So do you guys think that, for example, between the NBA and the WNBA or the women's national soccer team compared to the men's, do you think there should be an equalization in what they're paid?
No, because one generates more money.
Pixie?
Yeah,
No,
I feel
Okay.
similar.
Yeah, let's go. You guys are the most patriarchal feminists I've ever met my whole life.
I'll have to
But then in OnlyFans, we make more money, So
Yeah, should there equal pay for men on OnlyFans, I think, is our next
You're just
thing.
mad I'm beating you.
Pretty much. And
He has
last thing.
You have an OnlyFans?
For his feet, right?
No.
Soon. Oh,
What?
What do you sell on OnlyFans?
Nothing. We do technically have OnlyFans.com/whatever. There's one clothed picture of Kiki. That's it.
Wow. Oh, so it's not you.
No.
Yeah, I could see people paying for Kiki.
Well, yeah,
Obvious.
With her
not me.
beautiful cigar. Yeah.
You know what? Well, okay. Last thing on the wage gap. Do you? I have a question for the three of you. Do you? When it comes to like dating, right? And we are gonna have a dating talk after this with Michael joining us on that. When it comes to dating, do you guys want a guy to be a provider? Do you want him to, for example, pay on first dates? Just starting with you, Farah, going across.
Do I want him to be a provider necessarily in terms of like rent? Not necessarily. Like I'm planning on buying my own house regardless of what my partner makes.
Sure.
When it comes to paying on the first date, I would prefer a partner who does that, not necessarily because I need the money or I'm gold digging, but I think as a woman, we are just way more sexually selective, and so the chances of me even swiping on a guy in a dating app and then actually pursuing the date are so slim versus a guy's going to take up any woman. So I think actually having to shore up resources shows like an equal measure of selectiveness.
Sure, go ahead.
Personally, I don't really care about like splitting on a first date. I do think it is more attractive when a guy does that, but I think it's for one of the reasons that Farah listed. What is it? I want somebody who makes around the same income as me or higher. I'd be okay dating somebody who makes less. On the condition that they're taking up more of the household labor, which is statistically not likely.
And Jasmine, what about you?
First date, like, I just feel like if the person who asked should pay, and I feel like if a guy doesn't, I just get this idea he's stingy, and I'm definitely not stingy. Like, I like to pay for as many people as I can. And then when it comes to the other question, I actually, like, I have such high standards when I look for things like intellect, humor, that that's why I make a bunch of money myself. Like, I'm actually looking for a really hot chef. He doesn't have to make money. Like, he'll just stay because I can't cook. So I'm looking for a homemaker. So slide in my DMs.
Well, you want a wife.
Yeah, but like a hot chef.
You did say whoever asked should pay. More often than not, though, are you asking men out? Or
No.
do you ask men out?
I don't ask men
Well,
out.
it's sort of
So
almost,
it's
I agree.
it's like
it's funny when feminists say like, no, whoever asked should pay. It's
Well,
like,
but it
well, yeah, you don't ask. So
Ignores-
the fact that
yes,
like
it does
men
ignore
usually
the
ask.
fact
Well,
that-
that's because
It's
we're
genius.
more
Yeah.
selective. Well,
It's,
it's more select. The thing about
it's
these
br-
is
yeah,
we're more
it
selective.
is.
I just
More
think
let's
it's
play
funny.
this in
it is like, well, women don't ask to go on the date, so therefore the men should pay.
semantics to just say like, no, I don't think the
You
man
may
should pay.
as
I think
well
it's whoever
say
should.
men
Yeah,
should
that's
pay.
what I mean.
Why do you want your own house?
So I could just be financially dependent, pick where I want to live.
Even if you're married?
Yeah, like I would probably buy a house before pursuing dating for marriage. Yeah.
So what if, and then he would have his own house and you'd
I guess from there we would figure it out. From there, if we wanted to sell the house or both live in the house, like I'd be fine moving a guy into my house. Yeah.
and you would still own the house, or you'd split the house with him, or he
That was a
would-
very generous move. That guy actually. At first, I was confused with what that move was, if he left the 3 there, but that was a really good, nice move of him. I like that. That was a good move.
you'd transfer it to him.
I wouldn't transfer it to him. It would be my house for sure.
You would have separate finances.
I don't know about that, but in terms of like where I want to live, I'm 100% picking that on my own and getting my own house.
Okay, but
So if
your-
the man comes and
so your bank
goes-
accounts would go together, but you'd keep the house in your name.
If we're married, I guess we'd figure it out as we go, but I'd probably like date someone and then I don't know, I just don't want to be dependent. I don't want to like
You don't
move
want to be
to
dependent.
another-
So right, exactly. You don't want to be dependent. So why get married?
Yeah.
Why get married?
Yeah, I could be independent. I could live on my own. I could hire a maid. I could hire a cook. I could just whatever, you know. I don't want to be independent. I want to be dependent on my wife. I love my wife. I want to make a vow that I'm going to stay with my wife forever and have a nice big family. And I don't want to be separated at all. I want to be one flesh with my wife. If I didn't want to do that, if I wanted to just be on my own but have someone to mitigate the loneliness and occasionally sleep with, why get married at all?
Yeah.
I do want to get married.
True.
I am going to eventually date to marry, I think. Like, my goal is to eventually start dating in like a year, date in under 3 months, get engaged, get married. I don't want to do the like multi-year
Yeah, okay,
dating
that's
and
good.
like cohabitating before. I think that's a joke. I
Great,
think it's a
love
waste
it.
of time.
But why-
I'm
but
also
why do it?
I'm also cognizant of the fact that men today are a joke, and there's a 1 in 4 chance that your husband's going to commit infidelity, and I don't believe in necessarily like
There
pursuing
are things
the
you can do to
marriage if
mitigate
they cheat
those
on
stats,
you.
though.
Mitigating
Be
infidelity
religious.
on my husband's part. What?
You-
Be
Being a
religious.
fucking blow doll for him.
No, I wouldn't recommend that either. The things you could do is marry men who, for instance, don't recognize the sacramental reality of divorce.
Yeah.
Just to
That's
use
not
one
it. That's
example.
not what I said. I said infidelity.
Or who recognize that infidelity is
Every man
grave
I've ever
moral sin.
dated has been Christian conservative, and at least one of them, I found an Oculus in his closet where he's watching VR porn. In my experience, like I said,
Wait, what? What the fuck did you just say?
like multi-year
Yeah, okay,
dating
that's
and
good.
like cohabitating before, I think that's a joke.
She
I
said,
think it's a waste
did
of
she say
time.
every single one of them she found an Oculus that he was watching VR porn? I don't believe this.
I'm also cognizant of the fact
Or
that
did-
men
if
today
she
are a
just said
joke, and
one.
there's a 1 in 4 chance that your husband's going to commit infidelity, and I don't believe in necessarily like
There
pursuing
are things
the
you can do to
marriage if they
mitigate
cheat
those
on
stats,
you.
though.
Mitigating infidelity on my husband's part? What?
You
Being
can-
a fucking blow doll for him?
No, I wouldn't recommend that either. The things you could do is marry men who, for instance, don't recognize the sacramental reality of divorce. Just to
That's
use
not
one
what I-
example.
that's not what I said. I said infidelity.
Or who recognize that infidelity is
Every
a
man
grave
I've ever
moral sin.
dated has been Christian conservative, and at least one of them, I found an Oculus in his closet.
Oh, at least one of them.
He's watching VR porn. In my experience, like I said, at the macro level, it's usually these Christian conservatives who are the most porn addicted, and at a micro level, these men I'm dating.
You date a lot of these Christian conservatives.
Well,
There's
I'm-
something about them that attracts you.
Well, I'm waiting till marriage.
Good. Oh, good. So you don't. Okay. Well, look, I think that's fabulous, and I love that you, as a feminist, are very attracted to Christian conservative men. I think that's good for society broadly. It's bad that these guys are like looking at porn or whatever. I don't know that necessarily implies that once they get married, they would either continue to do that or would step out on you and cheat and have an affair or whatever. It does seem to me, though, that certain groups of men are less likely than others to sleep with other women, and so, if you want to have that good, stable life and maybe overcome your fears of being dependent on someone who might be a total loser, then you might want to make sure you don't pick a total loser.
But even stepping out aside, I mean, I gave you those stats about correlation between religious men and pornography consumption and
I don't believe those stats.
prostitution purchasing. So, like, how can you say that?
Some people who are broadly religious of some sect. Or
Yeah, I think that it's mostly people who say that they're Christian, but like aren't really they're just Christian in name, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people who say that they're Christian who are not. I would say that I was one of those people back like 2 or 3 years ago, Like, I wasn't going to church, I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't reading my Bible. I wasn't actually a Christian. I just said I was a Christian because I was raised Christian, not to where now I would consider myself a actual Christian. I read my Bible every day. I pray every day. You know what I'm saying?
Or other do that, and all people are tempted by things. But I don't think that we can.
I
Just
go
throw
to
our hands in
church,
the air and fall into a kind of romantic quietism and say, well, they're all just these men are all dogs. They're all cats. No, actually, some men are more inclined to virtue than others, and that might, if you.
But based off.
And does that mean that I don't sin? No, everyone sins. But
it would seem the religious men are less inclined to virtue.
No,
if they're
not
watching
that's
porn and buying sex.
That's ridiculous. You're telling me that
But I gave you the
Christian men are more like no. You gave me a stat and said, certain red states with certain religious groups consume certain kinds of porn or whatever.
The
But
more Christians are in a
you're
state, the more pornography consumption and searches there are in prostitution purchases. Yes.
It would seem that perhaps there are other factors at play
Like
there
what?
when you're talking about a full state. I don't know, when you're talking about class, income, when you're talking about education, when you're talking about family formation in the first place, when you're talking, for goodness sakes, when you're talking about geography, we're talking about whole states here, and you're pulling one variable out and saying, see, there it is, the correlation is the causation.
Mhm.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's okay, you can cut me off, that's fine. My only question to you is, you're saying that the thing that is preventing you from wanting to be codependent on a man, actually engage in this marriage, totally giving
is
yourself
because
to the
I've become disillusioned with
Yes.
the state of tradcons, and I think they're a hoax.
No, you don't think it's true. You're picking on tradcons because you think that they're your ideological opponents. I don't think they are
I don't think
necessarily.
so. If that was the case, I wouldn't date them.
I think that if one identifies as a liberal feminist, then necessarily tradcons are your ideological foes.
I completely disagree.
But I agree
think
that,
they have
you're
very
attracted.
similar perceptions of hookup culture and a lot of things depending on the sect of feminism I am. I actually find way more common ground with conservative men than liberal men.
That's fabulous. But you think they're not living up to it. Okay, well then find.
I think they overcorrect. They will vouch that they don't watch porn, or be like, you know what I mean. The more they talk about how disgusted they are by porn, the more likely I am to find out that it turns out that they are watching porn. Like I said, I found that at like the micro anecdotal level of my dating life, and then also at the macro level, just based on statistics.
Wait, you'd object to your partner watching pornography?
It wouldn't be ideal, yes.
But my understanding.
Do you think that you should be able to post pictures of you like half naked online?
Is you don't do any nudity in your OnlyFans content, but you.
Wait, you have an OnlyFans too?
Yeah, she does. She does
What?
OnlyFans.
Are you kidding me? I've been.
So she doesn't want someone who consumes porn, but she makes porn. That is hypocritical. That's dumb.
Man, I thought you strung me along so well, and now you're going to pull the rug out. Hold on. You're the one who's trying to entice these men to look at this stuff. And then you're trying to put all of the blame on them?
My OnlyFans I started a year ago. When we talked about, this is why I became disillusioned and pink-pilled, is because I did everything.
What the fuck
right?
is
I was a virgin all
pink-pilled?
through college. I'm still a virgin. I do all these things. I date these Christian conservatives. They talk about waiting till marriage. They talk about going to church every Sunday.
Yeah.
Porn addicts, all of them.
Yeah. No, look, I don't doubt that porn addiction is totally prevalent.
And if they're not watching porn, they're following Instagram models. They're going to Hooters. It's mostly conservative men. Conservative men that I'd go on dates with. They'd have these like posters of like nude playgirls and stuff like that, like Playboy bunnies and stuff. And that's usually
Are you dating like 65-year-old men? What are you talking about, Playboy?
It's more of these conservative like Midwestern boys who like have that type of paraphernalia.
Yeah,
that's
I
like
don't know.
more.
Hold on. Now, are we talking
that's
about?
more native to their
Are we talking
culture.
about like a pinup thing in your garage from the 40s, or are we talking about like actual porn addiction where people are
It doesn't matter.
looking at
To
your
me,
content?
it's all the same. I'm just saying that like why?
So then you
why is
can
going to Hooters
create
more
porn.
acceptable. Why can't I throw my?
I don't think going to Hooters is acceptable.
Wait, one question. So, but you do make OnlyFans content. So I guess how do you reconcile that with objecting to your partner watching that sort of content, but you also produce that kind of content? I don't necessarily. Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think it's funny because always on these red pill shows, they'll talk. Men will get on here and be like, "Yes, I watch porn, but I wouldn't date a porn star." So what's the issue?
And
also,
you're saying I do porn, but I
Don't
wouldn't
think
date a
you
guy who
should.
watches it.
Yes, because I'll tell you why. If you actually look at pair bonding, watching porn does affect your neurochemistry and your pair bonding. Me being lusted after does not affect my neurochemistry or my pair
Right,
bonding.
but you're enticing them to do it. Like I'm maybe the least judgmental person on the right when it comes to this stuff, because all sin and fall short of the glory of God. But you are part of the problem, and the thing that you're inveighing against is something that you are encouraging and profiting from as you encourage it.
That's only if you consider lusting to only exist within pornography. I think even if my boyfriend were lusting after like 18-year-olds, like a cashier at a grocery store, I would think that's just as wrong as
Lust
watching
is bad.
pornography.
Yeah. And pornography
So no, I'm not
encourages
enticing them.
and inflames
Same
lust.
way, even if I didn't do pornography and I was just an attractive woman, that doesn't mean I'm enticing men by putting on makeup every day. It's up to them.
You are by making a OnlyFans. You are enticing them. This is the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard.
Putting on a little bit of rouge is going to be less exciting to a man than doing pornography.
I don't know if you've heard JP talk about it. He says women put on blush to simulate sexual orgasm in their face. And
Actually,
that's also
if you want to
very
get into
sexualized.
female cosmetic coalitions, there's a very interesting anthropological point to that very thing you've just said.
Mhm.
But clearly there are gradations also. A 1940s pinup poster and hardcore porn on the internet, one is going to excite one more than the other.
Yes, and if we're talking gradations, and where I fall in those gradations is probably on the more mild side. I don't do nuded content, but
Yeah, but you were saying that they're the same thing, and then you're saying that you won't date a man who's
Content-
watching
what is
porn,
Only-
but you make
I thought
it.
OnlyFans
I
was
do
porn.
nude content if anyone wants to check it out.
you can post whatever you want. Cardi B just gets on there in gaps and is one of the top 10 creators. But I mean, regardless, like I said, even if I did do nude content, even if I did necessarily like touch myself on camera, that doesn't affect
Ew.
my neurochemistry in terms of pair bonding. But a
No,
man
but it affects
watching
the
that,
men.
yes,
You're doing something bad to these men and then complaining that the men are bad.
Well, that doesn't follow, because if I wore a bikini and went to the beach, that doesn't mean that it's my fault. Then if my boyfriend checks out women and just stares at them on the beach, like I'm
Yeah,
not
I
responsible
think women
for
should be
his
more modest on the
inordinate
beach,
amount of
actually.
lust.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do think they should.
I don't think most people would subscribe to that. I don't think most people would say that if I wear a bikini.
Yeah,
on
just
the beach-
because most people wouldn't subscribe to that doesn't mean that it's right. That it's not right.
That means I'm a hypocrite if I say I don't want my boyfriend just ogling women at the beach all the time,
No,
and I
but
think
you're-
that would make an improper
but
partner.
You're not really complaining about men who go to the beach and maybe take a little gander down the shore. You're specifically complaining about men who look at pornography.
No,
And
I
think
didn't.
You're right
no,
to
I
complain
didn't.
about
That's why I brought up VS Angel shows. That's why I brought up Hooters. That's
A
why I
what?
brought up the posters.
Victoria's Secret.
Why would I
Oh,
bring
yeah,
up
yeah.
all these things if the threshold
What
for
the
me
fuck
was
is
just
VH
pornography? That's why
Angel?
I walked it back and said all these other
Okay,
things.
you did walk it back and
Yes.
included these other things, which I think are totally legitimate. But you know, there are plenty of things that I think are bad, and plenty of sins that I fall into, like all the time, right? But I don't complain about them being bad while actively promoting them. There's no cognitive dissonance there.
No, I think it's bad if you're in a relationship and you're lying to your partner and saying, I don't watch porn, and then you do it. And then you consume it. That doesn't mean I
That's
think...
also bad.
That doesn't mean I think watching
That's
porn is
yeah.
morally bad on its own. If I'm saying I don't want that, that's why same reason I said I don't think necessarily dating women is bad. But if I was married to a man, then yes, I would say him dating other women is bad. Doesn't mean I'm condemning dating in general.
So you're coming back to the same thing that you said about abortion, which is I would never do it, but I'm not going to say it's wrong.
No, I think once you're in a relationship, there are certain activities that you should not do.
Because
such as dating other women. So
what if your partner says that it's okay to do that?
What do you mean? I would find someone who has moral congruence to me.
Right, but you're saying if you're in a relationship, you shouldn't date other women. But what if, not you, but some guy were dating some girl, and dating you really? Oh no. and you would say, okay, it's fine if you date other women. Would you say that's then you would say in that relationship it is fine to sleep with other women, or no?
Like, are you asking me? Do I have objective moral guidelines for what dating should look like?
Yeah.
I think if your goal is to have the most optimal marriage, there's lots of things you should not do, such as I think you should have a low body count if you want to optimize, longevity of marriage. I don't think you should watch porn. At the same time, I don't like that it stops at just those two things. Like, I think those are just the two things we use to shame women and try to force them into modesty. But there's other things. For instance, like, you shouldn't even cohabitate with your boyfriend before marriage, even if you're not sleeping together, if you technically want to increase your chances of longevity.
Why not?
And even once
why shouldn't you cohabitate?
It's not about shouldn't. I'm saying it more.
Why would you discourage cohabitating?
It's not about discouraging. That's why I'm saying I'm not moralizing it.
Whatever you just said about cohabitating, why are you saying?
If your aim is to have the longest, most healthiest, most happiest marriage possible, statistically speaking, not having previous sexual partners, not living together before marriage will optimize those things. That doesn't mean I'm moralizing it. Same way again, if you're
married.
Why
with cohabitating? Because it's an important point on what we were just talking about.
You desensitize, you kind of shore up on wifely duties before actually getting wifed. It gives the guy this incentive where he doesn't have to, buy the cow because he's getting the milk for free, all that bullshit. But that actually pans out statistically. But my point is, we talk...
And because it's enticing, right? Because it's tempting. You're not going to cohabitate and not sleep together.
That's not true.
You think you could cohabitate and not sleep together?
I've done it, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Was the man a homosexual?
Was the man a homosexual?
Are you saying he's going to transgress my barriers if I'm like, don't fuck me?
No, I think he would find it... I think he would move out before he would deal with that.
Regardless, I'm just saying there are certain things that will optimize your marriage. For instance, even once you're married, if you guys don't sleep in the same bed, that will actually lead to a stronger marriage. That doesn't mean I necessarily prescribe it. It just depends. What are these variables that you want to add into your relationship to strengthen it? So it's not necessarily that I would say a guy shouldn't necessarily watch porn if his girlfriend's okay with it. Same way, again, technically I wouldn't prescribe don't sleep in the same bed together, even though that could also disaffect your marriage.
You've come to so many of the right moral conclusions, but you just don't want to take credit for them. You don't want to say that they're true. You just want to say that you just accidentally come to the right conclusions.
Let me ask you this. You probably prescribe that people don't have premarital sex, right?
Yeah, I would
Were you a
strongly
virgin until
discourage
marriage?
it. No, I was an atheist for 10 years. I did a lot of naughty things.
Okay, and you would probably prescribe that people don't watch pornography in marriage?
Yes.
And the reason being that would disaffect your chances of marital success and happiness?
No, I don't, as we were talking about earlier on ethics, I don't view ethics from the perspective of consequences.
But you also said what's true is typically what's good, so they're kind of hand in hand. That's what you said earlier.
But I don't consider means in light of ends. I don't think that good ends would justify immoral means. What I'm saying is that actions are good or bad depending on the actions, and more importantly, actually, on the character of virtue of the person who is acting in them. So the way that I would ascertain what's good or bad is according to virtue, not according to some weird calculation of like statistics say I'm going to be married longer or whatever.
Well, final thought from the both of you on this. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, well, statistically speaking, couples are happier together when they don't sleep in the same bed. Would you not prescribe that then, because there's no virtue tied to it? That's more.
No. There's a lot of virtue tied to modesty and restraint and waiting until marriage.
No. That's not what I meant. Even once you're married, you'll have a more successful marriage, statistically speaking, if you don't sleep in the same bed as your partner.
That's very aristocratic. I'm too middle class to do that, but. But yeah, the aristocratic classes sleep in different beds.
I guess my point was that people pick and choose what level of pair bonding they want to create with their partner, whether it's not watching pornography, having premarital sex, and then not sleeping in the same bed.
I'm skeptical that you actually have more marital satisfaction if you don't sleep in the same bed. But the British royals have been doing it for a long time, and they all cheat on each other, I guess. So maybe,
right. I guess what I was trying to outline is just that there's a lot of different
I am going to have to move it on. We have Seaberg here. No wage gap. It's an earnings gap. The 77 cents to the dollar stat is a labor stat that took total earnings by each sex divided by total workers. Feminism tends to look only until proof of victimhood is found. Hey, Seaberg, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Actually, and to come back to my point I was actually trying to make earlier, asking all of you if you would prefer a man to pay on the first date. Couldn't it be the case, I mean, even if we remove the fact that, for example, men tend to work more hours. They're more likely to relocate for work. They're more likely to work hazardous jobs. And there's a whole bunch of other variables. Given the answers that you provided to my question about if you would prefer a man to pay for the first date, let's assume that somewhere between 30
I
and 50%
want something
of
to
women
happen
also
here.
hold that. It might be more. Couldn't it be fair to say that just on that sole thing, the sole thing that women prefer men to be providers or prefer men to pay on that first date, wouldn't that be enough of a mating pressure, of a mating force to be a stronger motivating factor for men to occupy higher positions of higher status, positions that pay more money? Whereas women don't have that corresponding mating pressure, men are really not putting a pressure on women to pay for first dates, for example.
What is it? That's certainly possible. The problem that I think most feminists would point out is that when it does come to the women who are putting that self-pressure, whatever, performing highly, trying to get like that next pay raise, promotion, when it comes to studies that do like double blind, who try to like account for other factors, they're still not being picked because of gender bias. That's a problem. It's not necessarily that men want to get these higher positions of power. To me, that's not a problem. What's a problem is that if we start making all things equal, women are still being punished for it, then that's weird to me.
It's very difficult to make all things equal. So even when you drill down, and I'll just take those statistics for what they're worth, still, if you have a society that gives an advantage to women as a matter of, say, affirmative action or some DEI policy, or and that begins very early on. It begins in high school, and then it goes on to college, and maybe you get a little bonus on your SAT, and then maybe you get into the medical school because we want more women. They're underrepresented in the field, and then maybe the firm looks at you or the medical office and says, well, I don't know that this woman, she graduated college, but she didn't graduate as good a college as this man, or she did graduate the same college as the man, but I don't know that she really deserved it. That I'm not saying that's just exactly, but I think they are at least justified in that prejudice, because we got a whole system right now that says that if you're a woman, you get bonus points. And this is Clarence Thomas has written about this extensively. He says, I had a trouble getting a job after graduating Yale Law School. Yale Law School is the best school in the country. I'm Clarence Thomas. I'm like one of the greatest judges in American history. But he couldn't do it because he was black, and they assumed he was an affirmative action case.
Yeah.
Just to move on, we only have a few more minutes here, 5-10 more minutes, then we're going to wrap up. This came up earlier in the conversation. I believe I said we'd get back to it. So, Pixie, I know you've kind of had some thoughts on this on your previous appearances. When it comes to feminism, obviously that's typically advocacy for equality, advocacy for women. I think it's important when we're talking about that to, again, define our terms. So, as a nod to the Daily Wire and Matt Walsh, what is a woman?
You're gonna hate me for this one, Michael.
Lay it on.
But
before I have Michael respond to you,
is it going to be someone who identifies as a woman?
Then Farah, and then Jasmine. Go ahead.
A woman is a person who acts and is perceived as our societal perception of a woman.
Oh my goodness.
Half of it.
Farah.
Yeah, that's.
I'd like to do more research on this topic before publicizing an opinion. Veto.
Are you joking? That's really your answer?
That is my answer as of now.
Hey,
come on.
So
Farah,
even if you're not going to reason about it, let's just talk from your own personal prejudices and stuff. Come on, just between us gals.
Just between us.
Just between us gals.
We can talk after the show.
What?
But I like to thoroughly think
even
out
Shia LaBeouf wants you to.
I like to
Okay,
thoroughly
sorry.
think out my opinions before publicizing them and platforming them.
Whew.
Come on, you don't have a hunch? I bet you have a hunch of
I didn't
what
say
a
I don't
woman
have a
is.
hunch,
What's
but that
your
doesn't mean I want to
Come
platform
on.
my hunches.
Okay.
Let's
It's
talk
too
after the
dangerous
show.
to venture an answer these days. Okay.
To give a hunch?
Yeah.
I would take kind of Pixie's view. I think women can be. I don't think trans women and biological women are the same, but I don't think trans women are men either. Like you can have an umbrella term for women and have both trans women and biological women
So
under it without realizing that, without also saying that they're exactly the same and they have all the same issues and everything's the same.
If they're neither men nor women, what are they?
They are women. I said that, but I would say they're a part of the umbrella of woman.
Okay, not
Yeah.
a part of the umbrella of men.
They are because they're biological men.
So they're both.
You can be a trans man
Huh?
or a biological man, or you can be a trans woman and a biological woman.
He's gonna lose 119.
And so depending on how you're looking at it, if you're looking at biology, yeah, they're not the same.
Can you though? Can your identity be different? You know, your
No.
metaphysical identity be different?
Your
from
biological
physical
identity can definitely be
Why
different.
the
than
fuck
your
would I
sexual
attack purple for you?
Easy. When this goes back to the whole chromosomes argument, but like you didn't check any of our chromosomes or biology before calling us a woman, right?
No,
Which kind of
I think there are enough indicators.
enough indicators,
Yeah.
but you base those indicators on like appearance. So obviously,
all
our
of my
societal
perception.
Yeah.
You know,
so
you
You base most of your things on perception.
look like
What the
women.
fuck are you
walk
talking
like
about?
Women, you smell
I
like
hate this
women, I
argument.
think you're women.
That's her point. It's a performance, and you're basing it off
The
of like,
secondary
sex
sex characteristics
yeah.
is what you're basing them on, and people can change their secondary sex.
Your bodies is what I'm basing
Yeah,
it on.
which you
Yes.
can change that.
But I'm not sure that you can actually, because I think what's here at the basis of it is a Gnostic idea that you can separate your soul and your body. And I know we don't like to use the word soul anymore, so we'll say your identity, man, or whatever. But that you can separate that from your body. And I just don't think you can. I think a woman is the sort of person who isn't a man. I think that's the basic definition of a woman.
what's a man then?
A man is the sort of person who isn't a woman
How did you know we were women?
because you look like women.
Okay,
And
so
you
if-
sound
act
like
like
women.
women.
And when I talk to you,
You are women.
you give the impression that you're women.
So if a really good passing trans woman is here and you were mistaken,
Then I would be mistaken, but he
Yeah.
would not be a woman.
no. But my point
But
is
I
that
can be
what
mistaken
you're,
on
what you're
rare
looking at is secondary sex characteristics, and
Yeah.
those are things that people can
Those are the
change.
signs
So
that
to
point to the
pretend
reality
that
of their
this
sex.
is all men and women and like, you
But
know,
I'm not
this-
saying the signs are synonymous with their sex.
Mhm.
I'm saying the signs are signs, and the signs symbolize something.
But there is something to say about somebody that, like you said, walks, talks, looks like a woman, and to say that this is now 100% a man. 100. No, you have to say.
No, he would be performing as a woman, and he might even fool me, depending on how much surgery
So
he's
he would
had. But
socially be a woman.
he would try to do that, but I
Well, he
don't
would
think
not just
society should
try.
recognize
He
those
would
traits.
He would not
succeed
just
to the
try.
point-
He would
yeah.
succeed
to the point where
it
you
doesn't
don't
matter.
even realize.
Yeah.
Usually you do realize is the thing. I know they
like
convince
survivor
themselves that they
bias.
really but they I've met plenty of transsexuals because they protest my speeches, and they usually you can tell because again it gets to what we're talking about at the very top of this debate, which was the question of human nature, right? I think me and old Uncle Aristotle believe that you're a body and a soul together. I'm not just my soul trapped in a useless body. I'm not just my body without a soul or totally separated from my soul. I think I'm a soul and a body together. So my body gives me much of my sex. To use the technical term, it's an inseparable accident of the individual. And I think that pertains to my whole person, because you can't separate those two, for the whole of my life.
If you change
Pixie,
your body.
can men get pregnant?
Can men get pregnant? Not biological men.
Okay.
Yeah, trans men can.
What?
Can we really divide men up like that? Like I'm a biological man, but I'm a spiritual woman, and I'm a.
I mean, we do. What is it? We do classifications within gender all the time. Black woman, white woman, for example.
That'd be racial.
Yeah, no, but that's still within the scope of women. You're still saying, there's women who are black, there's women who are not black. There are women who have had SA experiences, there's women who haven't had experiences.
Race is real, though it's actually more difficult to pin down than sexual difference, but it's real. Yeah, there are different races, sure. So
Yeah.
you can black people and white people are different races, and men and women are different sexes.
Last thing
And,
on.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. go ahead.
One can't become the other, except in the case of Michael Jackson, who he got the closest, but he was still. I think he was still a black guy.
Wasn't that vitiligo?
That's what he said.
Well, that's
what he said. I don't know if I believe Michael Jackson because he was.
Actually, you I don't want to say stumbled because that's condescending, but whatever. You stumbled onto something quite interesting.
I'm glad I did.
Because the whole idea is that when it comes to like the notion of race, the reason why Michael Jackson was technically never white, he was always black, is because we treat race as like a historical question. Basically, what we're asking when we ask somebody what's your race is basically what is your ancestry, like what got you here to be here now, versus sex or gender specifically, where we treat it more of a societal conception, like what are you performing as.
Yeah, I don't treat it that way at all, and I think that I think racial difference is real. The reason Michael Jackson's black is because he did Thriller. Like, I don't think you can't really change your race. Rachel Dolezal tried, and she ruined her life because of it. But if you could, I mean, I'm kind of swarthy, right? You might think I'm like Arabic or Mexican or something, even though I'm Italian and waspy. I don't know. Waspy,
he
if you see
seems
him in
he
the flower
seems
cigar,
like
but,
a Italian.
I certainly couldn't change my sex because the difference between a black guy and a white guy, I'm not saying there are not differences, there are physical differences, there are cultural differences, sure, maybe, but those differences are nothing compared to the difference between a man and a woman.
Yeah.
Okay, the point is, I think what we're trying to get at here is that when it comes to like our conception of sex versus gender, we base our conception of gender on how somebody
Dustin
looks.
Washburn donated
and acts
$200.
more than anything else.
Michael, with your talk and logic about soul and body, do you believe it's possible for the wrong soul to be placed in the wrong body?
No, because I think following
That
old
God-
St. Thomas Aquinas that the sex derives mostly from the body. So it would be incoherent to say that the soul is another sex. Because if the soul were a different sex, the soul being the substantial form of the body, it would mean that men and women are different species. And men and women have a lot of differences, but we're not.
Why did God create gender dysphoria?
Dustin, thank you. Last thing on this, and I think, Pixie, you've had on your...
I don't think that God created gender dysphoria. I think that that's a reaction to the world around us, which is controlled by Satan.
Previous appearances, you've maybe had thoughts on this. And I think feminists tend to differ on this last topic that we're going to hit on.
No!
When it comes to the trans discussion, sports.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there should be separation? What are your thoughts
You
on,
fucking attack
for
purple,
example,
you
trans
dumb
women, trans women participating in women's sports?
Yeah, so I think what I've currently seen of the data and studies is that even after taking hormones and such, there might still be advantages in certain ways. So to me, it would be like, it's a theoretical question, like I would have to have more data, but basically, if it seems that some of like these biological advantages are like too high or it cannot be mitigated enough through the use of hormones and such, then yeah, it would be too much of an unfair advantage versus if the data shows otherwise, and it's like, no, actually it is like mitigated well enough. So that's my general stance on
Isn't it though? Aren't we just all slaves to like the data? You know, it's like, well, if the study shows.
I love the
like,
data.
Yeah, maybe, but the data are so manipulated. I mean, social scientific data, they're in a major.
Okay, I got a
replication
plan.
rate.
I'm killing purple. I'm killing green and going into his spot. I've decided what I am doing. And then releasing the bot out. Yep. I think that that's my best move here. Now, hopefully,
Is it? I'm not sure about that.
I would say so. So I think it's the best we have. Otherwise, we just have our anecdotes and our feelings.
No,
and our
but
subjective
look,
opinions.
I'm all for empirical scientific analyses of the things that it can measure, but those are all physical things, and what we're talking about here is deeper than a physical thing, right? Because we're not mere flesh. I don't think we think we're mere flesh.
Well, this is where we disagree, because we think that
You think you're just flesh?
No. We disagree on whether, like, you're like, oh, the issue here isn't the data. The data on whether this would be unfair to women is what I care about.
Well,
because if it wasn't, then I would say, yeah, they can do it.
The data on whether this is unfair to women are not going to come from some like dork economist. Those data are going to come from the reality of the different. It's going to come from natural scientists. Certainly, it's going to come from people who have an understanding of what human nature is and what justice is.
No, I don't think this is a human nature debate. I think this is about, does your muscle mass give you an advantage? And if you take hormones, it seems to not, like you said, reverse all of the advantages that you have.
How does a scientific study conclude something about fairness or justice? How do you measure justice under a
It doesn't jump to that conclusion, but we use their conclusions to then make our opinions.
Oh, you're saying so you would look at a scientific survey and say, wow, that big husky dude who swam against the women, turns out he was a lot faster than all those little women, and therefore I conclude that men competing against women in a women's sport is unfair.
No, what you should
I'm
do
with
is
you.
you should be like, hey, okay, how do we realize this? Like, okay, I don't know. Should trans women compete with real women? I don't know. Do they have an unfair advantage by doing so?
I love that you slipped there and you said real women.
Well, biological
great.
women. Okay.
I love it.
Biological.
No, you just accidentally said what we all know to be true.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, biological women, you could argue, are real women, but that doesn't mean trans women are not.
Which implies that the trans women are not really under the category.
They're not under the category of biological women. And so what I want
you just said they're not under the category of real women.
Okay, well, you can harp on that. My point here is that...
No, I think it's... I'm not trying to get you. I'm just trying to point out you
The point I'm trying to make is if I'm trying to figure out the answer to this question, and the question for me is not what is natural or what is Catholicism say, it's is this unfair to have trans women compete with real women? Well, I want to know, and the way to know that is to look at the science, not to just look at somebody...
How do you know what's fair and what's not fair?
In sports, to have an unfair advantage, and that you could.
Yes, unfair
have
things
to compare
are unfair,
the
but how do you know what is
You'd have to
unfair?
compare, like, right? Like, you would have to see, okay, if you, this is why they banned certain drugs. I don't know anything about sports. I'm assuming all this.
I'm just saying, how do you know what fairness is?
We all have. I would say that the only way you really know how fairness is that we all have kind of like a. We have a
conscience.
Feeling about it. That's all I can say.
Is it a feeling or is it a reasonable conscience?
You can compare averages.
You can compare averages, yeah, but also the hunch, even the idea that we all want things to be fair is like an evolutionary, in my opinion, just thing that we all kind of seem to
Michael
have
Phelps
because
is
it
a
was
faster
evolutionary
swimmer than some.
advantageous.
Michael Phelps is a faster swimmer than some guy we've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have an unfair advantage over the guy we never heard of? They have different average swimming times. Is the average swimming time going to imply something about fairness and justice? No, you need something else to come to a conclusion about justice and fairness, and that's not going to be scientific.
Well,
it's going to be philosophical and ultimately religious.
I agree, philosophical.
Quick. Last points. Go ahead, Pixie.
I was going to say, I do think that comparing averages does give us greater insight of what's like fairness or not. So, for example, Michael Phelps competing with other Olympic swimmers is much more fair than Michael Phelps competing against like a completely average swimmer. So obviously there's something to be said about people within like the same leagues or performing around the same level. And that's why we have like golden versus bronze versus like silver categories.
Well, no, that would just be awards for the
but
I'm
saying sorry, I should have said Division 1, Division 2, Division 3.
Sure. So you're saying people who are of the same type, it would be fair for the people of the same type to compete against each other.
Yes.
But we've already established that trans women and real women are not of the same type, so they shouldn't compete against each other.
That's why
forget about the averages.
That's why we're also saying that when it comes to like hormones or certain supplements, if the divide gets bridged enough, then it might open to new discussion or different discussion.
So
that's why we're
if you
saying
pump
it's
yourself full of
data-based.
enough hormones, then the trans woman who is not a real woman could become a real woman?
It's not about being a real woman, because as we said before, these are not just matters of the flesh, as you stated before. A lot of this is about societal perception of what a woman is, and that goes back to like certain actions and certain looks. So in our day-to-day life, that's what we rely the concept of woman on, actions and looks.
I just guess I wouldn't trust society more than I would trust objective truth. I think that 50 million Frenchmen can be wrong. I think that actually the majority of people.
How do you think? What's the best way to arrive at objective truth?
I wish we could go there. Unfortunately, we are running out. What's that?
We'd have 5 more hours.
We do have to wrap up here pretty soon. I do want to give you guys, if you want, make a brief final thought or closing statement. And before you guys do that, though, do know that we are, in about an hour, we will be live again with our dating talk at about 5 p.m. Pacific. But if you guys want, I'd like to open it up to you guys to make some closing statements if you'd like. So,
ladies first.
Ladies first.
I guess I'll just say what I was gonna say. Yeah,
Okay.
what our principles on fairness are. It is a philosophical question, but you could say, okay, the principle here is we want to make sure that nobody has a really big unfair advantage to another person, and then you use science
Chat.
data because that is better than anecdotal evidence. We have levels of evidence that are stronger and weaker,
To
and we want to
inform the
use
philosophical
Yeah, to inform.
calculation.
That's my
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be. And thank you for coming. You're great, and
Stop
it was
it.
really fun.
Get outta here.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she was
Certainly.
great too. I think she won. But.
Okay, I guess my general closing statements or thoughts, I'm going to take it out of the trans debate right now. I do wish that we went more a little bit about like the nature versus nurture of women and men. I do think that there is something to be said that there has had to be like
That's
consistent
act.
laws in place that prevent women from like getting a bank account, from being able to pursue a higher education, being able
That
to get
should be a
certain
thing,
jobs. I think
again.
that speaks to this idea that there is more of a sociological component than a biological component of why women haven't necessarily like been as interested in finances or other fields as such. So that's where I stand when it comes to like the nature versus nurture stuff of things. I think things sometimes are greatly exaggerated when it comes to women's natural proclivities and not. Thanks for coming.
Before the show, you said it's morally depraved to be a munch. Do you stand by that statement?
Oh yeah, we were
What the fuck
discussing
is a munch?
previous episode. I learned a lot of jargon. I learned 304s.
Right.
I learned munch. I learned there were a few. Do you remember the other ones I learned?
Mid?
Luckily, I've forgotten.
It just
But
it was
yeah,
a while
you
ago. It was a
raised
while ago,
the
but-
question of is
it confused me because
the
you
act
have
of
no
munching.
problem simulating fellatio right next to you. But
Well,
why?
simula-
Why
okay.
cunnilingus?
Simulated.
Okay,
Okay.
Farah,
All I would
alright.
say is a simulation is very different from the actual act, and I think
Do
that
you
Uncle.
condemn this act?
I certainly condemn this act. Yes, this is deeply
It's a
depraved.
cigar.
Her existence
It's a
is deeply.
No, not
cigar.
her existence. Fellatio.
Oh,
What?
Yeah, I think that sex ought to be turned to proper ends, which are open to life.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's a cigar.
He said he
Sometimes
condemns
a
being
cigar is
munch.
just a
That's why
cigar.
I was asking about
But sometimes it's
fellatio.
not. Yeah, I think sex should be turned to,
Oh,
turned
I
to
see.
proper
Okay.
ends. Yeah. I
The-
do.
that's your closing. Is that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's
that was your
asking
closing?
about my preferences.
You said we get into it.
Yeah.
We didn't do it, so I was curious.
Yeah.
That's my closing statement.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Now, with that image in my head, I guess my closing statement would be the point that you brought up, that we haven't talked about the nature versus nurture and why women don't go into finance as much and why they don't do this and why they don't do that. And women were barred by law and custom from having certain financial responsibilities and from voting even. We even talk about voting. And I guess my question with all of that is, if in some unforeseen future women really all want to take over Wall Street, and there are some women on Wall Street, but generally not that many. And if they really want to do that, okay, all right, I guess. I don't see any particular good in that. Even if I don't see bad necessarily, and I'm not saying I don't, but I don't see any particular good. Why do I care? Why do I want some woman to work on Wall Street? Why do I care? Even one brings up the vote. I like voting, I guess. But it's just, I vote because I want, as an instrument to have good government. If you told me right now, Michael, the millennials lose their right to vote, and you're going to get, millennials are big libs anyway, and you're going to get more conservatives, I'd say, okay, here's my right to vote. I don't really care. I mean, I just think there are all sorts of forms of good government, and we want government to do good and avoid evil. So, before feminism, we had a far greater focus on the family and family cohesion and a view of the sexes that was complementary and not merely commercial. And not, we talked about the excesses of capitalism. I'm with you, girl. I totally agree. You've got to circumscribe capitalism. And we had views of the sexes that were not at each other's loggerheads. These stupid men who are just, vicious and who aren't up to your standards. Yeah, they probably aren't up to your standards. I agree. We have to grow and help edify one another, and ideally, help each other get to heaven. But at least have good lives here and have kids. And I totally agree with all of that. But that requires not just thinking that feminism's gone too far. That requires recognizing that feminism gets it wrong at the very beginning. Like the first lady who ever was a feminist got it wrong. And so I think that we need to, if you want to run away from natural roles, be my guest. I don't really care. Do what you want to do. But we need to recognize that women ought to be allowed, and our economy doesn't currently allow it, to pursue those natural roles. And for that, maybe that for a woman means she's going to raise kids and she's going to cook, and maybe she will be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. And for men, maybe that means they're going to go out and they're going to work in an office and they're going to come home on a nice Saturday night and they're going to smoke a Mayflower cigar by going to mayflowercigars.com and ordering them. I think they're back in stock, but you have to be 21 years old or older to order, and some exclusions may apply.
All right.
Okay, there you go.
Can we plug
Only
our
buy
OnlyFans if you plug
Mayflower
ours?
cigars.
JasmineJafar.me.
What's that?
Can we plug our OFs if you plugged his company?
Oh, was that a plug? I was
You're just,
waxing philosophic.
We actually only allow tobacco-related plugs, unfortunately. So,
That's
I mean,
less
if
damaging
you
to
guys have
society,
cigarellos or cigarette brands you'd like to plug, then I think
a 6
Oh,
millimeter.
there you have it. There it is, Mayflower.
Whoa, hey, look at
okay.
that.
Oh, nice.
Should we pull up my OnlyFans?
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure about that one, but all right, guys. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you to the wonderful panel here. Appreciate you guys coming. As previously mentioned, we will be live in about another 45 minutes with our dating talk episode. Michael Knowles will be on that. So,
are you sticking around?
We have a different panel for that.
Totally
but
different panel.
If,
Well, ladies,
if any of them flake, maybe we can wrangle in one of the gals here. So, thank you to everyone who tuned in, and yes, we will be live again at 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you again to the panel. 07's in the chat. We'll be live again. Stay tuned. About 45 minutes. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much for checking this video out. Considering the content here, and the fact that some of it is indeed violent, there is absolutely 0% chance that this video is getting monetized. So, if you're watching and you feel the itch to support me and my work, please consider hitting that super chat button if you're watching the premiere of this video anyway. If not, there's always the YouTube memberships button, the sub button over on my Twitch channel, or my Patreon, Subscribestar, and PayPal accounts. Your support is what allows me to do this kind of work. And you know what? If you can't afford it or you just want to watch the video, that's completely fine too. Thank you for being here. All right, let's get started. Hello, my friends. Welcome to Story Time with Devo, and let us begin the tale of Chaz. Make sure you have your coffees ready. I have mine too. You can't even get away from the sip outside of the weekly sip, as it turns out on this channel. But let's talk about the rise and fall of Seattle's Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, otherwise known as the Chaz. Like every other major city in the United States right now, Seattle has been experiencing its own variant of the George Floyd Black Lives Matter protests. And while I'm sure there are a lot of legitimate peaceful protesters, just like every other location, a good chunk of the situation devolved into riots, looting, and violence. These rioters set fire to cars, attacked each other, attacked the cops, stole from various businesses, and, like in Minneapolis, managed to actually run the police out of one of their stations. However, unlike Minneapolis, where they simply burned the precinct to the ground and rioted for several days, the Seattle protesters declared the Seattle Police Station an autonomous zone. After Seattle police retreated from the Capitol Hill neighborhood, protesters took to establishing a 6-block barricaded zone around the East Precinct Police Building. The Precinct Building is now boarded up, and the barricaded zone has been declared the Free Capitol Hill Zone, or the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. The local police chief there evacuated the precinct as an exercise in trust and de-escalation. And we will see over the course of this video exactly what was born of that trust and de-escalation. But the Chaz was born. Comprising 6 blocks in Seattle, it basically, at least for a short while, functioned as an independent state, separate from the United States. And despite its founding ideology being based in far-left politics, they certainly embraced a lot of things that, say, Donald Trump embraces. like, for example, having barricades on its borders. However, these protesters, which could probably better be called revolutionaries at this point, did have a list of demands. Let's look them over. Here are the Chaz Charter demands. 1. Abolition of the Seattle Police Department and attached court system. We do not request reform, we demand abolition. This means 100% of funding, including existing pensions for the Seattle Police. At an equal level of priority, we also demand that the city disallow the operations of ICE in the city of Seattle. There's a few problems here, obviously. No police, no courts. So basically no punishment for breaking the law. No punishment for raping, murdering, killing, stealing. Going after pensions of people. Nazi soldiers who were conscripted in World War II still received their pensions after the denazification of Germany because they couldn't really stop what was going on as individuals. They could only serve their country. So this idea that retired police should no longer get their pensions. Like, what? Really? That is more extreme than any fascist or any socialist government has ever gone. And most importantly of all, if you don't actually have any manpower of your own, like, say, the police, how would you stop ICE from operating in your city? I mean, let's say Seattle wanted to do this, okay? And then, like, ICE agents show up in Seattle. How would the Seattle government, the local government, remove the ICE agents? If they don't have a police force to do it, what are they going to do? 2. In the transitionary period between now and the dismantlement of the Seattle Police Department, we demand that the use of armed force be banned entirely. I'm just reminded of that scene early in Demolition Man where Simon Phoenix is confronted by the police, and he basically just beats them all up because they no longer have the capacity to use force. Stupid. 3. We demand the people of Seattle seek out and proudly support black-owned businesses. Your money is our power and sustainability. That's frankly one of the most blatant things I've seen in a while. They're not really mincing words about it. They just want what you have. 4. We demand that not the city government nor the state government, but that the federal government launch a full-scale investigation into past and current cases of police brutality in Seattle and Washington. You're asking Trump to do this, are you? Because remember, Trump's the head of the federal government at the moment. 5. Reparations for victims of police brutality in a form to be determined. Yeah, you might want to determine that form first, dude. Like, that's not a minor problem. That is one of the linchpins of this whole thing. You can't simply write a blank check on that. 6. Retrial of all people of color currently serving a prison sentence for violent crime by a jury of their peers in their community. So basically, not just a jury of their peers, so other citizens. The jury has to be made up of other black people, I guess. Or other people of color, as they want to call them. And of course, it only applies to people of color. I guess abortions of justice don't actually happen to white people then. 7. Replace of the current criminal justice system. The creation of restorative/transformative accountability programs as a replacement for imprisonment. Well, you might need to rewrite that number 7 one there, if you don't mind. But more importantly, they basically want that coddling prison system where you get like a hardened criminal, like someone who does not give a shit, and you just coddle them and say, "Oh, you're okay. Everyone loves you. Everything's fine." That might work for some people. Like there are definitely some people who basically just needed somebody to care about them, and then they went down the wrong path. Okay, that happens. There are some people who do not give a shit, and they will exploit you every single step of the way, and they need to be opposed with force. It seems like these people don't understand why force exists as an option. But nonetheless, Chaz appears to be a paradise. Of course, the mayor, Jenny Durkan, seems to be completely fine with the whole situation. Donald Trump's tweet back on June 12th says, Seattle mayor says about the anarchist takeover of her city, "It is a summer of love. These liberal Dems don't have a clue. The terrorists burn and pillage our cities, and they think it's just wonderful. Even the death. Must end the Seattle takeover now." And Jenny Durkan's response to that was, "Seattle is fine. Don't be so afraid of democracy." Yeah, dude, everything's fine. 6 blocks have been taken over by an insurrectionist squad. It's okay. Of course, the mayor did later, in fact, have to walk back that summer of love comment. But I'm not surprised that she's entirely ideological in that way, because this is an email sent out to all people who work for the city of Seattle, like the municipality. And let's read this email. Training on internalized racial superiority. Good afternoon. I hope this message finds you well. the Office of Civil Rights is hosting a training on internalized racial superiority tomorrow morning, specifically targeted for white employees. Feel free to share this training with White Caucus members or other colleagues if appropriate. We're opening up this Friday's long-scheduled citywide RSJI training on internalized racial superiority, a training for white people, to additional white city employees. We'll hold the training on Microsoft Teams from 9:30 to 12:30. White employees not already registered can sign up at the link below. Tomorrow, many city employees will be using paid or unpaid leave to take a day of reflection and action. We're inviting city employees who identify as white to join this training to learn, reflect, challenge ourselves, and build skills and relationships that help us show up more fully as allies and accomplices for racial justice. We'll examine our complicity in the system of white supremacy, how we internalize and reinforce it, and begin to cultivate practices that enable us to interrupt racism in ways that are accountable to Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC. That sounds like a Vulcan name, almost. BIPOC folks within our community, including our friends and colleagues at the city. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't identify as white, so I don't have to sign up for this thing. And I would not be surprised if the number of transracial people currently working for the city of Seattle suddenly skyrocketed. Now, of course, every nation needs a food supply. So Chaz has appropriated city parks and turned them into communal garden spaces. And boy, they've got quite a bit of something going there. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I think I see a couple of pepper plants, but maybe some herbs. But there's buried water bottles. Looks like a bunch of straw. I mean, maybe it's French fries. I don't know. But they're trying something at least. And of course, they are literally just sitting there, waiting for the food to appear. No, guys, this isn't Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing or something. Food does not simply appear the next day after you water your crops. It does take a few weeks, man. At least. Dude, half of the plants are wilted in this photo. Weren't these the people who believe that if society collapses and they move towards the communist utopia, they could actually make it as farmers? Are you guys sure? Of course, you have to remember that this garden is for Black and Indigenous folks and their plant allies. I had no idea that the Venus flytraps gained sentience and threw themselves in with the Antifa cause here. Also, oh my god. That woman in the background, does she have like a front butt? That's the pure Chad physique right here, dude. 50 pounds of plant allies. But of course, because these people are ultimately cucks and soy boys, as soon as a single homeless person decided to run in and take over the garden, well, I guess it's his now.
Oh, I know. There's...
Oh, I did. That was when I got a steak that's like, it's got no sphere, handle set, probably cracks. Manifest that trick.
And so ends the People's Garden of Chaz. Now, even though these people claim to be an anarcho-communist group, anarchism never actually works. Human beings always trend towards some kind of hierarchy and organization. So therefore, Chaz needed a glorious leader. And the first one, at least, was this Twitter person here. What is it? Anarchromastia, otherwise known as Laura Kook. Or is it just Laura, maybe? I'm just going to call her Laura. So she posts this. On my birthday, in fact, June 8th, people have established a 6-block autonomous zone in Capitol Hill, walled off with staggered barricades, with teams setting up bathrooms, distributing food and water, disabling security cameras. This is revolutionary praxis. You are now entering the Cap Hill Autonomous Zone. Long may she live. Other teams are cleaning up trash, setting up a medic booth, and making sure the inside of the police station is properly understood as a trap. You guys trapping the police station? I've also seen folks, white and black, packing heat to help defend the area from the Proud Boys. Incredible to see. We need people to get organized dude. You guys are narco-communists. We need people to get organized together and help this autonomous zone last. Oh boy, is it lasting. It barely lasted a month, dude. But anyway, this was the first leader, Miss Laura here. Here is the second Chaz State of the Union from Laura. The homeless people we invited took away all the food at the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. We need more food to keep the area operational. Please, if possible, bring vegan meat substitutes, fruits, oats, soy products, anything to help us eat. Well, I guess the garden is going to take a while
Soy
to get
products.
going, so that's out of the question. And are you sure you guys don't want meat? Like, what if I walked by with a burger and you guys are all starving and there's like, listen, you want this burger? You can have it.
I tried to fight Rogan last week.
Really?
Whoops. He ripped my shoulder off.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and I was hammered, so I was like, you can't tap me, dude. Jiu-jitsu's gay. I kept fucking with him. He tapped me like 8 times, dude. He kept going.
That easy?
Yeah. He'd get me in like a triangle choke or something, and I'd be like, this is nothing, you fucking pussy. I was like, I'm never gonna fucking tap. I tried to fight Rogan last week.
That's funny. You guys, how the music industry is really how the music industry really controls the what? What's my play here? I'm gonna shoot a bunch of alliances. Make alliance. There we go. Why are YouTubers so bad at politics? Man, I didn't think that after I got my back, like, set back in, that my muscles would be so fucked up. Because my back has been out for so long. No. Gay people should not be parents. No one is oh, Red did.
There's been a slow burn regarding the right wing and the general acceptance of gay people. In the early 2010s, it felt like the age of the religious right was over. People were generally okay with gays and lesbians being around and visible in society. Gay marriage had arrived to the West and seemed to be going okay. And some conservatives understood
Cringe.
that monogamy could be the glue that keeps a gay couple together and away from what was, frankly, pretty self-destructive behavior that gay people were known for in the 70s and 80s, just as it had done for straight couples. In fact, the right-wing argument against immigration from a decade ago was that if, for example, a Western nation became a majority Muslim one, all of those gay rights that we as a liberal society value would be rolled back due to the growing religious extremism. It was surprising for me, yet welcome, to see the new young crop of right-wingers beginning to adopt these positions. But unfortunately, I think the right wing is shifting back into the old mold. It started with more extreme elements, saying that traditional society is based, actually, and that Russian orthodoxy or Muslim fundamentalism were finally pushing back against the degenerate atheistic liberal world. Now, part of this shift was absolutely spurred on by the growing politicization of the LGBTQ movement after gay marriage was achieved in America.
No.
The argument before gay marriage was equal rights, and that was a good argument. It meant integration into liberal society. But that isn't the way the activists think anymore, much to the chagrin of older gay and trans people who, frankly, just want to be left alone. But a few weeks ago, I saw people who I generally view to be reasonable on the right take up positions that I never thought would make a return. I know Jeremy, the Quartering, to personally be an agreeable guy, but I
don't like Jeremy from the Quartering.
Agree with him here. Dave Rubin, Pete Buttigieg, Shane Dawson, rich gay men who use their status to purchase babies as props for internet clout. All three rushed to post their purchases to socials moments after being ripped from their birth mothers. It's disgusting, and I'm tired of.
I do agree with that.
What the Quartering is talking about here is the successful surrogacies of these three high-profile gay men. All of them are following the path that was laid out for them a decade ago for gay acceptance. Stop having promiscuous sex and emulate heterosexual couples. Monogamous married life. Have a productive job, house, and kids. Try to be a positive part of the community. But now the complaint is that because these gay men wanted to have children that they were biologically related to, and therefore they had the kids through surrogacy, where a woman agrees to carry the child for them, that this was somehow immoral. And while it wasn't just the Quartering who jumped in on this conversation, he was probably the most high-profile person involved in it. He posted this picture of one of the men holding their newborn in what appears to be a hospital setting, with the caption, "This poor child is likely trying to latch to his mother's breast for life-sustaining milk, but instead gets a weird mouthful of gay man chest hair who bought the thing and likely thinks it feels weird." Like, this is fucking unhinged, dude. He's just holding a baby. When it was pointed out that the picture doesn't actually show the baby trying to suckle at his breast, Peter Griffin style, the Quartering replied with, "Children are not accessories and shouldn't be grown in a lab for weirdos to post pictures online LARPing as a mom or dad." So let's look at their arguments.
I completely agree.
Some of them are saying that it's human trafficking, that because surrogates generally get paid in exchange for giving up their time and energy and body for 9 months, the couple is buying a baby, they're buying another human, and that the women themselves only agreed to do it because they're poor, making it exploitative in the same way that prostitution is. But this doesn't seem to be the case, at least in the States. Most women who agree to be surrogates tend to be middle class, married, and Christian, who report enjoying the feeling of being pregnant and wanting to help others who can't have kids of their own. Nonetheless, this view of surrogacy as inherently exploitative isn't a fringe one. For example, back in 2016, Sweden's parliament published an inquiry into surrogacy, recommending that the country ban all of it, commercial as well as altruistic, as well as preventing Swedish citizens from going overseas to do it. The argument about women being exploited applies only to commercial surrogacy. So why do they also reject altruistic surrogacy? The report stated that it's unreasonable for a woman to sign away the rights to a baby she doesn't even know or seen yet. And fair enough. There are many cases of surrogate mothers who, after having given birth, desperately want to renege on the agreement and keep the kid. The other side of the argument, though, is that the report seems to imply that women who choose to be surrogates aren't really capable of deciding these sorts of bodily autonomy questions for themselves, which also just isn't true. The next argument is that it's because the parents are gay, and therefore this is immoral. The Quartering said in a reply to straight couples using surrogacy as an option, "I tolerate that because at least the baby has a mother and father. I still detest how rich straight couples use it, Hollywood, etc. This is an extension of the all surrogacy is wrong argument because kids should know their actual parents. But it's especially wrong for gay people to do it because the kid wouldn't even have a parent of the other sex. Of course, this is also an argument against adoption, because adopted kids don't know their parents either. And in its most extreme form, this logic leads to kids remaining with clearly unfit parents because they are their parents. Of course, the Quartering didn't say that, but that is where the logic naturally leads once developed. The third argument is that gay parents abuse their children at higher rates. A few stories of this actually happening began to circulate during this time. One where a gay couple sexually abused their adopted sons while also pimping them out to other men.
Disgusting.
Another where a gay couple hired a Russian surrogate to carry their child, only to immediately begin recording themselves sexually abusing the baby and sharing the video on the dark web. The police uncovered evidence that this was their sole reason for obtaining the child. The first two arguments were moral ones, on which there is significant disagreement from the get-go. The first one, that surrogacy is child trafficking because you're buying a child, is frankly a matter of interpretation. I personally feel like commercial surrogacy skirts the line a bit too close for my comfort, but the people who voluntarily do it out of the goodness of their hearts, that's their choice and not yours. The second one, that surrogacy takes kids away from their real parents, while true, isn't necessarily indicative of any wrongdoing. We take kids away from their parents all the time when the parents are bad. Parents
Yeah, but
also
these
give
parents
up
are
their kids
bad.
for adoption all the time as well. Should both of these things stop? I don't think so. To me, the second argument just isn't persuasive, especially if the surrogate parents aren't actually abusing their kids. Which then leads us to the third argument. What if they are? Or more generally, what if gay parents are actually just naturally worse at being parents? Whether that's because they have a higher chance of abusing their kids, or because kids miss out on having a parent of the other sex around, or any other factor. Well, that's a data argument, not a moral one, and we do have data to look at. Now, progressives generally don't like looking at the data on this topic because, spoilers, it doesn't look that good for the gays. And in fact, they tend to call you a bigot or a Nazi if you dare to examine what's actually happening here. But we can be a bit more intellectually honest than they are. A study in 2005 examined child molestation by gay parents in Illinois from 1997 to 2002 and found that 34% of the parents of foster kids or adopted kids homosexually abused those kids, meaning mothers sexually abusing daughters and fathers sexually abusing sons.
Ooh,
it doesn't say how many of those abusers were in straight or gay relationships, though, and it is conceivable that an abuser who is nominally straight still sexually abuses a child of the same sex out of a power-based desire, not a homosexual one. Another study, also from 2005, examined cases of child sexual abuse by foster parents reported in the news from 1980 to 2003. The cases in which the abuse was homosexual was extremely disproportionate to the actual gay population, and the vast majority of abusers were men. It's not just abuse, though. A 2013 study showed that the children of gay couples were less likely to graduate high school. A 1996 study in Australia showed that both success in school and social development were highest among kids of married straight couples, lower among cohabitating straight couples, and lowest among gay couples. There's similar results from two 2012 studies regarding the kids of gay relationships and school success. A 2009 study showed that the adult children of gay couples have a harder time with intimacy, trust, and the ability to build relationships. Another 2012 study showed that the adult children of gay couples suffered from a broad range of emotional and social problems. A 2013 study, not about kids raised by gay couples specifically, but about kids of surrogacy in general, showed adjustment difficulties throughout youth and puberty of the kids who knew that they were a product of surrogacy. And...
What?
Open these.
What?
Open. You know what I said that I got bleeped out?
What?
Fag.
Get out of here.
What's this? Why is it shaped like that?
Oh, that was weird. It just like popped off. There you go.
Oh, it's these things. I was like, what's making your wallet shaped like that? Oh, I accidentally got a stinky kind. I thought they smelled better. Smell them.
Ugh, they do stink.
You gotta use them.
2015 study found that after controlling for age, sex, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status, the children of gay couples were more than twice as likely to have ADHD than the children of straight couples. So far, it seems like the idea that gay people are just like straight people and just as capable of raising children might not be accurate. And the progressive reply to this data seems to be to just ignore it for ideological reasons. But there is a silver lining. A study out of the Netherlands shows that after adjusting for cultural stressors associated with being gay, there are no significant disadvantages between kids of gay parents and kids of straight parents. A 2023 study examining data collected between 2015 and 2022 determined that the mental health gap between kids of gay couples and kids of straight couples had largely disappeared compared to earlier studies. And a 2006 study examining gay marriage showed that when gay couples were married, their children tended to enjoy the same benefits of marriage that straight children did. So it might be the case that some of this stuff is social, and we're seeing those problems slowly alleviate as gay acceptance has increased over time. Maybe your knee-jerk response to this is to say, well, those studies are new. They're obviously biased. We should just ignore them and trust the old ones. But then you'd be in the exact same camp as the progressives who don't want to look at the old studies at all, ignoring data for ideological reasons. The truth seems to be that while there are significant differences between the children of straight relationships and the children of gay relationships, the playing field is leveling out over time, and it's happening as gay acceptance increases. It's not just that, though, because healthier gay behavior on the part of the parents is also likely contributing to the alleviation through creating a more stable home situation. A study from 1998 showed that pre-1994 gay men had, on average, a 20-year shorter lifespan, mainly due to drug use and HIV. Obviously, the choice to have bug-spreading sex and do drugs constantly is an individual one. But where do we pinpoint the source of that behavior? Are gay men just naturally degenerate since there's no risk of pregnancy with their sexual activity? Is this a product of them being cast out of society and developing an outsider culture that rejects all things heteronormative, even if it's good for them? I don't know. But if the reduced 20-year lifespan comes from drugs and HIV, and a gay man nowadays chooses a healthier lifestyle with no drugs and monogamy instead, I can't see this being applicable to him. Of course, even now, the popular gay subculture isn't helping things. The whole monkeypox thing from a couple of years ago spread primarily among the gay community for a reason. Poppers are well known in the gay community as the go-to sex drug. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Why are there so many burnouts that a whole-ass sexual orientation has a go-to sex drug? And when 1 in 8 sexually active gay men in London have HIV, you know that there's a problem with at least that city's gay nightlife. Even if gay people can buck the trend of unhealthy behaviors, it seems like a lot of them aren't. Or at least, progress in that regard is slow going. And as long as these problems are present, people who have those problems just are not parent material. It's not clear what the root cause is, though. It is true that gay people tend to have more abusive parents, but does the abuse make them gay, or are they being abused for coming out as gay? That it doesn't say. Do gay men behave this self-destructively due to living in a homophobic society? Is the gay subculture overly sexual and degenerate as a defense mechanism? Are gay people just overly sexual and degenerate themselves? Do the kids of gay couples experience their issues because they lack a parent of the other sex to properly model? Or is it because gay parents are simply more dysfunctional individuals than straight ones, due to any of these reasons? I personally wouldn't be surprised if, in a perfectly inclusive society, with everyone being ideal parents, with none of these social problems, straight couples were still just better for kids than gay couples. At least a tiny bit. Some of these problems that the kids experience are likely just endemic to having gay parents, probably regarding the modeling stuff. But considering that the huge gap between them is closing, as both society becomes more inclusive of gay parents, and as gay people themselves stop acting like degenerates, I think way more of the problem is not just endemic to being gay. The gay inclusive conservatives of 10 years ago, rest in peace, were probably correct when they said that the gay community is made better by their inclusion in married life. Now, those high-profile sexual exploitation cases are still very serious, and we can't simply hand-wave away the data showing that gay men are more likely to sexually abuse their kids. Crying about homophobia and bigotry doesn't refute the numbers, and it certainly doesn't make the lives of those child victims any better. But obviously, not all gay people do this. And more importantly, we wouldn't use this logic to blanket restrict any other demographic's ability to adopt or foster or get a surrogate to carry their child. For example, a step-parent is way more likely to abuse a child than a gay parent is. And yet, we still allow good step-parents to adopt their partner's children. And when possible, we try to protect children from bad step-parents. We're not that successful at it right now, yeah, but we don't use the prevalence of step-parent abuse to justify barring step-parents from adopting kids. we take an individualist approach. The good ones should be free to live their lives unimpeded, and the bad ones should be apprehended and brought to justice. Why wouldn't we use the same logic for gay parents? It would not be justified to take the children away from a good gay couple because of the actions of high-profile bad gay couples. And this
I just think that in general it's bad for the kid.
This is the main reason why I reject the arguments of the quartering and the others on this topic. Liberal individualism is, once again, the answer.
It's cringe.
Even if gay parents are less likely to be good parents based on the data, individuals buck trends all the time. Good gay parents can exist. They do exist, obviously. And they shouldn't be restricted just because other bad ones also exist. The other complaints about how it's child trafficking or whatever, they just don't stand up to scrutiny in my view. How about this? If you're a right-winger watching this and you disagree with my take, you think that the gays are just super dangerous,
Our video games art.
Welcome back to a brand new year at Clone High.
We're all gonna get along, and we're gonna be one big happy family. You tried to murder us like 3 months ago.
Clone High, streaming exclusively on Max.
Grammarly's top 3 tips on starting an essay.
Let's say you're struggling to put pen to paper on an upcoming.
Okay, so what I'm about to say probably won't bother your average Smash player who prefers wave dashing to art criticism, but there's a long history of gaming being considered a lesser form of art than mediums like literature, film, or TV. Legendary film critic Roger Ebert declared that games can never be art. And fellow critic Jack Kroll said that video games, while fun, can't really express emotional complexity. Now, as a result of being a low-status art, video games have also been deemed unworthy of academic exploration, and game studies is far less prominent on campus than something like film studies. Meanwhile, attempts to situate games in the context of high art have attracted sneers. When the Museum of Modern Art included some video games in its permanent design collection in 2012, The Guardian's art critic clapped back with, "Sorry, MoMA, video games are not art." At the same time, video games are more culturally dominant than ever, bringing in more money than the movie and music industries combined, with a staggering 3 billion people around the world playing along. Let me know in the comments what else you think that at least 3 billion people around the world are doing at any given time. Oh, I know what you're gonna say. Meanwhile, more and more cultural output is based on or adapted from video games. So, with video games' popularity and cultural significance ever climbing, we wanted to ask, why have games been so maligned by the culture at large? Can video games achieve the same cultural cachet as other mediums, or could they even do it better?
This pump's sole purpose is to drain the planet dry. While you sleep, while you eat, while you it's here sucking up Mako. It doesn't rest and it doesn't care.
Well, let's find out in today's video on what makes video games different. But before we get into it, we want to shout out Butterfinger for sponsoring this video. To culminate this month's Butterfinger sponsorship, we have a special surprise for this video. So grab a Butterfinger bar, go to gamewithbutterfinger.com and enter your UPC code today for a chance to win the Ultimate Gaming Bundle giveaway. And in the meantime, put on your detective cap, because later on in this episode, you'll get a rare chance to win a prize if you can decode the special cipher and key. Enter your answer at the link in the description to win a code for an exclusive in-game item when Final Fantasy VII Rebirth drops on February 29th. As scholar Daniel Goldberg observes, one reason video games have struggled to earn a place at the big kids art table is that they've often been engaged with and discussed as products of technology rather than products of culture, which is why most game criticism still tends to read a lot like a review of a mobile phone or a car. Part of this has to do with gaming's deep connection to Cold War era American military funding and technology, which fueled much of early video game development. We're talking games like Hutzspiel, a simulation game from 1955 that brought war between NATO and the USSR to life. As a result, video games are viewed as inextricable from the industrial advancements that enabled their birth. More technology than creative work. But this reductive viewpoint doesn't withstand scrutiny in the context of art history. As scholars Jeroen Bergenjon, Gert Vendermeske, and Chris Rutten observe, the technical evolutions have proven to be an important trigger for artistic innovations. They note that when photography first arrived on the scene, it too was not fully recognized as art because of its reliance on new technology. Eventually, photography would greatly expand the bounds of what we consider artistic expression. Another reason video games have been maligned is because they're based around play, which we often associate with the silly and usually unproductive diversions of childhood. But this perspective also looks suspect when you consider that, as sociologist Johan Huizinga noted back in 1938, all art derives from play. The scholar Mary Flanagan elaborates that many influential artistic movements, like Dadaism, Surrealism, and Fluxus, included games in their cultural output. Don't even get me started on improv games, right? You guys want to play a little zip zap zop? Sign up for Patreon and we'll do an improv games session for you over there. While these artistic movements have all been relatively recent, games have been a means for children and adults alike to navigate the conditions of society for just about as long as there have been societies. To make this point, author and game designer Jane McGonigal recounts a fable from ancient writer Herodotus, which describes the society of Lydia 3,000 years ago when it was in the midst of a great famine. Now, starved and feeling helpless, the Lydians began a regimen of alternating between one day spent eating and resting and one day spent not eating and instead engaging in vigorous competitive games. And they did this for 18 years. 18 years of only getting to eat every other day. While many scholars think this story is more a fable than an actual historical account, it still suggests the writer saw serious power in the diversion of gaming, especially in a society experiencing struggle. Viewed this way, gaming's ability to distract from material realities starts to take on serious stakes. And in recent years, as gaming journalism, game studies, and video games themselves have become more sophisticated, the flimsy arguments against considering the medium and art seem increasingly dubious. Today, more than ever, video games are increasingly viewed as legitimate cultural artifacts, capable of communicating aesthetic, narrative, emotional, and ethical meanings.
You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
And given their ever-growing popularity, it's no surprise scholars Ellen Sandor and Janine Fraun contend that for future generations, video games may become the most dynamic extension of cultural memory since photography was embraced as an art form. With this evolution, the way we talk about gaming has also changed. As Daniel Goldberg and Linus Larsson wrote in 2015, the discourse on games is moving into a state of post-escapism. That is, a discourse that looks for meaning beyond entertainment and the joy of play. In other words, if video games were once largely viewed as a way to avoid the real world, post-escapism sees them as inextricable from it. They add, games should be viewed as meaningful tools for understanding the world around us and the interplay between human beings. And increasingly, as gaming occupies more and more cultural real estate, taking the medium seriously isn't just a matter of appreciating art. It's about understanding ourselves and our society. Post-escapism game studies refutes the idea that games occupy a world explicitly demarcated from our own reality. Instead, it embraces the notion that gaming, like all culture, is intertwined with the political environment in which these games are created and played. This comes with major stakes. As Stuart Hall writes, popular culture is one of the sites where this struggle for and against a culture of the powerful is engaged. It is also the stake to be won or lost in that struggle. It is the arena of consent and resistance. It is partly where hegemony arises and where it is secured. This is why so many governments, authoritarian or not, have suppressed books and films that challenge the status quo. And soon, kids, they'll be coming for your Nintendo Switch. So sleep with one eye open and a gun in your hand. Here, video games stand out again, but for a different reason. Because you could argue that games are even more politically charged than films or books. That's because the interactivity of gaming creates conditions for a phenomenon we rarely experience when consuming art: audience agency. That is, our ability to take action in pursuit of specific goals within the medium, right? This is no matter how much I want to stand up in every horror film screaming, "Girls, why are you going up the stairs? He's going to kill you. When you go upstairs, there's nowhere for you to go unless you want to jump out of the window and you're gonna die," you know? Shout out to the olden days when I would go see movies at the Regal Cinema at the Oviedo Marketplace Mall. And during horror movies, people would just kind of scream and yell things. It was fun. It was chaotic. It was anarchic. But it was my childhood, and I loved it. As philosopher C.T. Nguyen writes, in ordinary practical life, we usually take the means for the sake of the ends. But in games, we can take up an end for the sake of the means. Playing games can be a motivational inversion of ordinary life. As such, he concludes, games are a medium for storing and communicating forms of agency. The demands of ordinary life can limit our day-to-day agency. We can't spend all day designing our dream houses because we have jobs and we don't earn enough to live like The Sims. But gaming is an opportunity to redefine our self-determination. Every game offers its own form of agency. Whether it's Baldur's Gate offering moral agency to choose between fighting Sarevok or becoming his new best friend, or the bodily agency we get in Cyberpunk 2077, especially when we use those super jumping legs. Nguyen concludes, just as novels let us experience lives we have not lived, games let us experience forms of agency we might not have discovered on our own. The decisions we make when gaming, even if it's just to f around and do karaoke in Yakuza's version of Tokyo, will let us exercise what Nguyen calls a gentle fluidity. This is more than just the ability to play the claw game over and over, as it allows us to rethink the ethical values or big picture goals we subscribe to in real life. It lets us try on new and sometimes even perverse ethical standards, like when we just go ahead and drop a nuclear bomb on a small town. Nguyen believes that trying on new types of agency while gaming can help us feel greater autonomy over our real lives too. Okay, so remember that cipher we mentioned before? Well, it's your big moment. Here's the secret code. If you can crack it, enter your answer at the link in the description to win codes for an exclusive Final Fantasy VII Rebirth item brought to you by Butterfinger. The code is... That's just step one. Stay tuned to find the key you'll need to crack the code. It's a Vignier cipher for the cryptography heads out there, so once you get the key, you'll know what to do. Now, back to the show. Today, the best games let us explore our own agency in a big way. Consider Final Fantasy XIV, an MMO with agency baked into the very conceit via its extensive character creation and narrative structures, which encourages breaking cycles, remaking the world, and forging one's own identity. Now, as the story unfolds, even the range of mechanics creates access to new forms of agency. You're free to buy a house, start a dance club, or create not suitable for work hangouts for you and your freaky friends. And Final Fantasy XIV is hardly the only game in the series to engage with questions about agency. Enter Final Fantasy VII. The most groundbreaking aspect of this game is that instead of the fantastical settings of previous iterations, the story is situated in a world that looks a lot like our own, complete with evil corporations. The difference is that, unlike in your daily life, when despite your moral quandaries, you probably simp for Amazon from time to time, in the game, you actually have the agency to fight against them. It kicks off with you controlling a mercenary named Cloud Strike, as he assists eco-terrorists in sabotaging a facility belonging to the despotic super corporation Shinra, whose projects are killing the planet and destroying lives. The game engages with big ideas about the environment, depicting the Earth as a living being made up of interacting systems. When Barrett says that Mako energy is the lifeblood of the planet, they're not lying. It's the special sauce that keeps all the plants and rivers from drying up.
Mako is the lifeblood of our world. The planet bleeds green like you and me bleed red.
This evokes the framework of deep ecology. which proposes that humans need to rethink their relationship to nature away from systems of extraction and towards an ideology of cohabitation. Throughout Final Fantasy VII, we are confronted by examples of how an exploitative approach to nature has terrible costs. Costs that will only get more dire if our heroes don't stop Shinra's evil plans. This is different from watching a film with similar themes, like Avatar, because you're tasked with using your agency to determine the outcome and even reshape the world. These themes pop up again in the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and will presumably show up further in the hotly anticipated Rebirth, but now they look different, and not just in terms of how detailed the dance number is. The remake is interested in many of the same things as the original, but also in the question of adaptation itself, and it expresses this in a way that is only really possible in video games, because it requires you, the player, to interact with it. But you're not ambling through the world unopposed. Throughout the remake, we see funny little ghosts called Whispers, who are referred to as arbiters of fate, and whose purpose is to keep destiny intact.
They are drawn to those who attempt to alter destiny's course and ensure they do not.
What that means, for the sake of the game, is to keep the events of the remake in line with the original Final Fantasy VII. The Whispers mostly pop up when characters are acting in ways new or incompatible with the original game. Their existence implies that the remake takes place in an alternate timeline, something alluded to at other points. While time and alternate realities are fun to ponder, this is also a very clear meta reference to the process
Bro,
of
what is the matter with this guy? He just won't let me keep a fucking bonus?
A remake, and the dueling pressures to craft something new while staying loyal to the original. This brings us back to agency in a couple of ways. First is the way that the player is taking part in the remake simply by deviating away from fate. By making choices in the game, you are experiencing the distance between the new game and the original. And you're not only witnessing it, you're making it happen. Your button pressing, puzzle solving, and buster sword swinging drive the differences between the new game and the old. But this framework also speaks to the agency of the game's creators, who seem to be loudly asserting their right to make the game they want, even if fans will inevitably yell at them for deviating from the original. Engaging with this multi-layered idea of agency and the way it manifests in games like the Final Fantasy VII Remake and presumably Rebirth shows us that game games are a uniquely effective form of art for getting us to not only consider themes, but interact with them. We've seen the potential games have to make us reflect on.
Yeah. There's waters up there. That's okay.
And rethink our own agency. But it's worth also asking, to what end? Given what we now know about games, it's probably no surprise that throughout history, they've been used both to uphold existing hierarchies and to challenge them. The connection between gaming and the military, for example, is hardly a new phenomenon, as Grieg de Puyter and Nick Dyer Witherford recounts in their book Games of Empire. Philosopher Cicero argued that the sports played by gladiators were essential to building the system of virtues amongst warriors that sustained the Roman Empire, until it didn't, and Prussia's army played war games to rehearse their plans for World War I. In contrast, during the 20th century in the colonial West Indies, the game of cricket became a subversive site for channeling working class resistance against British rule. So how can video games like Final Fantasy help us rethink existing hierarchies? Well, for starters, these games make it clear that the player can and should stand up against the evils of society, or at the very least, question existing hierarchies. Throughout the Final Fantasy franchise, even as early as Final Fantasy IV, the games have featured dubious ruling bodies that deserve resistance or at least greater scrutiny, like the Queen in Final Fantasy IX, whose political plotting and authoritarian impulses seem to cause all your problems. Perhaps more on the nose is Final Fantasy XVI's exploration of slavery and class violence, as well as the way exploitation harms people on the planet. These games take up themes that are critical of the very idea of hierarchy and power. And they don't just tell you to keep an eye out for bad actors. They give you a cool sword and tell you where to point it. You don't just think about fighting back against evil, you press the very buttons that make it happen. Final Fantasy and other series like it understand that by positioning the player as the primary actor in their fantastical stories, the themes of those stories, especially the ones that connect to real life, resonate even harder. This gives games a particular value in a world where we increasingly feel like we can't make meaningful change. Player agency provides us a brief respite from the feeling of powerlessness and the...
Is he really gonna fucking attack me? Gonna slam into me?
face of evil, and gives us the autonomy to, as our third grade teacher once promised we could, be the change we wish to see in the world. And if it's true that, as Picasso once put it, the purpose of art is washing the dust of daily life off our soul and the way we see it, video games not only qualify but even exemplify the way art helps us transcend the mundane and experience something extraordinary. But what do you all think? Are video games a fun diversion or the most important medium of art being made today? Does player agency actually change the way we feel about our own autonomy? And if so, what are the real world implications? Let us know what you think in the comments. Thanks so much again to Butterfinger for sponsoring this video. Be sure to grab a Butterfinger bar. Go to GameWithButterfinger.com and enter your UPC code by the end of the day, today, January 31st, for a chance to win the Ultimate Gaming Bundle giveaway. And remember to enter your answer at the cipher at the link in the description for a chance to win an exclusive in-game item. And don't forget to check out Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when it launches on February 29th. Okay, thanks so much for hanging out for this video. As always, it means a lot to us when you watch, when you click, when you comment. All these sorts of things mean a ton, so keep them up. I thank you for them. Thanks a ton to our patrons as well. Just a reminder, starting in 2024, we're rolling out a bunch of new content that's going to be exclusive to our Patreon, so check out the link in the description and maybe go explore that. It's the best way to support us directly and make us less dependent on, corporations and algorithms, things that you all notoriously love. In the meantime, I'll see you later.
We just toured so non-stop, making no money. Taco Bell was like the one place where you could actually stretch that money.
Alright, I'm done with this guy. I have half a mind to just slam right into him.
Okay, so what I'm about to say.
Ooh, I actually want to watch that.
It doesn't make any sense.
What'd you find?
All of these books are under $5 at thriftbooks.com.
Think they're connected?
They do have a suspiciously large selection of murder mystery.
Better look into it.
The Palestinian people. Cenk, I'm sorry, but I do care if they die. Hamas doesn't care if they die. And Hamas is the owner of the region, and Hamas is the one conducting warfare.
Oops, did I do it again? So, what are they trying to do? They're trying to have plausible deniability for vengeance.
Debate?
Listen, look at me spitting on your ancestors. I can't take it. I'm going to say something potentially offensive.
Potentially
We did
millions
Destiny. Destiny, do you know that?
No, we didn't.
did
No, we
negotiate.
didn't. Their
And
leader
the
killed
people who
himself.
put-
And the only thing that you want is the short-term minimization of those deaths, even if it comes to the long-term actual procurement of a real, lasting, peaceful justice, which is something you have absolutely no concern of talking about, which is why you're presenting the most ahistorical, unbelievable idea ever, that Abbas, who is universally one of the least popular Palestinians ever, you could get a guy called Finkel Goldstein, okay, to be the leader of the Palestinians, and he would pull higher than Abbas. The fact that you want this guy to be the one to negotiate these peace deals with Israel when we're probably leading to the third, fourth, and fifth intifada combined is just an unrealistic solution. Yes, that is the microphone that's being used. Okay.
Okay, all right, then that's the best we can do.
Okay, is this a USB mic, or does it have like a crazy XLR big output? Does it plug right into a computer?
Okay, by the way, just before we continue all of this, Cenk, what time do you need to go?
Yeah, I gotta go at the top of the hour, and I know we're making.
Okay, let's just go then.
Okay, so
It's okay.
let's
It's
get
okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's okay.
No, but
Okay,
thanks
brilliant.
for trying to fix it, Destiny.
No,
I
you're good.
appreciate it.
No problem. Okay, so let's get going. Okay, so today I'm hosting a debate between Democratic presidential candidate Cenk Uygur and
Oh, yeah, I
popular
forgot
streamer
that
and
he's-
political commentator
I forgot that
Destiny.
he was even
In
gonna
this
try
debate,
to
we're going
run
to
for
focus
the
on the future of the war rather than last time. So this time we're going to focus on the future of the war, potential escalation with the Houthis, how to finish the war, and long-term peace. Because we've only got right now around 45 minutes, instead of asking you a lot of questions, I'm going to ask you one question, and hopefully just that question will try and get that finished. So from where we are right now, what is a viable and realistic solution you can give, number one, for the war to end, and number two, for long-term peace? And keep in mind the Houthis and what's the two-state solution with Bibi. Destiny, can you start, and then we'll go to Cenk.
Yeah, I mean, you can get very broad, you can get very specific. I think two really important things need to happen. The first thing is Hamas has to be eliminated or decapitated so that they're no longer functional in the Gaza Strip, because I think that negotiating with a group like Hamas is just not feasible, and I don't expect Israel to do it. And then I think the second thing that needs to happen is Palestinians have to be able to hold new elections. Regardless of how those might turn out, they need to elect leadership, because Israel needs somebody that they can negotiate with and somebody that can negotiate on behalf of Palestinians to start us back on some kind of road to some lasting solution or peace. Like there has to, those two things have to happen. Yeah.
Okay, so just so 2 points. First of all, how is that including a two-state solution?
Personally, I think that's the most likely resolution that both sides can agree to. I don't think a one-state solution is anything that Israel would ever agree to. I don't think that'll ever happen.
So how's that going to happen when Bibi's in charge right now?
Well, I mean, if Hamas is eliminated and if the Palestinians elect new leadership, I think that with a reduction of attacks from the Palestinians, I think that there would be a lot of mounting pressure on Israel to actually move towards a two-state solution or move towards some kind of permanent peace process. But as long as they can always point the finger at Hamas and blame them and say, like, well, look, these guys don't want peace, they just want to shoot rockets at us all day, that's going to be the number one justification that Israel can use to kind of indefinitely stave off peace plans, right? Look, October 7th is going to buy them at least a year or two in terms of never even having to think about peace plans, because they can just say, well, look at October 7, look at October 7, look at October 7.
And just one last question. I apologize for taking this question from you, Cenk, because I know you would ask this. How is it possible to say just eradicate Hamas? At what point is eradication? Is it possible to even eradicate Hamas?
I don't know how the military defines like a group being defunct. But I think right now, Israel, the estimate is they've eliminated 20 to 30% of fighters. I'm sure there's some percentage where once you've eliminated enough, they've effectively lost their ability to govern effectively. And I don't know what that number exactly looks like. I don't think Israel has put out that number exactly. Maybe that's 50, 60, 70%. Maybe it's just when Hamas leadership leaves, or they've been so undermined that the public wants, different elections, or whatever. I don't know if the specifics of that matter as much, but whatever that specific is, that goal has to be accomplished. Yeah.
Okay, Cenk.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways to approach this. So first of all, I'm going to start with what obviously is not going to work, and then I'm going to go to things that actually will work. So first of all, this idea of eliminating Hamas.
Thank you.
It's comical. It's comical. It's ridiculous. So they've killed 27,000 people on the way to killing 20 to 30% of Hamas, according to IDF. Now, no one believes those numbers. It's propaganda. But okay, let's take it as true, though. Okay? So about a quarter of Hamas is killed, according to IDF, and they want to eradicate it, decapitate it, kill the rest of it. So does that mean if we kill 27,000 Palestinians already, we're going to kill at least 100,000? And so maybe, as you know, Destiny said, maybe there's a tipping point where you kill, like, hey, 55% of Hamas, and then you could say that they're done. How anyone verifies any of this is impossible to know. It's basically Netanyahu saying, yeah, I'm satisfied with how many Palestinians I've murdered. And he's never going to be satisfied. One, because of his nature, and two, because if the war ends, there's accountability, and he immediately loses power. Immediately. So he never, ever wants the war to end. As long as Netanyahu is in charge, we have no chance of ever getting to peace. Ever. He's the worst partner for peace in history. He proudly declares that he blocked a Palestinian state and will do so again. He is by far a worse partner for peace than even Hamas. He's also a bigger terrorist than Hamas. We can come back and discuss that if you like. But Hamas has hinted in an earlier time, several years ago, that they could do peace and that they could actually recognize Israel's right to exist, which of course they're going to. But anyway, that's another topic as well. So, so this idea of permanent war bringing peace and security is irrational. It's maximum irrational. It's never happened. It's never going to happen. And it's intended so that it doesn't happen for the political power of one man, Netanyahu. Now, it's not just one man. It's the right wing in Israel that right now it can't say anything but blood. And so they just want to kill as many Palestinians as humanly possible while pretending to get Hamas, which, again, there's almost no evidence of a significant percentage of Hamas being killed. And here's one piece of evidence that everybody can wrap their minds around, which is they said that they were murdering all these Palestinians in order to kill Hamas and get the hostages back. But has the war led to getting back one single hostage in terms of a military operation? No, none, zero. What is the one thing that got some of the hostages back? Was negotiation and a deal. It's super obvious. Now you could argue, hey, we wouldn't have gotten as good a deal if we hadn't murdered as many Palestinians as we did. I think that's the argument of a butcher, and not true. But we can again debate that. Okay, but if you think that permanently, and I'm not saying that Destiny thinks this, I'm just saying generically, if you think that permanent occupation is going to bring Israel peace and security, you're totally detached from reality. No people that are occupied, Palestinian or otherwise, are ever going to bow their heads and say, we now love our oppressors. We love them, and we will be your dogs and servants forever. It's not going to happen. They're always going to fight back. The Chinese will fight back. The Kenyans will fight back. The Palestinians will fight back. And then we'll call them terrorists until the end of time, and we'll say, oh, we murder more of them, murder more of them. But it's never, ever going to end. So you must end the occupation if you want peace. There is no second solution. In fact, this idea of a one-state solution, both on the Palestinian side and the Israeli side, should be dropped immediately. That is a barbarous idea. It has no chance of success. It's ridiculous, and all it'll do is drag out this conflict forever and ever. And I say that to the Palestinians just as forcefully as I say to the Israelis. So the Israelis' one-state solution would be, well, we occupy you forever, we take all of your land, we give it to religious zealot settlers who will murder you for the rest of time. That's a totally tenable solution, obviously. The Palestinians are like, hey, let's have a one-state solution and we'll outvote the Israelis/Jews and then we'll rule and then we'll make them the minority and we'll oppress them. They're never going to go for that, nor should they. That's crazy. No, that's never going to work. And look, Palestinians get really mad at me when I say right of return's a pipe dream. What, you're going to go back and get your houses in Israel? Decades later? No, look, even if I think that is the most just solution in the world, and there would be a ton of justice to that, it doesn't matter because it's never, ever, ever, ever going to happen. And if you hold on to that dream, it actually kills the dream that is tenable for a Palestinian state. So if you're a Palestinian and go, oh, I'm positive we're going to get a one-state solution, you're on Mars or Venus or some other galaxy. Never going to happen, okay? It must be a two-state solution. And finally, we get to, yes, but this particular conflict, how do we end it? You always end it with peace, by definition. So you can't murder your way to peace. And I get it, there's wars and a lot of people die, and at the end you get to peace. But that's the point. At the end, you must get to peace. So there is no peace through endless war. So, and in Israel's case, we've talked about this before, they always say like, those dirty Muslims. They don't say dirty Muslims, they mean dirty Muslims. They'll never listen. They're savages, they love violence, right? So that's why a peace deal with these Muslims never worked, except the peace deal with Egypt completely worked. The peace deal, the Abraham Accords, totally worked. Every peace deal's totally worked. And so what hasn't worked is permanent occupation and permanent war. So you've got to get to two states. And the 2 years from now is insanity. Insanity. You'll have more bloodshed, more death on both sides. It'll spiral out of control. It'll get even worse and worse. How many people, Jesus Christ, how many Palestinians can we murder? Okay, so you must do the two-state solution right now. And the people that you do it with is not Hamas, it's Palestinian Authority. You go to Palestinian Authority, who doesn't have a lot of credibility right now in the West Bank. Why? Because they have worked so well with Israel that a lot of Palestinians think that they're collaborators, okay? So if you say you can't even work with the Palestinian Authority, that's saying I don't want peace. And you could give me Mother Teresa on the other side, and I'll pretend she's a terrorist, and I'll never ever make peace because I don't want peace. And that is the right-wing Israeli position, but not the entire Israeli position. Okay, so Palestinian Authority, get the two-state solution, have a Palestinian state, bring the Palestinian Authority into Gaza, do not have the occupiers, Israel, try to tame the people of Palestine, of Gaza. Have the Palestinian Authority actually be the government there, and then eventually lead to elections. I agree with Destiny on that. But don't do that right away. Have the Palestinian Authority establish itself in Gaza. And you say, well, Hamas is not going to accept that. They're going to fight back. Well, first of all, they're fighting back against the Palestinian Authority and not Israel. If you're Israel, that's already a win, okay? And then secondly, they get to say to the Palestinian people, what has Hamas brought you? Nothing but grief and strife and death and destruction. What did we bring you? A Palestinian state, you're free. That is a very compelling argument, and it could get the Palestinian Authority to bring Gaza Strip under control and get to peace and security for both sides.
How do you envision that happening under Bibi Netanyahu?
Impossible. Israel has to call elections and throw out that butcher of Israel, and they have to throw out Ben Gvir and all those butchers. They're avowed terrorists. Ben Gvir is a convicted terrorist. He worships terrorists. He talks about ethnically cleansing Gaza and driving them into the desert. So look, Israel, sorry, but it's not too much to ask for you to not elect butchers, people who are convicted terrorists who openly talk about ethnically cleansing the Palestinians and murdering them ad nauseum. So yes, pick anything that is considered anywhere near moderate in Israel. And I don't even care if they're not moderate. Yitzhak Rabin was not moderate. Yitzhak Rabin did terrorism before Israel started, but he got to peace. I would have done a peace deal with Rabin in a second. We were going to. It was going to be great. So anyone who will actually do a peace deal, it doesn't have to be on my terms. It just has to exist.
I'm just trying to work out how it goes. So the first step to peace, as far as you're saying, is to get rid of Bibi Netanyahu and then have a two-state solution. But how will you even get rid of Bibi Netanyahu? I'm just trying to work. Are you saying America? So if you're saying the war is never going to end, then how's that going to happen?
Yeah, no, Netanyahu never wants the war to end, so Israel has to throw his ass out. There's no way around it.
How are they going to do that?
Yeah, call an election. So, look, I don't know the internal dynamics of his cabinet. Obviously, it's a parliamentary system. It's not a presidential system. If it was the American system, you don't have a choice. You have to wait till the next election if it's 3-4 years later. But in a parliamentary system, if a certain set of steps happen, you can call an election right away. So whatever those steps are, the Israeli people have to demand that the Israeli government represent them and get there. But if they don't, and they say, we just want to kill Palestinians forever, look, now you're going to get super mad if you're on the Israeli side, but don't come back and go, I can't believe they tried to kill us. We were butchering them. We killed 25 times as many of them as they killed of us, and we said we're never going to stop. We're going to kill another 25 times more, and another 25 times more, and we're going to be 100 times worse than Hamas, and we're going to occupy them forever. But golly, I can't believe they attacked us. Come on. Come on. I hate the attacks. I condemn the attacks. It's not productive. It's not the right way to go. My heart breaks for the civilians. But if you're talking to the other side, saying I should get to butcher you to the end of time, and you should shut up about it and accept that you're my servants, it's preposterous. Then you should expect 10,000 acts of terrorism, because it's never going to stop.
Okay, so just
whether
one last
we
question.
want it or not, and I don't want it, but that's just reality.
Yeah, just one last question before we go to Destiny, and just still trying to understand your position. Your whole plan is relying on getting Bibi out of office and creating a two-state solution. You're saying the way to get Bibi out of office is by his cabinet kicking him out and doing a new election. But his cabinet is supportive of the war, so I'm not sure how this is a realistic path to peace.
So, look, it's on the Israeli people, because...
But they're supportive of the war.
Yeah, so they have to put pressure on the Israeli cabinet. They have to. If they don't, like I said, then they shouldn't be surprised. They shouldn't be heartbroken. They shouldn't be anything. As long as you keep Netanyahu and this right-wing government in office in Israel, that is the Israeli people saying, we don't mind terrorism. We don't mind war. We don't want peace and security. We just want to kill more Palestinians. Okay, if that's your decision, that's what you're going to get. And it doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter how immoral I think it is on both sides. That is just the fact of life. That is how humanity works. They're never going to be your dogs. They're not going to do it. They're always going to fight back, because that's how every human responds. You must throw out the right-wing government of Israel. If you don't, you're never going to get to peace for Israel, let alone the Palestinians.
Why, just as a real quick follow-up, okay, why is the onus more on Israel to throw out their government than it is on the Palestinians to throw out theirs?
Because the Palestinians have no pathway to throwing out Hamas. So if there was an election for Hamas or Palestinian Authority or anyone else, I'd be saying the same exact thing to the Palestinians. Are you guys nuts? You gotta throw out Hamas.
Wait, there is a pathway to do it. It could be through elections, or it could be through just refusing to bow to Hamas's rule, but they don't. Hamas has Hamas has very, very, very popular support amongst the Palestinian people. You're talking
Maybe you
about
fucking
having
move faster, you dumb shit.
Abbas and the PA lead them. Pretty sure 90% of
Maybe you should attack
Palestinians,
purple, like I said.
92% of the West Bank want Abbas to resign. And the next most popular politician, Marwan Barghouti, or however you pronounce his name, that dude's in jail serving consecutive life sentences because of activities that he had in the Second Intifada, which is the reason why, by the way, Israelis are so radicalized. As many excuses as we make for the Palestinians, as well, of course they're going to respond this way. Look at all the violence. Well, where did all the right-wing governments of Israel start coming from? In response to the violence of the Second Intifada. And you mentioned about how
the occupation.
Sure, and you can say that, but you just said that well, there are going to be 10,000 terrorist attacks. There already were hundreds of terrorist attacks from 2000 to 2004. That happened all throughout Israel.
So
well, sure, but and the occupation was in response to an invasion from neighboring countries. And I mean, you can play the, it can go back. Yeah.
That was 58 years ago. It was 56, 54. How long ago was that? But we're still pretending that that's what the occupation's about.
Well, I mean, that's where it came from, right? That's when Israel originally invaded.
No, they just like occupying them. Keep it real. They like, hey, we get to be the powerful finally. And look, I get it. It's
wait, if they just like occupying, then why did they give the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt for peace?
No. So, by the way, that's a great question. And Israel, who is the they? There is no they who is Jewish or they who is Israeli. There's a wide range of opinions. They is the right-wing government of Israel. So thank you for that clarification, right? So Netanyahu's the one. On the other hand, if the right wing, like Yitzhak Rabin and like Ariel Sharon, say,
who is they?
Hey, you know what? I want to do something different. I'll take it. I don't need any change. I don't care about your domestic policy, etc. in terms of Hamas popularity and Palestinian Authority popularity, the reason Mahmoud Abbas is so unpopular is because he works with the Israelis 100%. If you say that guy's not a partner for peace, then you don't want peace. But he has no credibility because he's never brought anything back for all that working with Israel. But
I just
hold on, let me finish real quick. If he were to say, yes, you were super frustrated with me because all I ever did was work with Israel, but at the end of it, ta-da, I got the Palestinian state, then of course, not everybody, not overnight, but tons of people go, oh, okay, that was his plan, and he delivered, and now we're free. Then we love Mahmoud Abbas.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. He can't create that state without the Palestinian support. Like you can't. He can't serve as a representative, realistically, a representative of the Palestinian people if he has none of the support of the Palestinian people. If Israel were to try to negotiate with Abbas, basically as a sole human being to try to create some government, there would be massive uprisings, there would be violence against Israel's, violence against settlers, violence against IDF. This would happen, and then I think people would be on the news saying like, well, of course, why are they trying to negotiate with Abbas? This guy isn't even a leader of the Palestinians. He's literally refused to hold elections in this place for almost like 2 decades. Like, why would they even try to negotiate with this guy? He doesn't represent the Palestinians. He's just a dog of Israel. He's just a servant to the IDF, like, which is what Palestinians right now currently think of him. This idea that like,
I can answer it.
Okay.
So look, Destiny, if you eliminate every single person as either a terrorist or a collaborator, and hence not a partner for peace, you'll have purposely eliminated every partner for peace. So conveniently, you can continue the occupation for another 56 years, pretending it's about the invasion from Jordan like 2.5 million years ago. So that is a pathway to no end, right? On the other hand, if Abbas were to get into those negotiations, you think the Palestinians would say, no, we don't want 2 states.
Yes.
No, let's do more terrorism because we don't like Abbas.
Yes, that's what all the popularity polls. That's what all the polls show.
The majority will not. And so, and here's another thing that's going to happen with Abbas. All of the Arab states are tired of this because their own populations now despise Israel and America so much that it's destabilizing their governments. So all of those Arab countries who want to deal with Israel, they want to go economically, etc. Saudi Arabia, the leaders of Saudi Arabia can't wait to do a deal with Israel. They've said that in 100 different ways. They're like, we don't care about the Palestinians, we just want the money, right? We want to do a deal with Israel, with America, etc., and get back to regularity. So all of those guys are going to put tremendous pressure on whoever the Palestinian negotiator is to get a deal. America's going to put enormous pressure. I think the Palestinian diaspora, the Muslim world is going to put a lot of pressure to get a deal on the Palestinian side. So that is your best chance. And so if you do a vote on Abbas before you start, he has no chance. If he gets them a state and gets them freedom, and then you do a vote, then he has a terrific
I just don't understand. You can't get a state and get freedom when you don't have a mandate from the people to negotiate on your behalf. And Abbas doesn't.
So that's okay. So good. So Destiny, good question. And do we have a mandate from the Palestinians? So guys, I want you to think this through. Again, like if you're on the Israeli side and you want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews as it was designed to be, think through how are you going to get there? So right now, if you say, well, the Palestinians hate the Jews. Well, a lot of them do. You're not wrong about that. Now, why do they? You say, oh, general anti-Semitism, we're the victims. Look, you're kidding yourself. You're totally, utterly kidding yourself. There is anti-Semitism all across the world. That's true. Jews have been victims all throughout history. That is totally true. But if you think the Palestinians hate you purely because of ancient hatred and anti-Semitism, you've gotten totally detached from reality. They hate you because you've been occupying them for 75 years. And you've been brutalizing them and humiliating them and killing them. No people on earth wouldn't hate you under that circumstance. And it doesn't matter whether you take out Israel, Jewish, and you put in Buddhist in Thailand. It doesn't matter Anyone who's being occupied, of course, is going to hate you. So if in the middle of that occupation, in the middle of that war, in the middle of that hatred, you go, no, I'm not going to deal with them because they don't like me enough. Well, then you're never going to get the peace.
It's
So
not
what
about
has to
dealing
happen-
with
hold on,
somebody
let me
because
just finish
hold
the
on,
thought
just
real quick.
yeah, it's not about dealing with somebody because you don't like them enough. I'm just saying that the Palestinian people aren't going to accept any negotiations that a boss is doing.
That's what I'm getting at, Destiny. But if you think because of that hatred, the Palestinians don't want peace, you're totally wrong. Totally, utterly wrong.
Okay,
They
no, but to
want
be clear,
peace, they want
no-
two-state solution.
I don't, that's not supported in any of the polling data, that Palestinians want a two-state solution. And when you say that people want peace, I think peace is a reductionist argument. People don't want peace, people want justice, right? If Israel were to offer Palestinians a two-state solution where all of them move into the Gaza Strip and that would cause peace, like nobody would be happy with that. They wouldn't consider that a just resolution to the issues that they face. I think that the issue is that Israel historically, I say historically, I don't even, like in the attempts to negotiate peace for the Palestinians, it feels like the people that get most support from Palestinians are radical groups like Hamas or radical actors, not people like Abbas, not the Palestinian Authority, which I think is historically unpopular with Palestinians, or Abbas, who's incredibly unpopular. And I think that issue, I don't know how you deal with it exactly, because it's a very complicated, like top-down, like religious, cultural, political, social issue that you have to deal with in terms of like bringing the Palestinians like to a calmer place. That has to happen before any kind of negotiations happen, because again, like, I mean, going back to the start of this, you can't negotiate with Hamas. Nobody would expect anybody to. That just can't happen. Your leadership can't be Hamas. And if Palestinians hold free elections and they elect more terrorist groups, well, what are you going to do? How do you negotiate with that group of people? It just doesn't, it can't happen.
So, Destiny, you got it backwards, okay, in my opinion. So let me explain. Whenever there's a conflict, war, occupation, etc. going on, the radicals will always win. So you saw it in Iraq, where the most radical groups got to be the strongest, because in the middle of America bombing Iraq, the Iraqis weren't going to magically go, God, we love America. Let's pick some moderate Shia Muslim leaders to negotiate with the Americans about how much they're going to kill us and how much they're going to take our oil, etc. No, they're going to do what every human does, which is, who's going to kill them the most? They're killing us. Who's going to kill them? Oh, you guys, the most radical guys, want to kill them the most? We're with you. That's what happens with every human being in every conflict, okay? So in that cauldron, if you say, I can't believe they picked a radical group, that's it, I'm not negotiating with them, you'll never get to war. You'll never get to peace. That's just a fact. So on the other hand, if you get on the road to peace, and my God, if you got the peace, will they stay radical forever? Now, if you say that, it's almost a racist position. Like, once you get to peace and security and justice, you're right, it depends on the contours of the deal. If at that point you think the Palestinians will still attack you, you're basically saying, I don't think they're like other human beings. I think they're violent savages and nothing will appease them.
No, they don't have to be violent savages to be motivated to enact violence against Israel just because of the group of these people in the history that has involved like Israel and Palestine. Like the reality is for the entirety.
Not, by the way, it's totally mangled.
What's mangled?
So the Israelis, not Israelis, Jews and Muslims, including Palestinians, lived there for
We're not, no one, I don't,
centuries
so
in peace.
for the way that I don't care about Jews and Muslims. I don't think that's relevant here. I think what's relevant are Israelis and Palestinians. Jews and Muslims did live together, even in this very region, kind of happily. But the issue is that by their perception, European people came in who were also Jews and then created the state of Israel. And this is where a lot of the issues come from. But I mean, I don't know how relevant that is to today. The reality is the Palestinian people that are there don't like the Israeli people that are there. I don't think that it's an anti-Semitic driven hatred for them, although that bleeds into a lot of it since now Palestinians aligned with so many anti-Semitic and extremist groups like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iran. But I think that the only way, like, I can't think of, so here's like an idea that I have. I don't know if this is actually true or not, but my guess for why radicals always win when it comes to rising up against countries is probably because radicals don't stay in power for very long. You've got coups, you've got radicals, they, take over a government that's failing, but then eventually, inevitably, radical groups never hold power for long. Once they fail, something more stable happens for a long period of time. It's always those stable regimes that start to fail that have radicals come up that are offering something different in order to, convince the people that we should try this instead. But I don't think you can negotiate peace with radicals and then just slowly over time turn them moderate. And also, if you're an Israeli citizen, why would you ever think that that would happen, given the entire history of like your two states existing next to each other has been violence?
Yeah. So I'll address your questions, which I think are good ones, in a second. But Destiny, you see that you seem to be saying Mahmoud Abbas is perceived as a
Really. You do the stupidest play ever. What you should do is go boom, boom, boom. What the fuck is this guy doing? Oh my goodness. What? I just want to get out of fucking North America and get to... Bro, what the fuck?
Moderate collaborator, so we can't negotiate with him because he won't have the credibility. And Hamas's radicals is so we can't negotiate with them. It seems like you've eliminated every negotiating partner and if you want further,
How do you
war
not see that
occupation,
you should
that's
attack
pretty
purple?
convenient. I don't think you want that. So help me understand.
Let's do this.
Pay attention.
It's time to defend something we love.
This is the treasure, and we grew up.
And then he bots out.
Just call me the Jersey James Bond.
Who you think can be a partner for the Palestinians?
Something that I thought was
those two.
a really cool idea that I saw floated on Twitter that supposedly Egypt, Israel, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia were talking about. I don't know if this actually amounted to anything, it was true, but it was the idea of another country stepping in and them hosting a government basically there. That Saudi Arabia would send somebody to the West Bank and they would serve as trying to create a transitional government. I think that sounds like an interesting idea, although I can see a billion ways that would go wrong, but at least it would lend some credence or some stability to a government there. But I can't even imagine how Iran would respond to that. Or what that would look like. Again, I can see a million ways of it going wrong, but Abbas can't be negotiated with because the Palestinian people. Cenk, I'm sorry, but at no point in human history has anybody negotiated with somebody with no mandate from the people. You just can't do it. Even Arafat himself was pressured by his thought of losing a mandate for the people for negotiating.
Look, you're totally assuming it. You're assuming that the Palestinians don't want 2 states. They don't want peace, and that's a crazy assumption.
But it's supported by all the polling data.
No, but
wait, how do you wrestle with that? How do you wrestle with the fact that the majority of Palestinians, when polled, support?
Of course. If in the middle of my family being murdered, you ask me, "Do you support the murderers?" I'm going to say no. No, I don't support the murderers.
And I agree with you, but now you're just. But they've seen Israel as being the murderers for 60, 70 years, or for the entirety of them existing here.
And then you say, "Hey, Cenk, look, in that unfortunate analogy, your family got butchered. Do you love the guys who butchered? No, I don't. I hate them. And do you like the people who work with them? No, I hate them. Now, do you want it to stop? Well, yeah, I do want it to stop. Okay, so now how are we going to get it to stop? Now are you in favor of that guy stopping it or that guy stopping it? Well, now that's a different question than I love the people who butchered my family.
We have to. Okay, I feel like this is a very Western imposition when we say stop and when we say peace. And I'm trying to get people to move off this. Nobody in the world ever wants peace. MLK didn't want peace, right? We talk about like the uneasy tension.
Why does he
that
not
exists
break
when there's peace, but
this? This game is getting fucking annoying.
not justice. What people want is justice. The problem is when you look at Israel and you look at Palestine, their definitions of peace oftentimes are highly conflicting. For Israel, peace might mean
North America,
where they annex parts of the West Bank, where they continue to push the Palestinians in increasingly smaller land, they control their airspace indefinitely, and then they make a two-state solution where they're essentially occupying both states still, right? That might be peace for Israelis. Peace for Palestinians might be a one-state solution where every single 6-7 million Palestinians get a right of return, they all get to come back, they get to vote, they get to create a Sharia law, Islamist government, and that's peace for them. When we talk about peace, that's not relevant. What's really relevant is what is justice for both sides. And as long as Palestinians' form of justice is whether it's terrorist attacks or whether it's encouraging to fight against the Israeli government, this is the history of Palestine and Israel, is them constantly fighting against each other. And I don't know why we make this excuse for Palestinians where we're like, well, of course they don't support Abbas and they don't want to negotiate because their family's been killed. That's where all the right-wing governments in Israel came from, was from Palestinian terrorist attacks, especially the Second Intifada from 2000 to 2004. There's like the biggest radicalizing moment for so many Israelis. I don't know why we don't grant them the same leeway. Like, yeah, okay, obviously Israelis are super radicalized as well.
Obvious reason why, Destiny. I mean, come on, you're a smart guy. One side is occupying the other side. So for you to say, oh, they're all equal, I can't believe the Palestinians didn't accept their occupation and fought back. That is just, they're just so radical and nuts, right? And it's definitely their fault. And the other side goes, what? I was just occupying them for 75 years. What? I can't believe they attacked me. No, there's one side that is definitely guilty overall, and that is Israel, for doing the occupation for 75 frickin' years. I mean, and if you don't get that the occupation is the core of the problem here, you're trying not to get it. You're trying to avoid the problem because you kind of want the occupation. And so be honest with yourself. And I'm addressing the audience, not you specifically, Destiny. So as long as the people are occupied, they are going to fight back. If you deny that, you're just on a different planet. Like,
I don't disagree that the occupation is a thing that bothers a lot of Palestinians and drives them towards more radical.
This is fucked.
Position.
Yeah.
But I think one thing you don't understand is a lot of Palestinians consider Israelis present in the Levant, in this area, to always be an occupation. For some of them, a two-state solution is an occupation still. And I think for Israelis, I think the worry is that even if you did tomorrow negotiate a two-state solution, not only would the attacks not stop, now they're going to be elevated because now they've got their own country to launch attacks from. Now when we go and attack them, now we have to like declare war and it's going to be a whole other thing. Why would Israeli citizens, what fate?
What? Move it out. Yes.
Faith would they have that Palestinians would be peaceful after a negotiated two-state solution if Israel just right now acquiesced to all of their demands?
So two things about that, Destiny. Number one, if you stretch that out, that means if we ever give them a state, we think they're going to attack us more, so we're never going to give them a state. And that is actually exactly what Israel's doing. So then you're permanently the bad guys. I know it breaks your heart to think of it that way, and you won't accept it. No. Occupying 5 million people and humiliating them daily and just rubbing their face, we're in charge. You don't get to be free. You're always going to serve us. But you should love it, okay? So no, the occupation is definitely the core of the problem. Now, if you say, hey, wait a minute, the Israelis want peace afterwards and justice, and if the Palestinian state then attacks Israel, okay, but then I'm 100% on Israel's side. And so then we have a completely different dynamic. But if you say, because they might attack us, even after we do peace and justice, I'm never going to give them a state, you're saying I'm going to be permanently the bad guy, permanently the occupier, permanently the oppressor.
Okay, wait, I'm curious. Let's say right now,
fact, right?
let's say that, I mean, in a very reductionist way, kind of, let's say that Palestinians had a state, and it was a combined state of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Let's say that this was granted to them, a year ago. And then let's say that October 7th happens again. Would you support the current Israeli invasion into the Gaza Strip, everything else the same? The same number, 25, 35, whatever thousand deaths, 20 to 30% were Hamas militants. Would you support the same Israeli military operation to the Gaza Strip if they were their own country?
So that's a really good question. And I have two answers to that. One is, I would accept it a lot more than the current situation.
But it sounds like you wouldn't accept it. I don't think you would. I think you'd be making the exact same.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I'm getting to the second part, right? So number one, I accept it more because, well, brother, you gave them everything they asked for. They still attacked you. I get it, right? And so that's point one. Point two is, no, even in that situation, does there come a point, Destiny, and I would flip this back to you, where you're 200-pound guy with giant muscles and the other kid's like 80 pounds and you've already punched them in the face 20 times. Now everybody looking around, the first time he punched you and you punched him back, people were like, totally get it. You punched him back twice, 4 times, people were like, okay, I still get it, he started the fight. On the 20th time, you're like, please, brother, okay, you were right to attack them because they attacked you, but stop hitting him in the face, you're gonna kill him. Don't. This is getting.
For those who love thrift books. Whatever you love, there's a book you'll love at thriftbooks.com.
Your time is limited. The time has come to wield your power and seal your fate.
getting grotesque. So is there a point where it gets to be too much? Of course, it would be under any situation where you've got a war between two countries, right?
Okay, but like
Yeah, so
nobody
you can
supports.
acknowledge that,
no,
right?
If that what?
That
Acknowledge
at
what?
some point that the country that was attacked has counterattacked so badly that you say,
I don't,
okay, enough.
I don't evaluate conflicts and counterattacked so badly or number of people killed. I'm thinking of like mission objectives, which I think is how every single commander everywhere in the history of all of warfare thinks of warfare. It's not just by number of deaths or whatever, it's by military objective, which is, in this case, it's decapitating what they consider to be a terrorist government or a terrorist group.
But you know that's impossible, right?
It's not impossible. I don't think so. No, of course
you
not.
think they're going to kill enough Hamas members? And at this rate, that means minimum like 55,000 dead Palestinians.
We don't know 100% how many. I mean, now that the ground invasion has started, I mean, the civilian deaths have slowed down quite a bit, or the
no, they
I
haven't.
should say
150
Palestinians.
today. It's 150 every day.
Yeah, it's better than
Look,
700 to
that's one thing
1,000 a
about
day in the
conversation.
early conflict. Like the deaths were way higher under the airstrikes. You can look, you can plot, you can see all the deaths per day. There are still Palestinians dying every day, but the numbers have fallen off quite a bit compared to when the invasion started. But I don't think, with what you said, and I know you're saying you might support the invasion, although it sounds like you're going to a lot of reasons why you wouldn't support the invasion. I don't think so. I don't think
If a
anybody
country
supports.
gets attacked by an independent country, of course they get the counterattack. Of course.
No, it's not just a counterattack. You keep trying to make this sound like it's a tit for tat. That's not how this works. Like, Israel wants to be a secure country. If you're getting attacked by somebody, you have a military objective afterwards. Their military objective is to not get attacked by them anymore. It's not like, well, you killed 1,200 of our people. We're going to go do it October 8th into your territory and kill 1,200 of your people. That's not how it works. That's not how it ever works.
So, Destiny, we got attacked on 9/11. We then attacked Afghanistan for 20 years. We attacked Iraq, which had nothing to do with it. And we killed and killed and killed and killed. And did we accomplish our objective? 20 years later, people were like, no, I can't believe we left Afghanistan. We didn't accomplish the objective. Because if you like war, you're never going to
I think
accomplish
so.
the
To be
objective.
precise on that, I think we did accomplish a righteous objective, which was essentially the decapitation of Al Qaeda. I think we did a really good job of that. The problem was that we had other missions that were stupid. One was the deposing of Saddam Hussein, and then the other two were the nation-building adventures that we went on in Afghanistan and Iraq. I think that those three things were not good, and I didn't see a good justification for them. But I think that eliminating Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, I thought that was a good thing to do. I think. I don't like.
Oh, absolutely. But did we actually target Al Qaeda? Now we're going to get too deep into that, but real quick, no, Rumsfeld turned down a U.S. general's.
Wait a second. I think it's probably worth just moving on to the Houthis. Just talking about that, just quickly addressing that. By the way, just apologies. The Wi-Fi and electricity all just turned off in my building, so I had to quickly rush over elsewhere. And all the lights.
That's okay. But look, I gotta ask Destiny a question.
Okay, quickly, then we'll move on to the Houthis. Yeah.
So when you talk about accomplishing objectives, and you say it's just slaughter Hamas, and we'll kind of know when we slaughtered them enough, but in the meanwhile we're just slaughtering innocent Palestinians. But I'm good with it because we're accomplishing a military objective. I really want to ask you: are you like 150? Largely innocent, meaning like the great majority of them, even according to the IDF, are innocent civilians. 150 of them, even.
This guy is so. What the fuck? You weren't using it. You literally have another 100. Fucking attack blue. The fuck?
Even in the reduced rate, die every day. To me, that breaks my... And Destiny, if 150 Israelis were dying every single day, and we're like, no, Palestinians ain't accomplished their objective. They still don't have a two-state solution. Kill another 150 Israelis. Kill another 150 Israelis. Kill another 150 Israelis. I don't think you'd be good with it. I don't think America would be good with it. I don't
absolutely
think anybody
right.
would be good
I'm
with it.
not good with it.
But
It's
with the
horrible.
Palestinians,
150
they're not really
Palestinians.
human, so
I
I'm
don't know
good
where
with
this not really human thing comes out from. I don't know if you actually do have some anti-Semitism bleeding out of the surface. I don't know why you keep bringing that up. I don't think anybody's arguing for the anti-humanness of Palestinians. This is a very real
No, but you
geopolitical
don't
conflict
care if
that
they
doesn't
die.
mean. I do care if they die. Hamas doesn't care if they die. And Hamas is the owner of the region, and Hamas is the one conducting warfare. I don't know why we're so critical of the defending country here when Hamas is the one that has... Hamas has popular support of the Palestinians. Hamas operates out of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas does infinite attacks against civilians. Hold on, you wanted me to answer the question. You asked me if I care that civilians are dying. I do. I think it's horrible that civilians are dying, but the responsibility there rests with Hamas. And if anything, for the Palestinians that continue to support Hamas, which unfortunately is still the majority of the Palestinians. That is a big issue, and that has to be dealt with before we ask Israel to just roll over and grant them infinite peace as a reward for the October 7th attack, and then pray that they don't attack them in the future, even though if they did attack them in the future, people like you would still say, well, you don't have the right to do that, just like you would probably against the Saudi-led coalition going after the Houthis in Yemen, even though the Houthis in Yemen are shooting ballistic missiles into Riyadh. You're going to say the exact same thing. Well, no, there's a famine, there's a humanitarian crisis, there are too many civilians dying, like that attack. Israel is still the big guy. Israel's still the 200-pound guy against the 120-pound guy, even if they're two separate states. So no, I don't agree that giving them a separate state achieves anything for Israel. I don't even think it gives them better humanitarian standing for people internationally like you that would criticize them regardless. And I just don't see any reason. I think it's absolutely true. But
why the hell would I criticize Israel after they make a peace deal and they have two states? Well, that doesn't even make any sense.
You would criticize them for this same counterattack if Hamas continued to attack them from the Palestinian state.
No, I said you could do a counterattack, but there comes a point where you've murdered enough.
So wait, so
But
counterattacks are just measured. Is a counterattack
Palestinians.
just measured in human life then? If they kill 1,000 of my citizens, I go kill 1,000 of theirs. Is that the point of a counterattack?
No, your point is endless war, and you just admitted.
I didn't
you
say
said you
endless
don't want
war.
the two
You want
states.
endless
If you have
war.
the two
You're
states,
saying because if you
they're
kill,
going to attack anyway because they're savages, right?
No,
how
it has
many
nothing
are
to do
you
with
going to
savages.
murder, Destiny?
However many it takes to complete the mission, because
daily.
you're
That's
asking.
a fact. That's a fact. I'm in favor of no Israelis dying. None. Zero. You're in favor of 150 Palestinians being murdered every single day because you didn't accomplish your totally impossible objective of decapitating Hamas.
Cenk, when you see the IDF in Gaza right now, do you not see them as what they're trying to do, which is trying to wipe out Hamas, or do you think they're just trying to kill Palestinians for no reason?
No, I think they're trying to punish, collective punishment of the Palestinians. I think they're barely trying to get Hamas. They've barely been in the tunnels. They've rescued no hostages. They've murdered hostages.
Wait, hold on. How can you say
Palestinians wantonly on tape with your own eyes, and then you tell us, oh golly gee, they meant to shoot someone else, but they just accidentally murdered 27,000 Palestinians. They are the best military in the world, but they always miss. And oh, there goes another civilian. Boy, they were really trying not to kill them. Come on. Again, if you're an Israeli supporter, right-wing Israeli supporter, you believe that with all your heart, I guess. But the rest of the world doesn't believe that.
What? Nobody.
at
Hold on.
all.
The rest of the.
Does he kill me and then lock himself? What the fuck? He does. What is this? How is Blue a master?
First of all, if Israel was trying to just kill civilians, a 2 or 4 to 1 ratio of civilian to fighter death for civilian to Hamas militant death in a highly urban environment completely betrays that entire analysis. If they were trying to just kill civilians, they're doing the worst job of any invading power in a highly urban environment ever. Why wouldn't they have killed 100,000 or 500,000 civilians? If they really wanted to just kill as many civilians as possible, why have they only killed 20? What, has it even gotten to 30,000 yet? Why have they killed so few?
Oh, it hasn't even been 30,000. Can you imagine if we said about Israelis? They didn't even kill 30,000 Israelis. They only killed 1,200 Israelis. What's the big deal? Because that is what Israel's doing. They killed 1,200.
Why have they only killed? Why have they killed so few? Why have they killed so few?
Now it takes a whole week to kill 1,200 Palestinians, but no one cares.
Why, first of all,
dead Palestinians are irrelevant to the West because that's why I make the point about non-humans.
No, that's not true. Dead Palestinians
being killed, you would be livid. But when it's Palestinians being killed, you just genuinely don't.
No, Cenk, I think that's not the point Destiny's trying to make. What you're trying to say is, why, if Israel really were just trying to kill Palestinians and they were just about the punishment, couldn't they kill so many more people?
Yeah. So that's an easy talking point. Yes, there's a difference between genocide and Holocaust. If anyone says Israel's trying to do a Holocaust where they're trying to kill every single Palestinian, that is obviously not true, right? If they wanted to kill every Palestinian, they could, obviously, right? So then the question is, yes, but are they targeting Palestinians, which is the definition of genocide, and killing them in a disproportionate way? Yes, obviously.
You said the whole point of what they're doing is trying to kill Palestinians.
No. Okay, so let's be super clear. So do they have an ostensible objective? I mean, they never go in the tunnels. They barely ever kill Hamas. They never rescue
hostages. What do you mean barely kill Hamas? 20 to 30% of that so far been attributed to Hamas fighters. How is that barely killing them?
Yeah, like they've never showed any, anyway. I don't.
They've never showed any what? They've showed tons of video footage of tons of different things, but okay.
Okay, all right. So, but even by their own admission, they kill 2/3 civilians, and that is the best case scenario.
Which isn't bad, given that it's highly urban warfare. Those ratios.
2/3 civilians? That's a shitload.
Are about what you'd expect them to be.
What? You're good with Hamas, because Hamas killed 2/3 civilians.
Hamas tries to kill. Hamas wants to kill civilians.
No, but what do you mean? They killed troops and they killed civilians at the same exact rate as the IDF.
I don't think it was. I think it was like 5 to 1 or more. Wasn't it 1,200 people killed and 200 were military people?
Some odd civilians and 300 some odd soldiers. So
wait, how many civilians did you say?
It's terrible terrorism. When Israel does it, they had to. They had to
Wait,
murder.
Cenk, can you not make the distinction of Hamas going into Israel on October 7th, just trying to kill civilians for the sake of it, not any other mission? But then what Israel are doing? What?
Look, I hated that they killed civilians.
Yeah.
But they also killed troops. So it's like...
No, I understand that, but do you not see the difference in alternative motive between what the IDF are doing and what Hamas are doing?
No, first of all, I don't, let me be clear. I don't believe the right-wing government of Israel when they say we're the world's worst army, even though we have every capability in the world, we just keep missing. We just accidentally murdered 25 times the number of civilians as Hamas, the terrorist group Hamas. But oops, did I do it again? So what are they trying to do? They're trying to have plausible deniability for vengeance. So they're plausible deniabilities. No, I sent guys there. I tried to get Hamas. I tried to get the hostages a little bit. But as I was doing that, I murdered and murdered, and I dug up their cemeteries, and I took their ancestors, and I rubbed it in their face. Listen, look at me spitting on your ancestors. And then I bombed their hospitals. Then I bombed their schools. Then I bombed 85% of the buildings. And then now a quarter of them, 500,000 people, are starving. 80% of the world's people that are starving in the world are in Gaza right now. But if you think that's all an accident, they didn't mean to do any of that.
80% of the starving people in the world are in Gaza right now?
That's right, according to the United Nations. I know you're going to say, the United Nations is anti-Semitic. We don't count it. We don't count it. Nothing
Considering
counts.
the population of Yemen is like 35 million people, and there are only 2 million people in Gaza, how can, and I'm like half the population of Yemen, that's just one country. That number is insane. There's no way that number is true.
He probably means by population. Like, I doubt that he means that half of the world's people who are starving are.
You're good with the deaths. You're good with the starvation. They haven't accomplished their objective yet. Their objective is vengeance and terrorism.
Then they're doing a really bad job of it. Why haven't they killed 400,000 Palestinians?
Because they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Okay,
so they're trying to kill indiscriminately, but only as much as they can get away from. But they've also managed to kill 25% of the civilians are militants. And
so your big defense of this genocide is, well, we didn't kill them all.
There is no genocide.
We didn't kill them all.
Yeah.
I mean, we butchered 27,000 people, but we didn't kill them all. By the way, that's exactly what the Serbs could have said in Srebrenica. By the way, the Turks could have said it about the Armenian genocide. They attacked us and hid behind their human shield.
So 2 million of them needed to be death marched?
We had a right to defend ourselves. Hold on. We had a right to defend ourselves, and we didn't kill all the Armenians, and yet you call it a genocide. You see how absurd that sounds when it's about Turks. But when it's about Israelis, nope, regular rules do not apply. They can kill anyone they like, and they could just keep on butchering them to the end of time. I gave you a real peace plan that gets Israel's security. If security for Israel is not good enough, then you're admitting you just want vengeance.
Wait, so just before, I know we need to close up, so we've been pushing on Cenk the whole time, so I want to ask you, Destiny, a question on your proposed plan. At what point would you say this is the IDF have actually accomplished their plan to eliminate Hamas, or how many? I know I asked you this in the last debate, but it's a really good question.
Unfortunately, I'm not.
Worth it.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual military decision is when the job is finished. I don't know if that includes a certain amount of their leadership killed. I don't know if that includes a loss of confidence from the Palestinian people, or if it includes a certain percentage of fighters, or if it includes a certain percentage of whatever. I don't know how they do that military distinction.
Is there a certain mark of death that you're okay with, or is just really whatever it takes to kill out?
I mean, what I would be looking for basically is to make sure that the ratio of the ratio of militants killed to civilians killed still seems to be falling within where you would expect it to be for combat like this, given the number of militants and the number of civilians. I don't think there's anything right now that's crazy out of whack. If it's about 1 militant killed for every 3 civilians, given how highly urbanized the conflict is, given how much Hamas hides among the civilian population and operates out of the civilian population. So as long as the warfare continues to move in that direction, and hopefully there's no major famine or anything that occurs in Gaza the same way that there has been in Yemen, then I would probably continue to support the military operation, because with Hamas in the Gaza Strip, what is this, our 6th Hamas-Israeli war? It's not going to stop. That's never going to stop. Hamas has been launching rockets constantly. We can use all the morally loaded, dogged or bad terms we want about Israel being murderers or killing all Palestinians or blah, 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 blah. But the reality is this is what Hamas thinks about Israeli citizens. That's why they launch rockets every single day and have been for 15 years. It's why they celebrated October 7th. It's why their spokespeople say they want to do more and more October 7th. It's why they are committed to aligning with people that also want Israel destroyed, right? If you look at who are the Palestinian Hamas partners, it's the Houthis. It's Hezbollah, it's Iran. These people don't have moderate positions towards Israel, and they surely don't support 2-state solutions among themselves either, any more than they support a north and south division in Yemen. So yeah, right now, I don't know how it's going to happen or what has to happen, if another Arab state has to take the reins on it, but something has to happen to slow down or calm down the feelings of the Palestinian people that are pushing them to want to fight so much. And Jank's idea of having Abbas be the negotiator, historically it doesn't work. You can't just pull a random person from Mexico and say, you are now the Mexican negotiator and we're going to do trade agreements and we're going to do state agreements and we're going to do border. That just doesn't work. It can't work. Historically, it hasn't even worked in this region.
You just don't want it.
No, you don't want peace. You're asking for an impossibility, which is for Israel to say, okay, you guys that have all been trying to kill us for however many years, we're just going to go ahead and hand the reins over to you to completely govern a state and hope that despite the fact that you're being supported by terrorist groups that are shipping weapons to you and want to see our state destroyed, we hope that you're going to just become peaceful over time for reasons, even though we're negotiating a peace agreement with somebody that even was popularly elected and still is seen as a tool of the Israeli government, but maybe with only 10% support, if we negotiate something with him, you guys will all accept it. That's just unrealistic. It would never happen.
I can't take it. I'm going to say something potentially offensive, but that is just a dumb talking point. Every battle is between two sides who hate each other. If the Turks said to the Armenians, well, you guys still hate us, and they did. They hated us. You know why they hated us? Because we occupied them. Because we were an empire, and we did not give them rights. And we said, we are in charge, and you are not, and you should know your role. Turks rule over Armenians. If we said, I can't believe they hate us. I can't believe they attacked us. We have every right to murder them to no end. That would be absurd, and that's called a genocide. And the fact that the Armenians hated us does not justify anything. You do a peace deal with the people who hate you. You don't do it with the people who love you. So this lunatic standard of, I will not do a peace deal until the Palestinians love me, is just total bullshit.
It's not about them loving you. It's about you have the way that you do peace deals is by eliminating their will to fight. That is how a peace deal is done. If they still want to fight,
murder Destiny.
How many died in World War II? How many Soviet citizens were killed by the Germans? How many Nazis were killed? How many German citizens were killed in the Dresden bombings? How many Japanese people were killed in the Tokyo bombings? No, you're talking about.
You just said it.
Okay.
I want to murder no Israelis. Never.
None.
Ever,
Okay.
ever.
So in World War II, in World War II, you would have negotiated peace with Nazi Germany. Is that what you would have wanted to do?
It's total apples and oranges.
Okay, well, compare it. No, hold on. We hate each other. You don't negotiate peace with people you like. You negotiate peace with people you hate. So for Nazi Germany. So we really hate the Nazis. Would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany in World War II instead of going to war?
So Destiny, this is your favorite stupid analysis.
I'm gonna ask the exact. Call it down. That's okay. Ask it, Tom. Go ahead, do it.
Okay,
I'm gonna ask the same question when you finish your rant, though. I'm gonna ask you: would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany? Go ahead.
So, the Nazis were in the middle. Of murdering 6 million Jews and 13 million innocent people, let alone the millions that died in the war. So, if in the middle of their murder somebody said, "Hey, let's give them what they want," that would have been dumb.
So like right after October 7th?
Hold on, you asked the question and I'm answering it. But when the Germans stopped fighting back, okay, and you could say, hey, I want Hamas. And the difference between Hamas and the Nazis is that the Nazis had a massive army. So when they fought, they killed thousands and thousands and eventually millions, right? The Palestinians have peace shooters. So they're like, oh, well, technically one came over. Okay, nobody got hurt and we have Iron Dome. But good enough, I want to just keep going. No, you get to peace at some point. But you don't do it while the Nazis are butchering people. That is when that is a legitimate war to protect those people.
So you have to.
But right now, October 7th happened months and months ago. And every day you've been killing thousands and thousands or hundreds and hundreds of Palestinians. And you say, not enough, not enough, not enough, not enough. Kill more, kill more, kill more. You're the guilty one.
So once Normandy happens and the Germans are like, okay, shoot, we don't know if these forces are going to push on us. Maybe it's going to...
You're comparing Palestinians to Germans. The Palestinians have no power. The Nazis had tremendous power.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about...
I mean, the Nazis didn't have power when they first started.
Negotiating peace with an enemy. Would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany rather than going to war and killing potentially millions more?
Destiny, do you know that?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Their leader killed himself. We bombed their cities into non-existence. We completely destroyed half the country. That's not even counting what we did to Japan. We destroyed the enemy's will to fight. They surrendered unconditionally.
You know what we did after that, Destiny?
After the unconditional surrender, yes. After.
Hold on, let me explain.
After.
You know what we did after that? We did, as a world, we did the concept of war crimes. so that both sides would stop murdering their civilians so grossly. The Nazis murdered all those civilians, and let's be honest, America murdered tons of civilians in Japan and in Germany, etc. And at the end of that, we looked around and said, that was awful. We don't want that to happen again. We're going to come up with the concept of war crimes and make sure that you're targeting troops and not civilians. Now, after all the progress we made on that, after we defeated the Nazis, after we set up a decent, at best, just system, now you guys go, yeah, war crimes, who cares? Let's go back to the bad old days where we murder each other's civilians to no end. But by the way, I'm not a terrorist. I want to kill all their civilians, but I'm not a terrorist.
Nobody is talking about killing all their civilians. Also, I'm pretty sure Geneva Conventions. This was after Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention was after World War I, not World War II. Okay, so we already had laws governing conflict, and we still killed a whole lot of civilians. Also, secondly, again, my point stands. How did we achieve peace after World War II? It was with a lot of cooperation, after massive invasions, after destroying the enemy's will to fight, and then followed by decades and decades of occupation.
So, one last example to address that. The Mongols came into Baghdad and killed 800,000 people back in the 1200s, killed every man, woman, and child. And they could have just said, well, look, man, I can't negotiate with these guys until I'm done, until I feel safe. So I killed every man, woman, and child. Now I feel safe. Now we can negotiate. I would much prefer to negotiate in the middle if you have someone that is not the equivalent of Nazis who are in the middle of killing 13 million innocent people.
Yes, no, so I was just looking at the time and you're running around 10 minutes late. Do you want to finish now, or do you want to just finish in 5 minutes?
I know you wanted to say something about the Houthis, so go ahead and ask about the Houthis.
Okay, so maybe we should just do this quickly. So how should America respond to the Houthis? That was really it. So Cenk, you go, and then we'll go to Destiny.
So I understand what the Houthis are doing, and what they're basically doing is they're a toll road in the Red Sea, and in order to go around, it costs 10% more to those ships. Wow, I'm so worried about the 10% more. And so should we protect our own ships? Of course, we have to protect our own ships. So, you know, you do a missile strike from where the missiles came from that attacked your ships, fair. But for God's sake, get out of there. Get out of there. I don't want a wider regional war. And right now, the neocons that include Biden, Trump, and all of them, Nikki Haley.
I wouldn't call Trump a neocon.
He's the worst of them all. Or also, and Lindsey Graham, that bloodthirsty
Lindsey
Graham
are
saying war with Iran. And oh, the Houthis attacked us. Oh, we got 3 people dead that we put in harm's way in Jordan. So because of that, even though we attacked, oh, they counterattacked. That's it, World War III. Go attack Iran, go attack Yemen, get us into an unwinnable, ridiculous, insane war where more Americans are going to die. We're going to waste a couple more $1 trillion, which is actually the whole point of this. The defense contractors, the oil companies bribe all of our politicians. They love this war. They profit tremendously from these death and destruction and war. Get out of the Middle East. Peace, 2-state solution, end the occupation, and get the hell out.
Destiny?
You can't attack and close international shipping lanes because you're not happy about another conflict that's unrelated to you. That should absolutely be enforced with the full brunt of every military option we have available to us. If you're attacking or trying to close international shipping lanes, then yeah, your stuff is going to get blown up. I think that's a totally reasonable response. If the United States should be doing anything internationally, it should be guaranteeing free passage through shipping lanes. It's like one of the only like noble, righteous missions we could possibly have when it comes to conducting international warfare.
I don't agree with noble. It's all about money. In fact, they call this Operation Prosperity Guardian. So they're pretty brazen about it. This is all about capitalism.
Yeah, I agree. It is a lot about money, and poor people that can't afford things like food or water or other goods or services are the ones that are probably hurt the most when these types of shipping things get contravened, right? The cost of shipping containers is exploding across Europe, who already were feeling crunches from energy pressure and energy prices. Like, it's not like rich people are necessarily being hurt as much by increased cost of goods or services. It's probably going to be poor people that get hurt the most, is what I would imagine. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's about, yes, it is about money, but I mean, that's a really, I mean, at the end of the day, being homeless is about money and capitalism, I guess, right? If they had more money and more capitalism, maybe they would not be homeless. But I mean, that's a really weird reductionist way to say it. Like, any starving person's problem is they don't have enough capitalism in their life. Like, it's a weird thing, right?
So look, I got no leg to stand out because I called one of your arguments dumb earlier.
That's
Wait,
fine.
every argument you say is reductionist. No, it literally costs 10% more to sail around Africa. So we're saying we're gonna go kill those Houthis, and I get it. Like I said, you could do a counterstrike. It's logical, but we're gonna go kill them and maybe get into a wider war because not America, but corporations have to pay 10% more.
So we see, think at every opportunity, America.
Wait, hold on. If corporations have to pay 10% more, who's ultimately paying more at the end of the day?
I know the beloved corporations must be protected because of poor people.
What is the corporate? No, if your profit margin as a corporation is 10%, and now your cost is 10% more, you don't make any money. You have to. The consumer is going to pay the cost. That's how all inflation costs work, right?
We can get into an inflation and cost debate. During inflation, the companies jacked up their prices.
No, I said this. I don't
bragged about how they didn't need to actually do it, but they found out that they could pay the price, so they jacked it. So it's look, you want to defend capitalism by killing people, I get it. But hey, do you agree that the Houthis, what
is he doing?
We might hate it and we might counterstrike, but it's very logical. They're trying to help their brothers in Palestine. They're the only ones that are helping. They're saying, okay, we're going to put a 10% tax on you guys.
They're not trying to help their brothers in Palestine. Their own citizens are experiencing unprecedented famines. What might end up being the worst famine in the last century. A real famine, not the one that you guys talk about happening in Gaza all the time, but an actual one where hundreds of thousands of people are starving to death. Where when you look up pictures, like if you Google like pictures starving Gaza children, you see children in okay clothes with dirty faces standing in lines for food. And when you look up pictures of starving Yemeni children, you see babies with bloated stomachs and corpses, okay? Yemen is having a real famine where hundreds of thousands of people are either starving. I think 40% of their children have stunted growth. They don't have access to food or water. UN missions are having to be cut off because the Houthi are literally commandeering supplies for warfare. So no, I don't think that the Houthis' mission right now should be to blow up international shipping containers, to screw over the whole rest of the world, to help their brothers in Palestine. They probably are doing it because they get weapons and training from Hezbollah and from Iran, and those people are invested in the mission in Israel, so they kind of got a way to suck Yemen into it as well, which I think is immoral and bad and horrible.
Cenk, I just want to ask you a point on the Houthis. So, just aside from the actual tax points, do you think every time America's intimidated like this, America should back away and say, okay, we'll do another route and I'll pay 10% more?
No, I hate that kind of thinking. That kind of thinking is what gets us into endless wars. Oh, you were trying to intimidate me. You know what I did? I murdered more of your people. Then you murdered more of my people. Then I murdered more of your people. And round we go. Oh, I'm going to be tougher and bigger, and I'm going to intimidate you back by killing you more. No,
just to be clear, that mentality is what has stopped wars worldwide. That's why NATO and the United States being the big bad bully guy, that's why major powers generally don't go to war anymore, with the exception right now of Russia and Ukraine. And that's also, funnily enough, the history of Israel too. Them being a big bad bully is what finally got all the other countries around them, as you said, to acquiesce and sign peace deals with them. So that seems to be the way to go, is making yourself small and vulnerable and accepting terrorist attacks over and over again and getting, blown up with guys. That's called appeasement. We've tried that. It doesn't work. It never works. Usually the way that you make it work is to be the bigger bully.
I don't get why they keep opening up each other's stacks.
And say, hey, listen, if you do some shit, you're gonna get slapped. That's how it usually works.
Okay, look, guys. Last things here. I'm in favor of balance, so that because if you go to logical extremes and you go, hey, the minute there's a hostility, appeasement, I give in everything you want. Of course, that's a terrible strategy, right? And if you say, oh, there was conflict, then I'm going to ramp it up and ramp it up and ramp it up. That's endless war. That's obviously dumb. So you need to do balance. Hey, like what did I say earlier? You could rewind the tape. Yeah, we get to counterstrike when they go after our ships. And then I would leave it alone because I'm for balance, and then do a peace deal in Israel and get out before there are further hostilities. But if you guys say every time you try to get to peace, it's appeasement, you're going to have endless war, and that's a fact, and that's what we have had. And has it made America safer? Has it made Israel safer? Absolutely not. All it has done is inflame the Muslim world. And how many times are we going to murder them before they go, hey, you know what? It turns out we're human beings and we don't like being murdered. So we're going to fight back. And every time they fight back, we go, oh, I can't believe it. No appeasement. War, more war. Iraq, Iran, Yemen, more war. So right now, the Palestinians are being butchered on a daily basis. And what I conclude, and I've said 1,000 times now, for God's sake, get to peace. A just peace. Destiny's right about that. It has to be just. And here's a partner that you could do it with, Abbas, if you get the Arab countries, which they will, to support him and to put pressure on him to get to a peace deal. The opposing view is 150 more dead Palestinians today and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And then maybe a couple of months from now, after thousands of more innocent civilians are dead, thousands and thousands, maybe Netanyahu will judge that he has eradicated Hamas and out of the goodness of his heart, stop killing Palestinians because he accomplished a military objective. Do you guys hear yourself? Do you get that is, no one thinks that's going to happen. And every day that more Palestinians die, my heart breaks. But I just don't see that in America from others. So I look, right at this point, I basically turned my whole campaign into a fight for peace and justice. No more a war, no more occupation, no more money to Israel. As long as they continue to do that, they are not our ally. They have gotten us into tons of conflicts on their behalf because they wanted more land. And this is the worst ally in the world. They never listen to us. And if they don't end the war and the occupation, we should send them absolutely no money. And look, I'm in this crazy long shot thing to at least send a message to Washington. Enough. If you say no, today is not enough, it's appeasement. Let's keep killing Palestinians. Ellie asked the perfect question, and I gotta be honest, Destiny, you had no answer other than keep going, which is how many Palestinians are you gonna kill before you say it's enough? And you have no answer. So your answer is endless death for Palestinians, but I can't believe they're fighting back.
Yeah,
Destiny, maybe just take a minute to respond and then we'll finish.
Sure. This is my frustrating thing when it comes to talking about international conflict, when it comes to talking about politics, and when it comes to talking about solving these things on the ground, okay? You've got some people that work incredibly hard in government, in NGOs, in political negotiations from other countries that really try to bring the conflict to the end. And then you've got pundits that make money off of hyperbolizing the actual conflict and not actually saying anything meaningful about it. It is so frustrating to hear over and over again, 150 Palestinians, 150 Palestinians, 150. That doesn't get us anywhere closer to anything. Nobody asked the question, how many Japanese need to die before the war ends? How many German soldiers need to die before the war ends? How many Iraqi soldiers need to die before we stop the first Gulf War? How many people need to die in South Korea and Vietnam? Like, that's not how anybody has ever thought about the conflict. You don't know how many people died in Yemen, do you? You probably don't know how many people died in the first Gulf War, do you? You probably don't know the total death count in any military conflict, but in this particular one, the only thing anybody seems to know is how many Palestinians died. It's the only thing that people know, which is ironic. Even earlier, you said that you don't care about Palestinian civilian deaths. The only thing you seem to care about is Palestinian civilian deaths. And the only thing that you want is the short-term minimization of those deaths, even when it comes to the long-term actual procurement of a real, lasting, peaceful justice, which is something you have absolutely no concern of talking about, which is why you're presenting the most ahistorical, unbelievable idea ever that Abbas, who is universally one of the least popular Palestinians ever, you could get a guy called Finkel Goldstein, okay, to be the leader of the Palestinians, and he would pull higher than fucking Abbas. The fact that you want this guy to be the one to negotiate these peace deals with Israel when we're probably lead to the third, fourth, and fifth intifada combined is just an unrealistic solution. But in response to any of these actual roadblocks that somebody puts up before you for peace, the only thing you can say is murder, evil, immoral, 150, dead every day, evil, US, not good, don't support evil. But like even what you're saying here, don't support Israel anymore as the United States. What do you think Israel would do if they didn't have the support of the United States? We might be one of the only partners that are actually reining them in, which we have. It's why we've encouraged them to slow down on their strikes. It's why we've encouraged them to allow humanitarian aid in. We're probably one of the only people that Israel will actually listen to when it comes to curbing the violence that happens against Palestinians. I think that there needs to be an actual conversation about pundits, like actually talking about realistic peace plans and not just repeating these like talking points over and over again of like 150 dead, 150 dead. That doesn't get us anywhere. We've never thought about any conflict like that ever.
Well, I think that's a good end. Thank you both. Thank you, Cenk, and thank you, Destiny.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I know it got heated. I look, for the partisans on both sides, they're going to hear what they wanted to hear. I think for the people in the middle, we made ourselves clear. And by the way, just so you know, and Destiny and I agree on this, he thinks I keep harping on it and it's ridiculous. And you guys decide whether it's ridiculous or not. But tomorrow, another 150 innocent Palestinians will be murdered, and the day after, and the day after. And so Destiny thinks they had to die. I don't think they had to die. So you guys be the judge.
Brilliant. Thank you both for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for chatting.
All right, thanks.
Good luck. Bye.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Are you able to send over the footage afterwards? I wasn't able to record it for some reason.
Does it actually give me the footage? I'm showing right now.
Are you live streaming right now?
Oh.
You just if you send over the live, then I'll just cut it up and use that if that works.
Yeah, I could, but it's gonna look a lot messier on my stream. It says on the it says on Riverside that it's still uploading. Are you sure you don't have access to it anywhere over there?
Yeah. So basically, what happened was this was the tons of technical difficulties, which is why I started 5 minutes late. My laptop said it can't record for some reason. Cenk was trying to live stream, it didn't actually work, and yeah, so it didn't let me to actually record anything.
So even though, what is
It says it's uploading, but it's not actually for some reason.
Oh, does this upload locally to your machine then? Is that how this works?
So it usually should. Yeah. So usually, what's so good about Riverside is it always captures in 4K. I think it is, even if if it goes bad, if the connection goes bad. But for some reason, it just said it's not going to be recording today. I guess it didn't like me today.
Okay. Yeah, I can shoot you the full recording. Yeah, I'll cut my butt now and then I'll do that. Yeah.
I think this debate taught us a lesson that we really need to burn longer times for it, probably like 2 hours at least.
Maybe, yeah. All right.
Brilliant.
Yeah, have fun. If you could email me and ask me just so that I have it in my email so that if I, at the end of the day, I don't forget, okay?
Sure, yeah, send you something over now.
Cool. All right, thanks a lot. Have fun.
See you.
Bye. We didn't even talk about the Houthis. I said 2 things wrong in that conversation. I think the total death toll actually for the October 7th thing was about 2 to 1 for civilian to military ratio. Because I looked and I checked this. I'm seeing like 700 civilians to 300 soldiers, 350 soldiers, or it might have been 750 to 350 or whatever. And also it was the Geneva Protocol in 38, 28. Not the it wasn't the Geneva Conventions yet. 25, sorry.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. 1040 and limited credits only. Get the TurboTax app now.
If this is to be the end, then I will tell them of the beginning. Of how your spark was ignited. Of your will to survive. Of the power that flowed from within you into this enchanting realm of beauty and decay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans will answer the call. All of us, every one of us, is ready to work with you and our Democratic colleagues on this committee to prove to the American people while Washington is certainly broken, there's a ray of hope, and it is here. It lies with your children. After years of working on this issue with you and others, I've come to conclude the following. Social media companies, as they are currently designed and operate, are dangerous products. They're destroying lives, threatening democracy itself. These companies must be reined in, or the worst is yet to come. Gavin Guffey is a representative, Republican representative, from South Carolina in the Rock Hill area. To all the victims who came and showed us photos of your loved ones, don't quit. It's working. You're making a difference. Through you, we'll get to where we need to go so other people won't have to show a photo of their family. The damage to your family's been done. Hopefully we can take your pain and turn it into something positive so nobody else has to hold up a sign. Gavin's son got online to Instagram and was tricked by a group in Nigeria that put up a young lady posing to be his girlfriend, and as things go at that stage in life, he gave her some photos compromising sexual photos, and it turned out that she was part of it.
Has he paid you, if you had to estimate?
Shit, probably 100K.
100K?
Over what period of time?
6 months.
What's in
Straight up.
in one payment? What's the biggest individual payment? Like, has he sent you 10K?
Mhm.
What's the biggest payment? 10K. And
Probably.
he sent you over 100K.
He hasn't sent
Now,
it to me.
well-
I'm saying not that money. 100K hasn't been sent to my bank account. 100K has probably been
No,
spent
total,
on me.
total,
Spent
right.
on me,
I
on
see.
including the trips, including,
Okay.
you know, whatever
Gifts.
else. Yeah.
But
yeah.
also cash.
Like he got
Just
me my
straight cash.
purse over there. Cute
What
purse.
kind of purse is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Fendi. Well,
You might want to check, make sure it's not a knockoff. But
that's true. That's how
Yeah,
they
you can check and make
Temu?
sure for me. I don't think it is.
because I'm an expert in.
Okay, you can check that.
spotting
Do you buy
fake-
knockoffs? Do
No,
you buy
I-
on Temu?
I don't.
What
buy
is the?
any purses.
What's the? I guess the fetish is just a kind of masochism.
No, yeah, literally.
It is, right? But it's like the worst kind.
Literally.
You know, if you smack the
Literally.
guy with the whip, then it has a bruise. But if you drain the guy's bank account, then he's broke. That's crazy.
That's a fetish for
That's
some
literally,
people.
yeah, it literally is what they. It's
Isn't that
so
a good?
weird.
Isn't
It's
that
so
a
weird.
good argument against, like, hey man, if you want to do it, just do it? Because like some people want things that will literally bankrupt them.
Yeah.
and that
Some
will
people
ruin their
want
lives.
things that are terrible
Yeah.
for them.
Well, sorry.
Oh, just a few more questions of the scale of this. So, you said this one guy, he's paid you over 100,000. Is he your biggest whale?
What the fuck?
Do you have other whales?
I thought they were tricks.
All of a sudden,
Well,
you know the
whales-
terminology.
Yeah.
Whales are like in the same thing.
Like
with
in a casino. Yeah, yeah,
Like the
okay.
guys who spend
Is he
big
the, are
money.
you asking me if he's the one who spent the most amount of money on me so far?
Well, do you have other whales, or have you had other
I
whales?
have. At the moment, no. And
Is
at
he the one who spent the most on you?
Yes.
Okay, so have you had other guys spend over 100,000 on you?
No.
Just him. Okay, if you had to.
I've had other guys fly me out,
If-
pay for me and my girls to go on trips,
Wait,
send me
remind me,
money,
how
but
old are you
not
again?
like that. I'm 19.
19.
So when did it start?
When did this start? When I was 18.
Yes.
Okay. Wait.
That's
so
crazy. That's
Yeah.
such a short period of time.
Yeah, for real. My life changed a lot in the last year.
Word.
What the
Wait,
fuck?
So,
Cap.
and you said you've gone on hundreds of these dates with men. Some of them very short, maybe one off, and then some of them
Look,
there was
they're
some
everywhere
continuity.
in Atlanta. Like
No.
they're everywhere. You
No,
can
that's fine.
just be hanging out, and it's a trick. next
If you
to
had to estimate.
Seriously, he's like, here's
It's
my
a
money,
trick.
here's my wallet. Go have fun, go shop. Seriously.
Wait. So total, if you add up all the men, all the money they've given you, total, how much do you think? 200, 300,000?
Mhm.
More? More?
Yeah.
500,000?
No, a few hundred thousand.
Should we say 300,000 safe number?
You can say that if you want. I don't really know.
You,
I don't know.
you should get a bookkeeper probably.
Shit. Never been
Shit.
one to really keep track, but
But you're 19.
yeah.
You've through this website you've been able to
Bobby
get
Freeman donated $200.
Hey, Bobby, thank you, man.
Michael, how can you explain to these girls that selling themselves for money will negatively impact their chances of having what they want beyond this money BS? Drop some divine truth for them.
That's a big request, but I guess it sort of gets to what we were talking about earlier, you know, about impeding your potential to get married. But even with the money thing, let's say, put the men aside for a second. You want to have careers for whatever reason. Right, you're spending a lot of time and effort on this, right? It's real work, and that you're
Maddie's CPA donated $200. To be clear, he only gifted her $34,000 last year, which is the maximum he could give as a joint filer.
Yeah, that's very important for the agents to see that. So
Yes.
even if you just wanted to have a career for whatever reason, like all the time that you're spending on this right now is time where you're producing this
All right,
content,
I'm
but the
done.
content is not going to build up the potential for a career after, you know, old Father Time sets in and you're not going to be able to sell for as much money and get $300,000 off your tricks. So wouldn't it be, I had a buddy who was a Twitch gamer. He would just play video games on Twitch and people would give him money for it.
Yeah.
And
He would do that for me too. I'm a streamer.
So part of the reason he stopped doing it, he was making good money, but he stopped doing it because he said, I'm not building any skills. I'm not building anything that's productive for me. So when this money runs out, it's it. It looks like big money now. It's very tempting. But once it's gone, and then I'm going to be left without skills to do a job. And then more importantly, I might be impeded from having what I really desire, which is a family and
That's
good life.
a valid point. That's a very valid point. I think, in my opinion, right now, because I know how much money I'm making, it's my job to budget it.